Chapter 22. The Hovel 4. In the dining room of the hovel, the flickering candlelight on the long table cast elongated shadows upon the mottled walls. Peter Pettigrew, ensnared by magical ropes, huddled in a corner, his beady eyes darting about like a rodent in search of an escape. The air was thick with the lingering remnants of battle and an imminent sense of tension. At one end of the table stood Albus Dumbledore, his blue eyes shining brightly behind half-moon spectacles. At the opposite end loomed Severus Snape, his dark robes swirling like storm clouds, a pallor of suppressed fury etched upon his face. Leaning lazily against the doorframe, Wolf observed the charged atmosphere with keen interest. Meanwhile, Harry Potter, having been brought from Hogwarts by Dumbledore, sat despondently on the floor, grappling with the harsh truths he had just uncovered. Wolf gestured to Kurt Selwyn, whispering a few words in his ear before signaling him to attend his tasks. He must die. Snape's voice emerged through clenched teeth, his dark eyes aflame with icy fury. Now, immediately. Dumbledore shook his head, his silver hair shimmering softly in the candlelight. No, Severus. Peter will face a public trial by the Ministry of Magic. If we resort to vigilantism, what difference is there between us and Tom? Furthermore, this is the only way to restore Sirius' innocence. Innocence? Snape scoffed, a derisive twist forming at the corner of his mouth. That foolish dog rotted in Azkaban for 12 years. Do you think a trial can rectify that? And this man, he suddenly pointed his wand at Peter, who cried out in terror. He betrayed Lily. He must pay the price. At the other end of the table, Ron Weasley shifted uneasily, revulsion coursing through him at the thought of having once considered this greasy, middle-aged man a close friend. Sharing baths and sleeping quarters that made him feel nauseous. Mrs. Weasley stood at the kitchen doorway, her right hand twisting her apron nervously, while her left gripped tightly onto her husband Arthur Weasley's arm, her face ashen. The realization that this wretched Death Eater had lived in their home for years filled her with a sense of dread. Dumbledore stepped forward, his robe trailing across the wooden floor. Vengeance will not bring back the dead, Severus. Justice must be administered openly and honorably. Openly and honorably? Snape's voice rose sharply, reverberating beneath the low ceiling of the hovel. Just as you had me act as a double agent. Just as you placed Potter in peril time and again for his upbringing. Do not preach to me your ideals, Dumbledore. A flicker of pain crossed the old headmaster's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. I understand your suffering, you understand nothing. Snape suddenly erupted in fury, sparks of danger erupting from the tip of his wand. For 12 long years, I have endured the torment within, refraining from exacting my vengeance upon that self-satisfied fool, allowing that wretched black dog to languish in Azkaban. And now, having finally captured the true traitor, you tell me to wait? Peter began to sob in the corner. Severus, old friend, I truly apologize. I was so terrified at that time. I beg you. Silence. Snape and Harry shouted in unison, the fury in Harry's green eyes rivaling that of his potions professor. Dumbledore sighed and turned to Peter. Peter, you shall pay for your betrayal, but it must be through due legal process. This is not only for Sirius, but for all who have been deceived, including Harry. Law? Wolf scoffed. The law allowed my uncle to be thrown into Azkaban without a trial. The law has let the Dark Lord roam free for so many years. Precisely for this reason, we must adhere to it even more, rather than descend into the chaos of vigilante justice. Dumbledore's voice grew stern, a rare hint of anger seeping through. Do not stoke the flames here, Wolf. I see through your intentions. Do not pretend to have a deep affection for Sirius. He then turned to Snape, disregarding Wolf's nonchalant demeanor as he performed a mock bow. You are not a murderer, Severus. Do not allow yourself to become one. Snape's visage contorted, and with a fierce flick of his wand, a red light shattered the plate above Peter's head, sending shards scattering. Do you think I care what I become? Since Lily's death, do not invoke her name to justify violence. Dumbledore suddenly raised his voice, his blue eyes flashing with a mixture of helplessness and sorrow. Lily Evans Potter believed in justice and compassion. She would not wish to see you like this. A profound silence enveloped the dining hall. Snape stood as though struck by a spell, his complexion growing paler than usual. Wolf observed as Snape's fingers tightened around his wand, turning his knuckles white. You have no right to speak her name. Snape's voice was low, barely audible, yet each word cut like a blade. You exploited my love for her to make me serve you, and now you wish to use it to restrain me. Dumbledore's expression softened. Severus, I implore you. No. Snape erupted suddenly. 12 years. For 12 years I have endured, waited, and played that loathsome role at your behest. And now, when the true culprit is finally within my grasp, all I need is a mere flick of my wand to avenge her. And you want me to let it go? He abruptly turned towards Peter, his wand aimed directly at his heart. Avada, disarm. Dumbledore's spell was quicker. Snape's wand flew into the air, caught securely by the old headmaster. The air had solidified. Snape stood motionless, his hollow hands trembling slightly, the fury in his eyes replaced by a profound anguish. Never had one encountered such a Snape like a volcano on the brink of eruption, yet forcibly sealed. Return it to me, Snape rasped. Dumbledore shook his head. I cannot allow you to commit an act you would come to regret. And my only regret is that I could not hear the damn prophecy that night. Snape roared, his voice laced with pain, swelling like a tide that threatened to engulf the entire dwelling. Justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent, Dumbledore stated calmly, though his grip on Snape's wand remained steady. Peter will stand trial at Wisingamot, and the world shall know the truth. Sirius will regain his freedom and honor. This is the resolution Lily would wish to see. Snape's chest heaved violently, his dark eyes locked onto Dumbledore's. Wolf could sense the magical confrontation between the two, as if invisible sparks crackled in the air. What if he escapes before the trial? Snape finally spoke, his voice low and menacing. What if he deceives everyone once more? He will not, Dumbledore replied, casting a sharp glance at Peter. We shall employ the most stringent guardianship until the trial concludes. Let me handle it. A hoarse voice emerged from the doorway. Everyone turned to see Sirius Black, recently brought by Cott, standing there, his gaunt face etched with exhaustion, the remnants of blood still visible on his damaged left ear. Yet his gray eyes shone like torches that I have the right to watch him until the trial ends. I will personally drive my wand into his heart. Snape emitted a cold laugh. How touching. A fool guarding a traitor. Sirius paid no heed to his derision, striding directly towards Dumbledore. Albus, I request this right. I swear on my life that he will not escape. Dumbledore scrutinized him before slowly nodding. However, at that moment, unexpectedly, Sirius drew his wand, aiming it directly at Peter. Avada. Yet his incantation remained unfinished as Dumbledore reclaimed the wand. The hatred in your eyes is no less than Severus's. Sirius. The moment you appeared at the door, I knew your intent. Perhaps Arthur should personally escort him to the ministry. Then he cast a cold glance at Wolf, clearly implicating him in the current predicament. Is this amusing to you, Wolf Black? This time, Wolf did not respond with a grin. He genuinely felt an overwhelming fury radiating from the White Lord, tinged with a hint of murderous intent. His wand appeared in an instant. As Wolf entered a heightened state of alert, silence fell once more in the dining room. Mrs. Weasley finally stepped forward. Albus is right, we must adhere to the rules. Though Molly Weasley's voice was gentle, it brooked no dissent. The children are watching. It was only then that Snape realized Harry had been staring intently at him. He beheld those long-desired emerald green eyes, and sorrow began to seep in, as long-buried memories resurfaced one by one in his mind. Snape's gaze shifted from Dumbledore to Sirius, finally resting on the weeping Peter. The expression on his face gradually transformed from anger to a chilling resolve. He understood that as long as Dumbledore was present, he could never bring himself to personally execute this traitor. Very well, he ultimately remarked, his voice akin to poison-laden ice, but I shall take him with me today and tomorrow. Let Weasley come to Spinner's and to collect him. Count me in, you sniveling coward, Sirius retorted with a scornful laugh. Dumbledore cast a serious glance at them. That is acceptable. Severus, your wand. He returned the wand, but added, remember your promise. Snape seized the wand, trembling at the thought of the night he was about to endure with the quaking Peter Pettigrew. His black robes billowed as he strode towards the door. Tomorrow, Spinner's End. Don't arrive too early, Weasley. He paused at the threshold, not looking back. As for you, Dumbledore, this time, you owe me. The old headmaster watched his departing figure, along with Sirius closely behind, and the leisurely Wolf trailing them, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his features. When the door slammed shut, it felt as though everyone in the burrow exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Will he keep his word? Harry could not help but inquire. Dumbledore turned to him, his eyes behind the crescent-shaped glasses glimmering with a weary yet resolute light. Severus Snape is a complex individual, Harry, yet he has never broken a promise. Chapter 23. The truth has never been important. The morning fog in Spinner's End enveloped the dilapidated streets like a veil of gray. Arthur Weasley tightened the collar of his robe and once more scrutinized the parchment given to him by Dumbledore. The sign of the Snape residence had rusted to the point of being nearly indecipherable. He raised his hand, hesitating for a moment before rapping on the weathered black door. There was no response. Arthur furrowed his brow and lightly tapped the doorknob with his wand. Alohomora. The door creaked open a fraction, releasing a gust of air tinged with the scent of potions and a metallic odor. Severus? Sirius? He called tentatively, his voice echoing in the empty hall. On the peeling wallpapered walls, a few greenish candles flickered without a breeze. Suddenly, he heard a faint groan emanating from the basement. Arthur's wand illuminated the darkness as he descended the narrow staircase. With each step, the iron scent intensified. Upon pushing open the basement door, the sight illuminated by his wand caused his stomach to churn. Peter Pettigrew hung suspended by iron chains, his already sparse hair torn in clumps, exposing a bloodied scalp. His robe was shredded into strips, and his exposed skin was marred with numerous wounds, some scabbed over, others still oozing blood. Most horrifying was the sight of his right hand, where a previously severed finger had been completely removed again, the wound charred as if severed by a red-hot blade. Merlin's beard. Arthur rushed forward, waving his wand to unlock the chains. Peter collapsed into his arms like a bag of bones, his breath faint as a whisper. His swollen lips trembled, and his single eye was filled with terror, haunted by the curse that had tormented him throughout the night. Suddenly, footsteps echoed on the staircase. Arthur spun around, his wand aimed at the doorway where Severus stood, his black robe immaculate, his pale face eerily calm. "You are 10 minutes earlier than I anticipated, Weasley," Severus remarked, his voice as cold as a blade under bright light. "I still have some loose ends to tie up." "Loose ends?" Arthur's voice quivered with anger. "This is clearly torture. By Merlin, what have you done to him? Though he is a traitor, how could you inflict such suffering?" Sirius stepped out of the shadows, his disheveled black hair framing gray eyes that glimmered with a chill Arthur had never witnessed before. "I merely allowed him to experience a fraction of what I endured daily for 12 years in Azkaban." He forced a twisted smile. "Though he is a traitor, oh Arthur, my mercy in not killing him is considerable, is it not, Wormtail?" Peter trembled violently in Arthur's embrace, emitting pitiful whimpers akin to a wounded animal. "Does Albus know about this?" Arthur demanded sharply. The corner of Severus's mouth twitched. "Do you think he anticipated this scene when he entrusted me with this garbage yesterday? Especially when this fool insisted on accompanying me. You have all lost your minds," Arthur cried, lifting Peter and racing toward the staircase. "He requires medical attention. I must deliver him to the ministry in one piece. If this drags on, he will die." Sirius suddenly stood before him, his wand pressed against Arthur's throat. "Do not forget, Arthur, James was also your friend, your comrade, and a member of the Order of the Phoenix. Are you truly willing to let this traitor go?" Arthur met his gaze with unwavering resolve. "I am filled with rage and hatred, yet I am certain I will not descend to your level of brutality." A suffocating silence enveloped the dimly lit basement. At last, Snape waved his hand gently. "Let him go. We'll see if this rat has enough life left in him, Weasley. You have at most 15 minutes. After that, he will not reach St. Mungo's and will surely perish. It is astonishing that Dumbledore still places such trust in you, believing you will uphold your promise. I only promised he would live until he reaches the ministry's entrance." As Arthur ascended the stairs, cradling the barely conscious Peter, he heard Sirius's low, mocking laughter behind him. "Tell him, Wormtail, to inform everyone of the fate that befalls those who betray their friends." In the Minister of Magic's office, Cornelius Fudge's round face had turned a shade akin to that of a liver. For the third time, he dabbed his forehead with a silk handkerchief, glaring at Peter, who lay on the floor, recently treated by St. Mungo's healers. "Are you certain there has been no mistake? Black and Snape together?" Umbridge stood nearby, her fingers pressed to her mouth and nose in a gesture of disbelief. "I heard it with my own ears, Minister, when I arrived at St. Mungo's." Arthur Weasley was sending a howler to Dumbledore. "Moreover, Peter bears the marks of at least 20 different curses." "Enough," Fudge suddenly roared, startling the junior wizard in the corner, who knocked over an inkpot. "This information must not leak. Just think, we wrongfully imprisoned Black in Azkaban for 12 years. And now we have 2 wizards inflicting private punishment on Peter? The Daily Prophet would devour us whole." The office door swung open abruptly, and Dumbledore strode in with Arthur Weasley, his robes billowing behind him like waves. A cold fire burned in his blue eyes. "Cornelius, I have just been informed." "Ah, perfect." Fudge's forced smile froze on his face as he interrupted Dumbledore. "The greatest dark wizard's servant, the potions master of Hogwarts, conspiring with a fugitive to commit extrajudicial punishment. What a splendid headline." Dumbledore approached Peter, scrutinizing the wounds with an unusually grave expression. "This is indeed unacceptable. But more intolerable is the obfuscation of the truth." "The truth?" Fudge scoffed, his voice shrill. "The truth is that the ministry will become a laughingstock. I have ordered the news to be suppressed. Peter will receive secret treatment. As for Black, what have you done?" Dumbledore's tone shifted to a dangerously soft whisper. Fudge adjusted his tie with a sense of pride. "The Auror office has already set out to apprehend him. At last, we can return this madman to the place he belongs." Dumbledore's wand was inexplicably in his hand, and the temperature in the office seemed to plummet. "Cornelius, you have made a grave error. Sirius is innocent. Peter is the true traitor. Do you now wish to turn the narrative upside down because of their extreme actions?" "Extreme actions?" Fudge pointed at Peter and bellowed. "This is torture. Even the most vicious Dementors of Azkaban would not stoop so low. And you think concealing all of this is justice?" Dumbledore stepped forward, his gaze piercing from behind his crescent-shaped glasses. 12 years ago, you imprisoned Sirius without trial. Must history repeat itself? Fudge's face contorted in anger. Do not lecture me, Dumbledore. The reputation of the ministry is far more important than your idealism. He slammed his hand on the table, declaring, I have already instructed Umbridge to draft a statement claiming that Black has been deranged since his escape and that he kidnapped and tortured Peter last night. As for Snape, he was clearly coerced into participating. A flicker of shock crossed Dumbledore's eyes. You can conjure such a lie? Severus will testify. Oh, he will keep his mouth shut. Fudge replied with a sly grin. Unless he wishes to expose his own status as a spy. Imagine the public outcry if a Hogwarts professor, born of Death Eater lineage, were implicated in torture. Arthur observed Dumbledore's expression hardening, as if a stone mask had descended over his features. The old wizard spoke slowly. So this is your choice? To sacrifice innocence once more to preserve your pitiful political career? Fudge's face reddened further. Watch your words. I can convene an emergency meeting of the Wisingamot at any moment to vote you out of your position as Chief Warlock. Then do so, Dumbledore replied, his voice as calm as an icy plain. But remember, Cornelius, the deeper you tread into darkness, the harder it is to find your way back. The office door burst open again, and Kingsley Shacklebolt rushed in, breathless. Minister, Black is not in Nocturne Alley. We have searched the entire area. Fudge turned to Dumbledore, eyes filled with accusation. You have hidden him. Dumbledore nodded slightly. I merely ensure that justice is not suffocated by political machinations. Sirius shall receive a fair trial. And so shall Peter. The laws of this country should not be your plaything, Cornelius. Get out. Fudge roared, his wand pointed at Dumbledore. All of you get out. From now on, the ministry formally disassociates itself from you and your Order of the Phoenix. You will pay for your actions today. I eagerly await that moment. Provided you possess the strength, Cornelius. Dumbledore calmly interjected. As the saying goes, violence is the hallmark of power. With that, he turned and departed, his silvery hair flowing behind him. Arthur hurried to follow, lowering his voice in the corridor to ask, Albus, where is Sirius now? Dumbledore's eyes reflected a hint of weariness. In a safe place. Inform Molly to reconvene the members of the Order. Fudge has chosen his side. Now we must solidify ours. Behind them, Fudge's distant roar echoed. Issue a warrant. A bounty of 10,000 galleons. I want Black's head. Dumbledore glanced back at the tightly shut door of the minister's office and murmured, The war has begun, Arthur, but this time, the enemy wears the guise of our former allies. Chapter 24. Educating the child and nephew deep within the forbidden forest of Hogwarts. The pine walls of the sanctuary specially crafted by Dumbledore for Sirius were marred with scorch marks, and the air was permeated with a bizarre mixture of polyjuice, potion, and blood. It was evident that ever since Fudge decided to conceal the truth 5 days ago and increase the bounty, Sirius had been hiding here, occasionally venturing out to gather information using the potion he brewed himself. Judging by the charred marks on the walls, it was clear that his potion-making skills were rather rudimentary. Sirius poked at the distorted image of himself in the Daily Prophet with the tip of his wand. The wanted criminal in the newspaper was mimicking a frenzied, biting, and howling motion, his visage grotesquely terrifying. They had even fabricated evidence. He slammed his fist on the oak table, sending a swarm of cockroaches scurrying from the silver coffee cup. Fudge had turned the tail of a bug into a pitiful creature of coercion, while I had become a bloodthirsty madman. Harry observed the fresh wound peeking from his godfather's sleeve, a mark left from an encounter 3 days prior in Hogsmeade, where he had been discovered by an Auror during his inquiries and had been scorched while making his escape. The house elf at Hogwarts mentioned that you hadn't eaten in 2 days. He pushed a slice of bread slathered with raspberry jam towards him, a gift from Professor Dumbledore. Suddenly, the bread was sent flying by a spell, the jam exploding against the stone wall in a vivid crimson display. I do not require pity. Sirius's wand emitted sparks. 12 years ago they took away my freedom, and now, fully aware of the truth, they still affix the blame upon me, seeking to strip away my reputation. What more do you wish to take from me? Harry abruptly stood, the lightning scar on his forehead glowing red under the oil lamp's light. My godfather? Or perhaps the last remaining family I have? The sanctuary fell into a silence so profound that one could hear the goblins digging outside the walls. Sirius's wand clattered onto the page of the Daily Prophet displaying the emergency notice from the Ministry of Magic, where Peter's posthumous photograph appeared to weep, the tears glimmering with deceit. On the night when James had insisted I become your godfather, his voice was hoarse as if kissed by a Dementor. The moon was particularly full, and Lily was baking apple pie in the kitchen. We took turns conjuring rabbit-shaped clouds from your baby's socks. Harry noticed his godfather's right hand stroking the inner side of his left arm, where a magical tattoo depicted a family portrait, their skin appearing more vibrant than the surroundings, indicating that Sirius had been diligent in protecting it. That day in Hogsmeade, I saw young witches and wizards playing with children's broomsticks. Sirius said softly, suddenly pondering, if I taught you to ride a flying motorcycle, perhaps your flying abilities could develop beyond what they are now. A drop of hot oil fell from the copper lamp onto the forged testimony from the ministry. scorching through the word innocent. Suddenly, Sirius seized the bread and bit down fiercely, the jam dripping through his fingers and blurring the 5 zeros of the bounty. The rain in Nocturne Alley carried the scent of earth, and having consumed a polyjuice potion laced with a stranger's hair, Sirius stood bewildered, momentarily questioning whether he had ventured into the wrong place. It wasn't until he was led into Wolf's office by Winda that he finally regained his composure. "Dear Uncle." Wolf raised his head from the pile of documents, his long black hair playfully tied into a small ponytail with a headband bearing the visage of Astoria. This was a clear reflection of the endearing intimacy shared between the engaged couple. "The Ministry of Magic has placed a bounty of 3 boxes of galleons on your head. Yet you naively revealed your identity in the reception area of the Star Society. Do you not hold the intelligence capabilities of the Auror office in higher regard?" He then cast a knowing glance at Winda, signaling her to take care of the loose ends. It was best to avoid unnecessary troubles when possible. Sirius, undeterred by Wolf's jest, extracted a bloodied copy of the Daily Prophet from his pocket and slammed it onto Wolf's desk. "I wish for your assistance in reclaiming my rightful reputation. I desire the truth to be revealed to the world, and I want to walk openly on the cobblestone streets of Diagon Alley." Wolf languidly leaned back in his chair, regarding Sirius with a curious gaze. As if assessing a novel concept, he extended 2 fingers. "First, elucidate why. Second, justify how. If you can persuade or move me, I shall assist you in resolving this matter." Suddenly, the wall of bookshelves behind Wolf rotated, unveiling numerous amber vials filled with shimmering memories. Each vial contained the visage of a high-ranking official from the Ministry of Magic, including Ludovico Bagman, whose memory was replaying scenes of accepting bribes from goblins. "In light of my previous readiness to hand over the keys to the Black family vault, I shall assist you this time," Sirius said, sitting despondently in the chair opposite Wolf. He recognized the futility of his grandstanding plan before this youth, yet felt utterly powerless. "I want to provide Harry with a complete home." Wolf, taken aback by Sirius's heartfelt reason, raised his head slowly and spoke in a deep, resonant voice. "While renovating the Black ancestral home, I stumbled upon my father's diary. In it, he expressed that his greatest regret in life was not burning the family tree on the night he fled the estate. He has always harbored guilt towards you, believing that his cowardice in failing to persuade your grandmother led to your tumultuous existence." Sirius bowed his head in silence, tears gradually moistening his eyes as he reminisced about his childhood conversations with Regulus, reflecting on their once inseparable bond. "For the sake of my father, I will assist you this time. Also, inform Dumbledore that the water prison spell still lingers on Potter. After all, the Blacks never engage in a losing venture." Wolf scrutinized Sirius for a prolonged moment. In the depths of his heart, he held that non-blood relation, James Potter, in far greater esteem than his actual kin. Moreover, that diary would serve its purpose only this once. "Sirius, or Iron Black." Sirius was taken aback when Wolf addressed him by his full name, his eyes widening in astonishment. He understood that Wolf was indicating that, after this affair, their paths would truly diverge. Wolf summoned a piece of parchment, handing it to Sirius while remarking that his son was becoming the latest topic of gossip. The Daily Prophet was preparing to publish the distorted affection between the savior and the murderer. The parchment was suddenly crumpled as Sirius slammed his palm against Wolf's desk, producing a thunderous sound that even drew Mrs. Shabini from her post outside. "Those wretched scoundrels dared to touch Harry. That is the crux of the matter." Wolf gazed impassively at the frenzied Sirius, stating that he was always governed by emotion. This had been the case for James and Lily Potter, and it remained so for Harry Potter. The delegation from the International Confederation of Wizards would arrive tomorrow afternoon. The day after, they would convene to discuss elevating Wormtail's Order of Merlin rank. Wolf adjusted his silver-gray robes and handed Sirius a memory vial. "I need you to infiltrate in your animagus form and release this memory of Peter confessing before Dumbledore during their discussion. And then, the credibility of the Ministry of Magic will collapse like a tower with its foundation pulled away. You will finally achieve true justice." Upon returning to the safe house, Harry was practicing the Patronus charm his godfather had taught him against a boggart, the floor strewn with the wrappers of consumed chocolate frogs. "I have seen Wolf." Sirius extended his frostbitten hand towards the warmth of the fireplace. In 2 days, the ministry would hold an international symposium. Harry noticed the determination in his eyes, an unwavering resolve that signified a fight to the death. "What had he promised you? What had you sacrificed?" "A fair trial." Sirius transformed the wanted poster into a paper crane, one for Wormtail and one for myself. As the paper crane, bearing Peter's insincere smirk, fluttered around the safe house before ultimately plunging into the fireplace, I allowed him to sever the last thread of familial bond. From that moment on, his armor would grow ever more resilient, and his future would become increasingly untainted. The rain ceased, and the last droplets fell from the pine needles of the forbidden forest, reflecting the 2 figures warming themselves by the fireplace. The distant chimes of Hogwarts echoed, and in 19 days, the new term would commence. Chapter 25. The curtain falls. The dome of the Ministry of Magic's International Conference Hall sparkled with magically manufactured starlight, and Fudge's purple robe glistened under the flash of cameras. He lightly tapped the dragon horn that had been enchanted to amplify sound, a magical microphone he had commissioned for this occasion. After all, in such a setting, using a spell against one's throat to amplify one's voice was rather unrefined. Ladies and gentlemen, witness the most tragic sacrifice of the magical world. Fudge's Adam's apple bobbed as he spoke. Mr. Peter Pettigrew, in a bid to protect his comrades, lost his memory in an explosion and lived like a beggar in the Muggle world for 12 years. Therefore, I propose to elevate his Order of Merlin rank to encourage and promote true friendship. Meanwhile, the timid Wormtail pretended to be frail, trembling in a corner with his heavily bandaged right hand, appearing ill-suited for such an occasion. Wolf stood alongside a constellation of key members from the Order of the Phoenix, including Vinda Rosier and Lucius Malfoy. In a distant corner, far removed from the podium and Dumbledore, the political apprentice group of the Star Society, led by Daphne Greengrass, had been summoned deliberately. They were merely spectators, wishing to remain uninvolved. It was evident that today's seminar would culminate in chaos, and if he could seize the opportunity to assert control, it would significantly bolster his reputation and aid in the forthcoming restructuring of the Ministry of Magic's power dynamics. At that moment, a member of the Order of the Phoenix, also a ministry official, suddenly rose at Dumbledore's behest. Sparks erupted from his wand, igniting the air and forming the word lies in bright yellow flames above the crowd. What a clumsy script this was. The official's dark eyes were sharp as knives, his voice resolute and unwavering. Could an explosion sever fingers without claiming a life? Umbridge hurriedly presented a crystal vial, her pink woolen sweater clashing starkly with the opulence of the venue. This is the treatment report from Healer Gracis at St. Mungo's, she exclaimed. Mr. Pettigrew suffers from permanent aftereffects of the Cruciatus curse. As the instigator of Peter's plight, Snape emerged from the shadows, his black robes swirling like toxic mist. Was it perhaps the brain damage caused by an overdose of Veritaserum? He had no desire to be present. After all, this farcical spectacle would ultimately not implicate him. Even when Umbridge heard Arthur Weasley confess his involvement in the torment of Peter, he could not withstand the allure of Dumbledore's persuasive rhetoric, each word striking at his vulnerabilities. Whispers arose from the international representatives. Madame Maxim leaned forward, her towering figure imposing. Please elucidate the cutting marks of the fiendfire, Minister. With a gentle flick of her wand, the bandages on Peter's right hand fell away, revealing the charred stump, which she magnified and projected onto the dome above, showcasing the eerie violet residue of dark magic. Fudge's round face turned the color of a pig's liver, its black using poisoned fangs. Suddenly, a black dog emerged, dropping a memory vial onto the platform. Startled, Fudge stumbled backward, letting out a panicked scream before collapsing onto the ground. The others instinctively stepped back, drawing their wands, wary of the sudden appearance of the dark hound. Open your eyes and see the truth. The transformed Sirius Black tore at his collar, revealing scars etched from Azkaban or from being pursued by the Ministry's Aurors during this time. He shattered the memory vial entrusted to him by Wolf, and the silvery blue liquid coalesced into the scene of a shabby kitchen. In the memory, Snape used his wand to lift Peter's bloodied chin as he knelt on the ground. Look into my eyes, you scum. Did you ever think, when you condemned Lily, that it would lead to this day? By Merlin's sight, how is it that you, a loathsome insect, lived for 12 more years? And yet that foolish dog did not blow you to bits? No. In the depths of memory, Peter shook his head furiously, tears streaming down his face as he crawled to Dumbledore's feet, clutching the hem of his robes with desperation. It was Voldemort who compelled me. He demanded the address of the Potter family. In reality, Peter let out a piercing scream, transforming into a rat in a frantic attempt to scurry beneath the podium. With a flick of his wand, Dumbledore summoned his Patronus, a phoenix, which let out a clarion call, seizing Peter by the tail and flinging him before Dumbledore. The Department of Mysteries had recently developed the Fountain of Truth. Amelia Bones, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, stepped forth from the crowd, asserting, "The truth can be ascertained. This is against the rules." Umbridge vehemently protested. Having regained his composure, Fudge rose from the ground, neglecting the disarray of his robes. "Director Bones, according to protocol, we must shut your foul mouth, you political schemer." Sirius roared in anger. "This truth, distorted for 12 years, is far more significant than your conventions regarding the savior of the wizarding world." Dumbledore's Phoenix Patronus emitted a resounding call, capturing the attention of all present. I, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, President of the International Confederation of Wizards and Chief Wizard of the Wizengamot, propose that regarding this incident, we bypass all normal judicial procedures and utilize the Fountain of Truth to reveal the facts to the world. Fudge was thoroughly alarmed, exchanging a furious glance with Umbridge, and bellowed at Dumbledore, "This is a coup. Dumbledore, you hypocritical conspirator. This is a scheme against the Ministry of Magic." None of the onlookers were fools. They quickly deduced the implications of his demeanor. However, as the walls seemed to crumble, no one wished to engage with him further. Madame Maxime was the first to step forward, lightly tapping her wand, and voiced her support. Soon, murmurs of agreement rippled through the crowd, culminating in a collective outcry. Support. 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 Cornelius Fudge appeared ashen. Only Wolf and his companions observed the unfolding events with detached indifference, while others, like Vinda and Lucius, engaged in a deeper analysis of the unseen conflicts and exchanges of interests at play. Go forth. The ensuing situation is in your hands. Utilize your abilities for the greater good. Wolf inclined his head slightly towards Lucius and the other noble families. Before long, the unspeakables presented a magical fountain, approximately 2 meters in diameter and 1.5 meters in height, its murky green waters flowing, with a bronze human visage at its center. As the unspeakables completed their incantation, the fountain erupted, and the bronze face began to chant, in the name of Merlin, truth, or death. As Peter was forced into the waters, the surface suddenly froze. Just as he uttered the words that Black was the murderer, the ice shattered, and the water blades severed all his nails. I speak the truth. Peter floundered in the crimson waters. It was I who leaked the secret. I who severed my own finger to implicate another. The spring water transformed into clarity alongside the confession, projecting memories onto the dome. Representatives from various nations beheld the timid, cowardly Peter from 12 years past, kneeling before a man whose name could not be uttered, humbly kissing his toes. Arrest him, commanded the captains of 13 nations, their wands raised in unison. In an outburst of fury, a wizard cried out, kill him, as Sirius made his way to the exit. He caught sight of the throng of wolves departing, the ecstasy of vindication gradually fading. He was no longer a Black. He rubbed his unkempt face, forcing a smile. I still have Harry. Yes, Harry. Then, without a backward glance, he rushed outside, eager to inform his godson that he could walk openly alongside him on the stone paths of Diagon Alley, no longer needing to return to the cramped staircase of number 12, Grimmauld Place. Behind him, he could hear Umbridge screams during her arrest. I was coerced. Those pink cardigans were a gift from Fudge. His pace quickened involuntarily. Mrs. Maxim had poured honeyed mead for Dumbledore, her expression tinged with a hint of reproach. You should have informed me of all this beforehand, rather than leaving me to collaborate with you in such a disheveled manner. No, my dear friend, I have always believed in your capabilities. The old man stroked Fox's tail feathers, adding, and I believe that when a lie is sufficiently absurd, even Merlin would find humor in it. However, upon seeing the graceful coitus weaving through the crowd, his smile faltered. The half-moon glasses glinted under the light, obscuring the gaze behind them. Where do you intend to go now, Wolf? Chapter 26. The Rat in the Sewers in the Dead of Night. The dim corridor of the third floor of the Ministry of Magic's headquarters echoed with the erratic rhythm of Cornelius Fudge's crocodile leather shoes. Beads of sweat trickled down his round face, soaking into his silk cravat, while sparse wall sconces cast distorted shadows upon the stone walls. Minister, summoning me at this late hour is hardly a good omen. As Fudge entered the open door of Wolf's office, he found Wolf Black mockingly cradling his pet dog, while Wendell Rocher smiled as he disposed of the nearly tasteless tea leaves. It seemed they had been waiting for him for quite some time, especially with the Daily Prophet printing the next day's headlines. Fudge yanked at his cravat, slamming his briefcase onto the ebony desk with a thud. Wolf furrowed his brow, visibly displeased, yet he refrained from erupting. However, his dog, Fong, bared his teeth, glaring fiercely at Fudge. What trickery is this? Don't think I'm unaware. Without your assistance, Sirius would never have had the chance to enter the venue. Fudge seethed, spittle flying as he pointed an accusatory finger at Wolf. Wolf's brow tightened further as he struggled to contain the restless Fong in his arms. At that moment, Wendell gently tapped the table, gesturing for silence, and slid a cup of freshly poured tea towards the designated spot. Minister, the sky has not yet fallen. Come, sit down and have a sip of tea. Anxiety can transform a lion into a pangolin. Wolf raised his teacup, taking a gentle sip, disregarding Fudge's prior inquiry, and remarked nonchalantly, as Wenda mentioned, the sky has not yet fallen. There is an ancient Eastern saying, the great path is 50, and the heavens yield 49. There is always a glimmer of hope in every situation. Do not be hasty, Minister. You speak so lightly, as if disaster has not befallen you. Despite his grievances, Fudge obediently seated himself. He took a sudden gulp of the black tea, only to spit it out in astonishment from the scalding heat. Wolf and Wenda exchanged glances. Though their expressions remained stoic, the disdain and contempt in their eyes were nearly evident. Wolf snapped his fingers, making the tea stains vanish entirely, and personally poured Fudge another cup, calmly stating, You see, Minister, when one is anxious, nothing is accomplished, not even something as simple as enjoying a cup of tea. Feigning ignorance to Wolf's insinuations, Fudge laid his cards on the table, stating, I know you possess this ability, Black. I need your assistance to navigate through this crisis. I am willing to pay any price to retain my position. Wolf gently stroked the soft, well-groomed fur of Wonkai, even giving its little head a rub. You come here, addressing me as Black, asking for help. But since your arrival, I have sensed no respect from you. You do not regard me as a friend, nor are you willing to even address me as sir. What have I done to merit such disrespect from you on this tumultuous day, when you storm into my office, barking orders? Wolf's gaze turned icy as he regarded Fudge, his tone remaining soft, yet increasingly weighted with significance. If you had come to me as a friend seeking assistance, then this so-called catastrophe threatening your political career would be quelled by tomorrow. Your adversaries, who prey upon honest individuals like you, would become my enemies. Setting Wonkai down, he leaned slightly forward, exuding an air of intimidation. Then they would come to fear you. The bronze scales in the corners suddenly tilted, and Fudge pressed down on his trembling knees. Then, Mr. Black, I implore you to lend your hand and assist me, a friend. I hope that our friendship may blossom from this night onward, growing into a towering tree. Wolf glanced at Wenda, who promptly retrieved a prepared document pouch and handed it to Fudge. He then began to explain. Minister, this contains the plan from 12 years ago to apprehend Sirius Black, along with the testimonies of the Aurors involved in the operation. They are willing to testify that it was the late Bartemius Crouch Sr. who issued the orders to bypass the trial phase and directly imprison Sirius in Azkaban. Fudge stared blankly at the document pouch, momentarily taken aback, until Windar continued. 12 years ago, when he was but a minister's secretary, he abruptly rose to his feet, passionately striking his thigh. Indeed, it was the autocratic actions of the old Barty that led to such a tragedy. Today, I find myself merely a wretched victim of deception. Yet I choose to risk the credibility of the ministry in pursuit of justice, striving to rectify the wrongs. Wolf gazed at this emotional fool, somewhat at a loss. At times, he truly could not comprehend how such a person could remain in a ministerial position for so long. Must it be that one merely needs to flatter the old bee's foul feet? He gently rapped the table once more, signaling Fudge to regain his composure and sit down. Tomorrow, you will hold a press conference at the ministry, unveiling the facts you have prepared for public scrutiny. I shall arrange for Rita Skeeter to craft a laudatory article for you. This should suffice to silence the masses. As for the internal strife within the ministry, that is a matter for you to resolve. Should you encounter difficulties, feel free to seek my assistance, my friend. I shall do my utmost to aid you. The following morning, beneath the crystal dome of the ministry's atrium, Fudge smoothed the creases of his robe. As the flashbulbs ignited, he donned a sorrowful expression he had practiced countless times the night before, as the Minister of Magic. I am profoundly pained by the dereliction of duty exhibited by certain former officials, particularly the autocratic actions of the old Barty Crouch 12 years ago. He paused just long enough for his voice to quaver, resonating through the magical microphone and filling the hall. But rest assured, the ministry shall always stand on the side of justice. We are the servants of the people, willing to accept public oversight. Furthermore, I pledge that new procedural reforms will soon be enacted, for the sake of fairness and justice. At the back of the crowd, a hooded man chuckled softly. He caressed the dark mark on his left arm, feeling the potion roiling in his stomach. As Big Ben told 11, he turned and made his way toward the underground prison, a strand of golden hair quietly emerging amid his gray locks. The dungeons of the ministry's temporary holding area reeked of decay, where Peter Pettigrew curled in the corner of a barrier. As the iron door creaked open, he emitted a squeaking sound reminiscent of a mouse. Behold the ministry's handiwork. Disguised as the old Crouch, young Barty prodded the barrier with his serpent-like wand. Blue light erupting at its tip, they could not even be bothered to cast a new charm on the temporary cell. It was just as it had been 12 years ago when I resided here. Suddenly, he grasped Peter by the nape, declaring, "Now? The breath of freedom is mere steps behind me. Peter, if only you follow my lead. You are young Barty, you are not dead?" Yet he could not dwell on such thoughts, as he wept and clung to young Barty's leg, pleading, "I beg you. No, we." Young Barty dragged him toward the drainage pipe outside the prison. With a flick of his wand, the iron grate over the manhole instantly dissolved into black mist. Years ago, my father used a potion to create a false corpse, bringing me back from Azkaban. Tonight, I shall employ the same method to liberate you. As he kicked open the manhole cover, the compound potion fortuitously lost its efficacy. The young visage twisted grotesquely under the moonlight. Imagine the intriguing scene when our esteemed minister, who is currently delivering an impassioned speech overhead, discovers that this cell is utterly vacant. Little Batty stepped on his mangled right hand and produced a seal from his pocket. Thrusting it into Peter's mouth, "The bearer of this dark mark awaits you in Albania. I have inscribed a mark upon you. You may choose to flee, unless I pursue." Peter screamed, transforming into a rat, scurrying down the sewer without a glance back. What a truly revolting rodent. Meanwhile, Fudge sat in his gilded office, shaking a bottle of celebratory champagne while relishing umbrage service. Far away in the Albanian forest, a frail shadow savored the blood of unicorns. Chapter 27. Dementors on the Hogwarts Express. The train traversed the morning mist of the Scottish Highlands, Wolf Black gazing at the condensation on the window, languidly reclining against the plush backrest of the Hogwarts Express. Astoria Greengrass, cradling her pet, had fallen into a deep slumber against his shoulder. The air in the crimson carriage was perfumed with the cinnamon scent of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. As Hermione Granger explained the latest edition of the Ministry of Magic Staff Directory and the new trial procedures to Shauna Rogier. At that moment, Daphne Greengrass, who had been diligently practicing the art of tea, pointed to the directory, indicating the data beneath the greasy photograph of Minister Cornelius Fudge. Look here. Her fingertip traced the image of Fudge, stopping at the 50% approval rating. Though he retained his position, his approval had plummeted by 30 percentage points. Rumor had it that Rufus was in a fit of rage at the Auror department, blaming them entirely for Peter Pettigrew's escape. Hermione chuckled softly. Had he not heeded his advisors and taken responsibility, but instead resorted to his former tactics of covering up and attempting to deceive the public, his office would surely be inundated with angry letters. It appeared our minister had been enduring quite a rough patch these past days. The last time he visited the Star Society, I noticed he had lost quite a bit of weight, Natasha remarked teasingly. A suppressed laughter erupted within the compartment. At that moment, a knock echoed at the compartment door. Upon receiving permission, Theodore Knott entered, approaching Wolf with a furrowed brow as he glanced at the sleeping Astoria. Unsure whether to speak, he feared that his report might disturb the slumbering lady. Wolf glanced down at Astoria's softly trembling eyelashes, aware that she was on the verge of waking, and gestured for Theodore to wait a moment. Daphne, ever timely, offered a cup of red tea. Just as Theodore finished the tea, Astoria awakened. He quickly reported to Wolf that Mr. Potter had just come by, wishing to invite him to his compartment to discuss certain matters, though he did not disclose what those matters were. Wolf rubbed his aching shoulders and rose to his feet. What else could it be but for his godfather, Sirius Black? Was he to act as a mediator? He shrugged it off and decided to take a look, considering it a diversion from the lengthy journey ahead. With that, Wolf leaned down to kiss Astoria's forehead, took the small creature in his arms, and left the compartment. As Wolf pushed open the door to Potter's compartment, he found Harry and Ron engaged in a game of wizard's chess, while a grown wizard clad in tattered black robes lay languidly on the sofa opposite them. The creature's nostrils flared slightly as it lifted its head from Wolf's embrace, scanning the surroundings before finally fixing its gaze on the wizard. Wolf sensed an odd aura emanating from him, something familiar yet tainted with a repugnant curse. He gently patted the creature's small head and nodded toward the wizard, whispering in a tone only they could hear, "Remus Lupin, a werewolf by fate. The newly appointed defense against the dark arts professor." Indeed, upon seeing the wizard, all the memories flooded back to Wolf, revealing every detail. Noting Wolf's apparent indifference, the creature settled back down to rest. Upon Wolf's arrival, Harry immediately stowed away the chess pieces and retrieved an array of snacks from a nearby seat. Ron, however, merely huffed and turned his gaze toward the window, adopting an air of aloofness. Wolf paid little heed to this, casually nudging Lupin's leg to create a space for himself, casting a teasing glance at Harry, who seemed at a loss for words. "So, you summoned me merely to sit?" Wolf intentionally skirted the topic, allowing Harry the opportunity to speak first. After all, as he had said, one must seek amusement amidst the tedium of travel. After a moment of internal conflict, Harry finally spoke. "Mr. Black, there is no animosity between you and Sirius, is there? Then why can't we?" At the mention of Sirius' name, the seemingly napping Lupin stirred involuntarily. Wolf interjected, "Potter, you should understand. He chose his emotions over bloodlines. He chose you, the true brother of his heart, James Potter's son. But your father was also his brother, his true brother. If not for that bond, do you think I would assist him? Yet he does not acknowledge his identity as a Black. If you doubt me, feel free to awaken our slumbering professor here. He, too, is your father's brother." Wolf gestured towards Lupin, his tone unwavering. Just as Lupin sat up, ready to articulate a response, Ron let out a startled cry, pointing out the window while gripping Harry's arm, rendered speechless by fear. Wolf could distinctly sense the train's speed diminishing, signaling an imminent stop. The lights within the carriage began to flicker ominously, and the water droplets on the window rapidly crystallized into frost, an icy chill enveloping the entire train. "Dementors?" Lupin followed Ron's finger and could not help but exclaim in surprise. Wolf abruptly rose from his seat and strode purposefully towards the exit of the compartment. "Where are you going? It's dangerous out there." Lupin's call echoed behind him, but Wolf paid no heed, tearing open the compartment door and heading straight for his own. He was worried about Astoria. As his robes billowed, his pace quickened, and many young wizards curiously peeked out from their compartments, glancing around. Wolf distinctly felt the temperature drop as he advanced. It seemed that the Dementors were beginning their inspection from the direction of their compartment. Suddenly, he heard a familiar cry of pain. It was Astoria. His vision was instantly engulfed in crimson, and his black hair broke free from its tie, turning silver and billowing behind him as if stirred by an unseen wind. He saw a Dementor, draped in tattered robes, drifting out from their compartment. Behind it were Daphne's and Hermione's screams, Nasha's cries, and Astoria's painful sobs. Fury threatened to overwhelm his reason, and Wonkai broke free from his grasp, darting towards the compartment. Wolf approached, his hand enveloped in magic, and seized the Dementor's neck, pushing it back until he reached the compartment door. He saw Theodore unconscious on the floor, twitching involuntarily. Astoria's arms were stained with blood, likely from being cut when a suitcase had fallen from the overhead rack. Daphne held her tightly, desperately attempting to shield her sister with her own body. With a swift motion, Wolf cast aside the insubstantial Dementor and took Astoria from Daphne's embrace. He retrieved a vial of healing potion, crafted by Snape, from his pocket and applied it to Astoria's wounds. Only when the injury began to visibly heal did he exhale slowly. After offering some reassurance to those present, he turned and gently closed the compartment door behind him. Before long, Astoria heard a resounding dragon roar, and the loyal Wonkai, who had been guarding her, muttered in a daze, Turdos. Chapter 28. Wolf's Patronus. When Dumbledore arrived, he spotted a silver-white dragon guardian soaring above the Hogwarts Express, fiercely glaring down at all the Dementors while emitting a series of dragon roars. He was quite curious. The Dementors, who had no natural enemies in the magical realm, should not be so fearful. Yet, they formed a distant circle, hesitant to approach. Albus, you have arrived, said Remus Lupin, who had just calmed all the young wizards on the train, as he hurried to greet Dumbledore. After surveying the scene, Dumbledore's expression darkened with anger. The sight of the trembling young wizards, the damaged compartment doors, and the scattered remnants of the Dementors' tattered cloaks vividly illustrated the perilous circumstances and the intensity of the recent battle. Beneath the semicircular frame of his glasses, the cerulean pupils glimmered with a fleeting brilliance as he inquired of Lupin, devoid of any emotional inflection, what had transpired moments ago. Lupin cast a glance at the chaos strewn about, letting out a slow, resigned sigh. The Dementors must have been drawn by the jubilant emotions aboard the train, seizing the opportunity to halt it under the pretext of an inspection, thus inciting panic among the young wizards. Unfortunately, Astoria had sustained injuries. Injured? The Dementors attacked her? Although Dumbledore's tone remained inscrutable, this very calmness instilled a sense of dread. No, Lupin clarified, the incident stemmed from Theodore, whose buried fears regarding the annihilation of the Knot family were stirred by the Dementors, causing him to faint and convulse. In his struggle, he inadvertently collided with the compartment door, dislodging a trunk from the luggage rack that fell and struck Astoria's arm. Lupin appeared to recall a profoundly shocking vision, his pupils widening slightly, and his voice quivered with a hint of agitation. Then, he became enraged. Dumbledore lifted his gaze to the window, where the circling Patronus continued to intimidate the Dementors. He cast a glance at Lupin, urging him to elaborate. Wolf summoned his Patronus, a Chinese dragon, which swelled in the wind, transforming from a mere meter in length to over 10. Its claws could effortlessly rend the cloaks of the Dementors, and it even had the capability to unleash dragon fire, incinerating them on the spot. Lupin expressed disbelief, questioning, isn't a Patronus typically meant only to repel Dementors? Why is Wolf's Patronus capable of vanquishing them? Dumbledore shook his head. That is a lung, Remus. It was once Wolf's pet, sacrificed in the quest to save Astoria. I didn't realize Wolf's attachment was so profound that even his Patronus took on its form. Wolf embraced the still somewhat frail Astoria, murmuring words of comfort. Meanwhile, Wonkai had shrunk to the size of a cub, sitting on the table, gazing vacantly with eyes filled with nostalgia. Thank you, Wolf. Thank you for allowing me to see it once more. Wonkai's voice quivered with emotion. Wolf remained silent, gently stroking its head, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the spiraling Tethys outside. He too had not anticipated his success in summoning a Patronus. Previous attempts had yielded only a cloud of white mist, whether by confronting a boggart or facing Dementors directly in Azkaban. Yet, just moments ago, as anger threatened to overwhelm him, the image of Tethys appeared in his mind, smiling at him, and he instinctively summoned it forth. Alas, this Patronus was merely a manifestation of magic. It could embody Tethys's form, but not encapsulate its consciousness. Meanwhile, the young wizards aboard the train, recovering from their fright, curiously observed the dragon-shaped Patronus in the sky, engaging in animated discussion. Ron gazed out the window in disbelief, muttering to himself, this is impossible, this is impossible. How could a standard dark wizard summon a Patronus? Harry stood side by side with him, naturally overhearing Ron's murmurs. Yet he found himself momentarily perplexed, unable to discern the nuances at play. One thing, however, was abundantly clear to him. The current wolf was a power beyond his reach. This sentiment echoed the unspoken doubts of all young wizards. Although Wolf enjoyed a commendable reputation at Hogwarts, deep down, everyone still regarded him as an ambitious and formidable figure. All members of the Starlit Society gathered in Wolf's private box, and due to the sheer number of attendees, Wolf directed them into Rolf Scamander's suitcase. They formed a circle by the small lake, their eyes alight with admiration as they gazed upon Wolf. Blaise Sabini was the first to succumb to his enthusiasm, his admiration palpable. Sir, you are truly remarkable. Moreover, this marks the first public defeat of a Dementor since its discovery. Indeed, sir, Cedric Diggory chimed in. And you are the only wizard, apart from Dumbledore, to possess a Patronus that guards magical creatures. Tomorrow's Daily Prophet will undoubtedly make a grand spectacle of it. Wolf waved his hand dismissively, his expression nonchalant. In truth, this was my first successful summoning of a Patronus. At that moment, I was overwhelmed by a tide of fury. Nevertheless, sir, you have once again made history, Daphne interjected with a radiant smile. Wolf raised an eyebrow, deciding to set that topic aside for now. After 2 months of summer studies, I trust your professional skills have significantly improved. He turned his attention to the twins, Fred and George. I have heard from Torbus of the Starlit Society's R&D department that your progress has been quite remarkable. You are now capable of standing on your own. Percy, Penelope, as you prepare for graduation this year, I hope you seize the opportunity of your final year at Hogwarts. By next July, I will arrange for you to enter the Ministry of Magic. The group eagerly reported their learning outcomes to Wolf. In truth, aside from Cedric and the Weasley family, the others were all scions of noble lineage. Even Rolf Scamander boasted a grandfather of grand repute. They all came from families with rich legacies, needing little concern from Wolf. Rising to his feet, Wolf surveyed the assembly with satisfaction and spoke slowly. The stars are shining brightly in the night sky, and the starlit ones shall inherit their brilliance. I hold great expectations for each of you, my friends, and I hope you will excel in your respective fields. May we ultimately meet at the zenith of this world. For a better us. For greater interests. For a better us. For greater interests. The crowd rose in unison, their voices ringing with fervor. As they exchanged stories from the summer, a clear phoenix cry resonated from afar. Soon, Dumbledore's Patronus, a phoenix, appeared above them, and Dumbledore's voice echoed softly, Mr. Black, could you come to the front? I have matters I wish to discuss with you. Chapter 29. The choice of the many. When Wolf arrived at the compartment at the front of the train, it had already begun to move once more. He gazed at Dumbledore, who sat alone sipping lemonade, and felt the anger he had managed to suppress reignite within him. Dumbledore looked at Wolf as he entered, a flicker of inscrutable complexity passing through his eyes. The boy who had emerged from the forest 2 years ago had matured into this formidable presence. Your talent is indeed enviable, Mr. Blake, Dumbledore remarked, snapping his fingers to summon a steaming cup of tea for Wolf. However, I must express my regrets regarding today's events. Wolf, stifling his agitation, retorted somewhat brusquely, if apologies were effective, what need would there be for Aurors? Dumbledore sighed deeply, choosing not to respond further. Was this situation truly his fault? Perhaps, yet perhaps not. It could be argued that it stemmed from Fudge's misguided intentions. After all, he was merely a figurehead, bound to follow the ministry's directives. Conversely, one might contend that his own self-imposed limitations had led to these consequences. The two sat in silence for a considerable time. Eventually, Dumbledore broke the quiet, inquiring, have you reviewed the course selection forms submitted by Draco and his peers? Wolf raised an eyebrow, shaking his head. No. Is there an issue with their schedules? They have chosen to enroll in every subject. This has never occurred in the history of Hogwarts, Dumbledore replied, adjusting his posture slightly. While I find it heartening to see so many eager learners in our school, Wolf, one's energy is finite. Moreover, you are aware of the true drawbacks of time turners. I believe you should advise them. The pursuit of power should not be blind. Wolf chose not to indulge Dumbledore's admonition, instead pondering for a moment before responding. I will relay the pertinent points to them. However, how they choose to proceed is ultimately their decision. I do not wish to overly intervene in the paths they wish to take. We are united solely in our aim to become better versions of ourselves. You are always so astute, Wolf. You hardly seem like a 14-year-old. Dumbledore remarked with a wry smile, shaking his head. He often felt perplexed, having made a conscious effort to refrain from comparing Harry and Wolf. Yet, human nature is such. And what can one do? Upon returning to the compartment, Wolf found the members of the Starry Society attired in their wizarding robes, gathered in small clusters. Whether to critique current issues, engage in technical discussions, or develop spells. Observing this scene, Wolf smiled knowingly. Indeed, like attracts like, Potter and Weasley were preoccupied with wizard chess, while the others were relentlessly focused on self-improvement. After Wolf elucidated the advantages and disadvantages of time turners, a profound silence enveloped the group. Percy, visibly incensed, exclaimed, so, in Dumbledore's eyes, I am merely a decayed branch? Is my life truly valued less than what he has assigned to me? Everyone gazes at him with sympathy. Indeed, had Dumbledore clarified matters to Percy at that time, and if Percy had still chosen to utilize the time turner, it would have been a decision of his own making. When does an individual's self-worth become subject to the judgment of an outsider? Percy, my friend, this is the stark reality, a bloody truth. I have previously mentioned that Dumbledore stands too high. He has become accustomed to orchestrating the lives of others and has learned to measure their worth through his own lens. Wolf stepped forward and gently patted Percy on the shoulder. Do not succumb to anger. Etch these humiliations into your heart and transform them into the impetus for your progress. My friend, your significance lies in your essence, not in the perceptions of others. Similarly, my friends, I shall not directly dictate what you can or cannot do. The path lies beneath your own feet. As long as our goals remain steadfast and our resolve unshaken, we shall ultimately reach our destination. After much contemplation, Hermione spoke. Sir, I still wish to use the time turner. Everyone turned to her in astonishment. Hermione, Neville exclaimed, suddenly anxious, as he grasped her small hand. Do not act impulsively. We must take it step by step, just as the Sir says. We will achieve our goals in due time. Why rush? Hermione smiled wryly and shook her head. Neville, the disparity is too great. I hail from a Muggle background, raised in a wizarding family like yours, and there exists an essential difference. Perhaps you did not study magic before the age of 11, but the experiences and influences you absorbed from an early age are beyond my reach. The things you take for granted are what I must labor to comprehend. But Sir had not. Before 11. That is precisely why he is a Sir. Neville, I do not aspire to be merely adequate. I feel unworthy to even keep pace with you. Indeed, to achieve a leap in levels, one must strive relentlessly. Hermione, you need not bear such a heavy burden. We have never, regarded you differently after being educated by the Sir. You need not push yourself so hard. Your talent is evident, and your achievements will undoubtedly surpass ours. Everyone stared in astonishment at Draco, who had spoken these words. Pansy even rubbed her eyes, unable to believe that the once arrogant noble scion, the one who often belittled Muggle-borns, would express such admiration for Hermione, a young witch of Muggle descent. What is the matter? Draco said, slightly embarrassed, his voice rising in irritation. I can grow too. You know, after following the Sir for so long, if I made no progress, I would become as foolish as Ronald, who only has nonsense in his head. This remark elicited hearty laughter from the crowd, including the three Weasleys, none of whom felt any discontent at Draco's disparagement of Ron. In their eyes, Ron was an unequivocal fool, the destroyer of their family. As the laughter subsided, Wolf slowly began to speak. We are a team, a collective. Yet we are not mere automatons programmed to conform. Embracing our differences is a commendable trait. Therefore, Hermione, we respect your choices and are willing to assist you wholeheartedly when challenges arise. However, Wolf abruptly paused, casting a teasing glance between Hermione and Neville. You must persuade Neville. Huh. Laughter echoed along the lakeside, as Hermione shyly covered her flushed face. Neville, too, awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Chapter 30. A letter from Grindelwald. The cold moonlight fragmented into silver scales upon the dark waves as Wolf stood on the deck, gazing into the mist ahead. The parchment map fluttered in the fierce winds of the North Sea, and the glow from the tip of his wand parted the fog, revealing a hazy silhouette. Upon his first glimpse of the island, he understood why, for centuries, neither wizards nor muggles had discovered this place. It was an island that defied the laws of physics. 30 meters from the shore, the sea cascaded down in a vertical waterfall, and the entire island was enveloped in a magical barrier emitting an eerie blue light, as if suspended within an inverted glass bottle. As for why he found himself here, that tale began a week prior. Wolf, who was meant to commence his third-year studies at Hogwarts, received a message from his teacher, Gellert Grindelwald, during the Care of Magical Creatures class. Indeed, it was a message, not a letter. The Silver Raven, having traversed countless mountains and rivers, appeared before Wolf, while Dumbledore himself materialized beside him through the Phoenix's apparition. From the Raven's silver beak came Grindelwald's voice. Azkaban is 1,000 nautical miles to the north. I am trapped on a small island. This is the experimental base of Halbo, surrounded by a magical barrier. Only those below the rank of Master Magus may enter. The Raven carries a map, along with a basilisk and mandrake. Do not let Albus come. Self-sealing magic is futile. Upon entering the island, one will be sealed. Come swiftly. My teacher. Is this a call for help? Wolf remarked, astonished, as he retrieved the waterproofed parchment map from the Raven's leg. A glimmer of intelligence flashed in Dumbledore's eyes as he murmured, a magical realm that permits only those below Master Magus to enter? It seems Gellert must have sealed his powers to gain access, but I did not expect him to be completely trapped. This Raven must be his last resort. After glancing at the parchment, Wolf tucked it into his robes and turned to leave. You need not stop me, Professor Dumbledore. He is my teacher, and regardless of the circumstances, I will rescue him. Therefore, Headmaster, I kindly request you to grant me leave. After arranging matters for the Starry Society and the Celestial Society, and leaving letters of instruction for Wendell Rosier and Daphne Greenglass, Wolf bid farewell to Astoria and departed from Hogwarts. This marked the 7th day of his drifting upon the North Sea, and at last, he discovered the elusive island, accessible only through a map meticulously drawn by Grindelwald. What a splendid destination for a holiday, my dear teacher, he remarked. Wolf retrieved a crystal vial from his pocket, regarding the bizarre, green glowing liquid within with evident disdain. He resolved to suggest to Uncle Snape that future potions should not only prioritize efficacy, but also aesthetic appeal. With a grimace, he pinched his nose and downed the bitter concoction, an indescribably peculiar flavor flooding his senses and causing his brow to furrow tightly, his face contorting in discomfort. After a prolonged moment, his expression finally relaxed. The taste of the water-repelling potion was so overwhelmingly unpleasant that he fervently hoped its effects would be equally remarkable. With that, he plunged headlong into the inky waters. As he leapt into the tumultuous waves, swimming swiftly toward the shore, he remained oblivious to the glowing coral creatures that filled the sea. Upon sensing the presence of a wizard, these beings suddenly redirected their course, their bodies intermittently illuminated by ancient runes in crimson hues. As soon as Wolf's dragon-hide boots touched the black sand, the once tranquil beach erupted into chaos, swelling with countless mounds that pulsed with luminescence, extending into the depths of darkness. Thousands of coral creatures surged from the seabed, rapidly coalescing into a massive hand that struck down toward Wolf with great force. Wolf instinctively attempted to apparate, only to recall the presence of protective wards in the area, leaving him to awkwardly roll aside, narrowly escaping the initial blow. Rising to his feet, he glanced back to find the rock where he had stood now corroded into a honeycomb structure. More terrifying still, the tip of his shrunken wand emitted a flickering glow, slowly being consumed by the translucent bodies of the creatures. Wolf pointed his wand at a nearby rock, conjuring a circle of eerie blue flames that encased him in a protective barrier. His pupils dilated sharply as he beheld the brilliant red light emanating from the coral creatures, as ancient runes ignited upon their forms. The once all-consuming fire, composed of magical flames, found itself at a disadvantage against the giant hand formed by the creatures. They feasted upon magical energy. Suddenly, realization dawned upon Wolf. If magic was ineffective, perhaps he should resort to potions. He rummaged through his robust pocket, feeling immense gratitude toward Snape, who had thoughtfully packed several potion vials for him just before his departure. At last, he unearthed a glass bottle labeled foxglove venom. Though puzzled as to why Snape would provide him with a vial of poison, he recognized that this was not the time for contemplation. With a flick of his staff, the potion bottle soared directly towards the dense swarm of insects, shattering upon impact and splattering the purple liquid across the surface of the horde. Amidst the chilling shrieks, the colossal hand formed by the coral insects spasmodically disintegrated. Those splashed by the potion were instantly petrified, and the contagion began to spread among them, resulting in widespread mortality within the swarm. Seizing the opportunity, Wolf brandished his wand once more, reigniting the waning flames that surged forth towards the central black pyramid of the island. Before he could exhale in relief, a series of unsettling sounds reached his ears from the beach behind him. Turning to glance back, his scalp prickled in alarm as he discerned countless flickering red lights scattered across the surface of the sea, with the nearest barely 2 meters away. He stowed his wand and hurriedly dashed along the fiery path he had created towards the pyramid. The inability to fly was indeed a predicament. Were it not for the enhancements bestowed upon him by Tethys, he would surely meet his demise. As he ran, he muttered curses under his breath. Damn you, Hellbow. What have you conjured? However, he found solace in the fact that the flames would not consume everything in their path, a small fortune amidst all the misfortunes. Approaching within 100 meters of the structure, the air suddenly rippled like water. The moment Wolf stepped into the barrier, a web-like silver pattern emerged upon his skin, signaling the arcane energy being scanned by the enchantment. As he passed through the transparent veil, a resonant rumble echoed in his ears like a millennia-old bell, and a myriad of golden runes flashed across his retina. The pyramid had been illuminated. Chapter 31. The Corridor of Fear. Even with Wolf's steadfast resolve, he could not help but be momentarily awestruck by the magnificent sight. When he finally tore his gaze away from the pyramid, he beheld his mentor, Gellert Grindelwald, curled up at the entrance. Swiftly, Wolf approached, observing the tightly shut eyes, the furrowed brow, and the visage of agony on his face, as he murmured indistinct words. His once pristine robe was now tattered and disheveled, the hem stained with mud, exuding a foul odor. Wolf hesitated to assist him, fearing that he might inflict further harm. Instead, he repeatedly called out his name while continuously casting a soothing charm upon him. After what felt like an eternity, under the gentle influence of the charm, Grindelwald's expression gradually softened. He slowly opened his eyes, the once vibrant hues now clouded and dim. He gestured for Wolf to cease the charm, and with Wolf's support, he rose to his feet, releasing a long sigh filled with desolation. All day hunting eagles, only to be pecked in the eye by a sparrow. Master, everyone has their moments of miscalculation, and even the finest steeds may stumble. Moreover, this place is steeped in enigma. I too nearly failed to enter just moments ago. Wolf hastily reassured him, casting a cleansing charm that revived a flicker of vitality in Grindelwald. By the way, Master, how did you find this place? Grindelwald pointed towards a nearby rock formation. Leaning in to inspect, Wolf was astonished to find an inscription etched upon the stones. From whence you came, return hence, O traveler. Before us lies an indescribable terror. Both my esteemed master and I have come to a halt, for this is a secret beyond your reach. The Half-Blood Prince. The Half-Blood Prince? Uncle Snape? Wolf exclaimed in astonishment. Snape? He is the Half-Blood Prince? Grindelwald's eyes widened in surprise, only to quickly realize the implications. Prince? Oh, I see. This means Snape and Voldemort once ventured here in their youth, but only to this point. It is no wonder that Uncle Snape chose to conceal poison in my pocket. He must have known how to deal with those coral creatures. Yet, that still raises questions. Why did he not speak plainly to me? Furthermore, if a teacher of such prowess is ensnared here, it is unreasonable to believe that Voldemort could traverse freely. Wolf was engulfed in confusion, feeling a chaotic sense of entanglement. Grindelwald shook his head with a wry smile. No, Wolf, it is not that Voldemort is exceptionally powerful. Rather, I underestimated this barrier. Initially, I believed that merely sealing my magic would grant me easy passage, yet I was taken aback to discover that it is a dual-layered enchantment. The outer layer was manageable, but upon entering this stratum, it directly affected my very soul. I must admit, Heirloom, you truly are astonishing. Wolf scrutinized his surroundings and noticed an empty bookshelf encircling the pyramid. A realization dawned upon him. It seemed that Voldemort had found a method to evade the splitting of his soul while retaining his sanity right here. The two sat down and engaged in casual conversation, sharing updates about their lives. It turned out that Grindelwald was not wandering aimlessly. He had been unable to let go of Dumbledore, prompting him to seek a deeper understanding of Voldemort's development, ultimately leading him to this place. Then, shall we proceed further? Wolf suddenly inquired. Grindelwald shook his head. I cannot descend, but I encourage you to explore. After all, not everyone has the chance to experience such a journey. Wolf wrestled with his thoughts. As Grindelwald had articulated, not all would encounter such extraordinary adventures. This could become a shining memory in his life. Moreover, after his arduous journey to this point, relinquishing the opportunity now felt unsatisfactory. Yet, he was also concerned about the Elder's condition. Grindelwald had previously mentioned that the barrier directly impacted the soul, which could entail some harm. He feared being unable to exit in a timely manner, potentially delaying his treatment. Grindelwald, wise with age, discerned Wolf's inner turmoil at a glance. He smiled and patted Wolf's shoulder, his eyes brimming with reassurance. Do not worry about me. I am Gellert Grindelwald. Such trivial matters are not worth your concern. Standing at the entrance of the pyramid, Wolf gazed upon the kaleidoscopic labyrinth of distorted reflections, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. Grindelwald approached him and softly spoke. This is the corridor of fear, also known as the mirror maze. It will reflect the memories you most wish to forget, unearthing the deepest secrets of your soul. He abruptly tore off the cuff of his robe and handed it to Wolf, blindfolding himself to engage in a profound test of the soul, an initial baptism of sorts. Wolf beheld 12 reflections of himself advancing with wands drawn. The left mirror unexpectedly revealed a scene of his pursuit in the Albanian forest, while the right mirrored the harrowing events of the blood curse incident from the previous year, where Astoria nearly perished, alongside the moment of Tethos's sacrifice. Exhaling deeply, Wolf took the strip of cloth from Grindelwald's hand and blindfolded himself. Beneath the impenetrable darkness of the blindfold, he tightly closed his eyes and relied solely on his senses to navigate. Yet, he was incessantly tempted by a cacophony of voices, Astoria's intimate whispers, Wangsai's anguished cries for help, Tethos's lamentations before death, and a myriad of taunts and insults. However, to him, these were mere trifles, an unabashed egoist. He absorbed all for the sustenance of his own ambition. After approximately 10 minutes, Wolf finally reached the staircase leading upward, but within his perception, he sensed the presence of a large magical creature lurking beneath the stairs. He removed the blindfold and strode confidently in the direction of his instincts. It was a phantom lizard, its scales capable of reflecting the deepest fears of a person, enhanced significantly by the surrounding glass array. Yet, it appeared to be in slumber, likely having expended considerable effort in search of sustenance, thus resorting to sleep to conserve energy, which conveniently aided Wolf. With a wave of his wand, an invisible blade cleaved through its neck, and purple blood splattered everywhere, the grotesque head rolling to the ground without a sound, twitching briefly before falling silent. After dispatching the nefarious creature, Wolf waved his wand again, shattering all the mirrors. A trial? A trial of what? To leave the pain of yesterday behind, buried deep within, allowing time to heal, cherishing the present, and embracing tomorrow. Wolf gazed at the grand wooden door adorned with a serpent-headed handle at the staircase's end, a foul, putrid odor assaulting his senses. As he grasped the handle, a chilling hiss echoed, the language of serpents, momentarily leaving him bewildered. Suddenly, a surge of electricity coursed through the handle, causing Wolf to stagger back, only to discover the floor beneath him transforming into quicksand. 3 skeletal warriors, draped in decaying flesh, emerged from the shifting sands, their rusted scimitars igniting with green phosphorescence. The flames roared. The conflagration erupted violently in the confined space, sending Wolf hurtling through the air, his back crashing against a stone wall inscribed with cursed runes. Coughing blood, he rose to find that the flames had incinerated the webs masquerading as walls, revealing massive spiders swiftly descending from above, converging upon him. Without a moment's hesitation, Wolf swiftly transformed into a serpent-like creature, fixating on the doorknob, and commanded in a serpent's tongue, "Open." As the wooden door swung open, all sights vanished, as if nothing had transpired. Just as Wolf exhaled a sigh of relief, he beheld a colossal, dark green figure gliding through the room beyond the door. Was this a serpent that had lived for over a millennium? Chapter 32. A serpent that has lived for centuries after Tethys had consumed the serpent in the Slytherin chamber. Wolf had taken it upon himself to study this artificially created magical being. He could not fathom how such a formidable creature could be birthed merely by incubating a rooster's egg with a toad. Otherwise, even if acquiring a rooster's egg was somewhat complex, it was not an uncommon item. Thus, serpents would be rampant rather than rare. To this end, he had even written to Newt's commander for clarification. Ultimately, he learned from Newt that the texts were not erroneous, but rather omitted a crucial step, the blood ritual. This ritual had long been forgotten or concealed by certain families in their basements. Hence, apart from the serpent in the Slytherin chamber, he had not encountered any others. Yet, two questions regarding serpents lingered in Wolf's mind. The first was that the only recorded creature capable of resisting the petrifying gaze of a serpent was the phoenix. What then occurred when a serpent beheld another serpent? Those indirectly meeting its gaze would be petrified instantly. Thus, what about a serpent observing its own reflection? The second question was about the care of serpents. If a caretaker inadvertently locked eyes with the creature, losing their life in the process would seem exceedingly unjust, would it not? Therefore, Wolf was fairly certain that the serpent's deadly gaze was an active ability, triggered only when the serpent initiated an attack. Presently, Wolf found himself in a rather precarious situation. He did not comprehend serpent language. Were he to transform into a phoenix, he could disregard the serpent's abilities, but would be unable to communicate. Conversely, if he maintained his serpent form, although he had reasoned that communication would be possible, what if this ancient creature, having lived for countless years, were to take offense and retaliate? Life is but a singular thread. Who would dare gamble with it? After a moment of contemplation, Wolf resolved to conceal himself and communicate from a distance. If this serpent proved amiable, he would attempt to extract valuable information. If it was a mindless killer, he would have no choice but to confront it with force. Thus, he ascended to the top of the wooden door and called out in serpent tongue, "Can you hear me, Great One?" No sooner had he spoken than the sounds of movement within the room ceased abruptly. A terrifying voice echoed forth in serpent language, so thunderous that dust fell from the ceiling. Who speaks? I shall devour you. I am so very hungry." With that declaration, Wolf was certain that this creature had been trained by Hellbow to become a killing machine. Since communication was futile, it seemed prudent to incapacitate it first. Wolf transformed directly from a basilisk into a resplendent phoenix, soaring through the open doorway. At last, he beheld the full form of the basilisk. Its appearance strikingly similar to the one in Hogwarts, yet adorned in a deep shade of emerald green, far darker than the millennia-old hue of its counterpart. This creature appeared considerably older than the one associated with Slytherin, measuring approximately 70 to 80 meters in length, its serpentine body coiled like a small mountain. Upon encountering its piercing yellow slit eyes, Wolf's body momentarily stiffened, yet he experienced no adverse reactions, which brought him immense relief. The phoenix circled the basilisk several times, and as the serpent turned its head, it landed upon its crown. With formidable talons, it pierced through the creature's scales, securing its grip before delivering a sharp peck that blinded one of its eyes. The basilisk emitted a roar of anguish and fury, violently shaking its head in an attempt to dislodge the wretched bird. Undoubtedly, the basilisk possessed tremendous strength. When Wolf was flung off, a portion of his scalp was torn away, causing him to experience pain that drove the serpent into a frenzy, lunging at Wolf with ferocious intent. However, its massive size rendered its movement sluggish, allowing Wolf to evade its attacks with ease. After dodging 4 or 5 strikes, Wolf discerned a weakness. Seizing the opportunity during its next assault, he ascended to the creature's head once more and deftly blinded its other eye. Without pausing, Wolf exited the chamber. Even descending to the floor below, he understood that the basilisk, in such excruciating pain, would undoubtedly descend into madness. It was wiser to wait until its fury waned before re-entering to confront it properly. The creature's roars reverberated throughout the space as it violently collided with the walls, causing even the pyramid to tremble. This tumult persisted for a solid half-hour before gradually subsiding. Yet, Wolf refrained from approaching directly. After all, this serpent had lived for millennia, and one could only speculate how its intelligence had evolved. Should it cunningly set a trap, Wolf's reckless entry could turn him into the basilisk's next meal. Once Wolf reverted to his human form, he casually retrieved a small object from his pocket. With a wave of his wand, it transformed into a phoenix, which he commanded to ascend back into the upper chamber. Moments later, a resounding crunch echoed through the air. Just as Wolf had anticipated, the basilisk feigned weakness, luring him in with the guise of vulnerability, poised to strike with lethal precision. After several cautious probes, Wolf discerned that the basilisk had utterly exhausted its strength. He conjured 3 additional phoenixes to harass the creature, while he himself shifted into the form of a basilisk, stealthily slipping inside. This time, he observed that the creature's entire visage was obscured by blood streaming from its empty eye sockets. The serpent lay motionless, and Wolf instructed the 3 phoenixes to continue their relentless assault while he discreetly hid away to regain his human form. Subsequently, 10 magical chains emerged, securely binding the serpent monster. Only then did it revert to its original form, allowing for communication. Indeed, as Wolf had surmised, this serpent was one among the 10 bred by Helbo. Years ago, Helbo had created 50 serpents at once, confining them within an iron cage, compelling them to battle each other. Since they were all serpents, they tacitly refrained from using the deadly gaze, relying solely on their physical prowess until only the strongest and most ferocious remained. Just as Wolf was about to inquire further, a voice echoed across the millennia, declaring, "At last, someone has arrived. I have waited for a full 1,500 years." The voice was twisted, rife with madness and murderous intent, yet upon closer inspection, it bore an ethereal quality, reminiscent of rootless duckweed. "Are you a soul fragment left by Helbo, or merely a pure consciousness?" Wolf grasped his wand tightly, his mind's sealing spell operating frantically. Crimson light transformed into substance, bursting forth from his eyes, while his silvery hair began to dance wildly, as if stirred by an invisible wind. This was the manifestation of his magical energy at its zenith, and Wolf had entered a state of heightened vigilance. After all, this was Helbo, a figure before whom Voldemort appeared as a mere mischievous child. His malevolence was etched into the very essence of every wizard, a legacy perpetuated in their common parlance. Truly, he was the first Dark Lord, with his adversary being the one known as the Mage God, Merlin. No degree of caution on Wolf's part could be deemed excessive. Chapter 33. The Hidden Truth. I am but a remnant of consciousness left when Helbo crafted his 7th soul fragment. The ancient, twisted voice spoke candidly. It is also his contingency plan. Contingency plan? Wolf maintained an impassive facade, though his wildly fluttering silver hair betrayed him, revealing that he had heightened his alertness to the utmost. Indeed, a contingency. In truth, when he was creating the 6th soul fragment, he had already sensed his soul becoming unstable, hinting at impending annihilation. Yet, he refused to accept it. He was unwilling. "Do you know why Helbo remained so adamant about creating 10 soul fragments?" The voice suddenly surged with agitation, laced with uncontainable wrath and murderous intent. This led Wolf to sense something amiss and form certain suspicions. However, he refrained from directly confronting the matter, for he understood that it was the opportune moment to extract information. People tend to lose their restraint when consumed by excitement or fury. Is it Merlin? Or perhaps the Grim Reaper? Wolf had quietly lifted off the ground, his feet hovering slightly above the marble surface, yet appearing as if he still stood firmly upon it. He was uncertain how Helbo would act, but caution was warranted, especially on another's turf. "Merlin, do not utter that wretched name, that filthy name. He is a deceiver, a grand deceiver who has fooled the entire world." The voice now sounded utterly unhinged. "He deceived me. No, he deceived Helbo. Do you not understand? The concept of soul fragments was originally proposed by Merlin. He ensnared Helbo, rendering him an unwitting subject of his experiment. Within Wolf's heart, a tempest brewed, stirred by this astonishing secret. Yet, he resolutely restrained his facial muscles, betraying no emotion, for he intended to stoke the flames of intrigue. Could it truly be? The text chronicled their lifelong entanglement, with Merlin merely holding the upper hand. Helbo could not possibly be so foolish as to fall into Merlin's trap so easily. "A book? Do you place your faith in such things?" The voice seemed to mockingly scoff, turning even colder, embodying the derision of a victor reflecting on his sordid past, an embellishment. "You fool. For in this world, aside from the 3 brothers, only Merlin had confronted death itself, thus his words inherently held persuasive weight. Do you comprehend, simpleton?" After striking a bargain with death, Merlin sought out Helbo, an individual whose talents, magical prowess, and intellect rivaled his own. He disclosed to Helbo that he had discerned death to be a fragmented soul, incomplete and seemingly shattered. The evidence lay in the tattered robe adorning death. Wolf raised an eyebrow, mockingly questioning, "Is this what you believe? Is Helbo truly that dim-witted?" "Silence, you brainless worm." The voice carried a hint of humiliation, further solidifying Wolf's suspicions. Yet, he refrained from interrupting the narrative, eager to uncover what had transpired in those bygone days. Subsequently, He and HarryPotter conducted a series of experiments with serpentine beasts, indeed discovering that souls could be split and subsequently sealed or preserved within an object. Remarkably, even if the original body was destroyed, survival could be sustained through the fragmented soul. However, their experiments were far from flawless. The serpentine creatures, post-soul division, would soon perish in a grotesque manner. HarryPotter suggested that perhaps the method of division was flawed, but Merlin did not concur. Instead, he journeyed to the eastern shores across the ocean, believing that the research there regarding souls was far more profound than what they had achieved. He sought to learn, to uncover the true, correct path. It was then that HarryPotter, in a moment of serendipity, discovered that his invention, the Avada Kedavra curse, under extreme emotional impetus, could achieve perfect soul division. Thus, he believed he had found the right way. Following a series of experiments, he ultimately crafted his first Horcrux, flawless, devoid of any adverse effects. He excitedly penned a letter to Merlin, proclaiming his success, declaring that he had triumphed over death. Yet, in Merlin's response, there were no congratulations. Instead, it brimmed with disdain. He informed HarryPotter that he had found an even better path in the East, having successfully created 3 Horcruxes. He further imparted an ancient Eastern adage: 9 is the ultimate number, 10 transcends. He intended to create 10 Horcruxes. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through the room, raising dust and engulfing the space. Wolf's vision was obscured, and alarmed, he immediately cast a powerful armor spell, enveloping himself entirely. The tip of his staff glowing with an eerie blue light, yet remaining unutilized. The once motionless serpent creature began to writhe, its iron chains rattling with a cacophony of sound. "You deceitful charlatan!" It roared in fury. Merlin never crafted a Horcrux. The voice was laced with murderous intent, for it was clear that he had intentionally compelled Harry to fracture his soul multiple times. He even goaded Harry with tales of his own ascension to demigodhood, claiming that upon creating the 10th Horcrux, he would achieve complete divinity. He intended for Harry to annihilate himself. By the time Harry discerned the treachery at play, perhaps Merlin's cunning, there was no turning back. His soul had been irreparably fragmented, with the number 10 becoming an obsession deep within him. "Thus, he left me." Wolf's fingers, gripping the wand, were beginning to pale, his gaze steely. "And you do not know what transpired thereafter?" "Who said that?" "Harry had been preparing to create the 10th Horcrux in this very chamber, right before my eyes." The serpent's movements grew increasingly tumultuous, and Wolf distinctly heard the sound of 2 iron chains snapping. Harry had summoned Merlin to witness the event, either transcendence or death. Yet, as all the Horcruxes were obliterated, only the 9th remained precariously intact when Merlin finally revealed the truth. He had long been afflicted by a curse known as the emissary of death from the East, and his days were numbered. However, he feared that the deranged Harry would unleash a massacre upon the Wizarding World, thus orchestrating Harry's downfall. Emissary of death? The progenitor of zombies? This is no mere curse. It is clearly a toxin. Wolf furrowed his brow tightly, sensing deeper mysteries yet undiscovered. But too much time had elapsed for any verification of these events. Nevertheless, in a twist of fate, Merlin had not entirely deceived Harry, for that voice suddenly erupted into a triumphant cackle. "I have long been prepared for you, Goddess Edge." Wolf's pupils constricted as he swung his staff fiercely toward the serpent creature, unleashing an invisible, colossal blade that struck the serpent's scales, igniting sparks without breaking the skin. In that moment, Wolf realized how fortunate he truly was. Had it not been for the shape-shifting gift bestowed upon him by Tethys, he might have perished long ago. "It seems you were aware all along. Can you reveal to me the flaw that exposed you?" The young one endowed with Merlin's gifts. The serpent ceased its struggles, turning its venomous, blood-stained visage to regard Wolf. 9 is a singular number, yet there exists the notion of returning to 1. You must be Harry's 10th Horcrux, an exquisitely crafted vessel born of chance. You are Harry, complete Harry. Wolf did not retreat. He understood that fleeing from a beast only heightened its predatory delight. Instead, he resolved to confront it head-on, perhaps grasping a sliver of hope. The soul residing within the serpent could not cast spells, but could only compel the creature to attack. "The moment you first answered my question, I recognized your extraordinary intellect. I hold you in high regard, particularly your subtle vigilance. Alas, I require a corporeal vessel. I have endured solitude for far too long." The serpent finally broke free from its chains, raising its head high, preparing to strike. Chapter 34. The path to heaven he does not tread. Hell has no door. He voluntarily entered upon hearing those words. Wolf not only felt a sense of tension dissipate, but his expression also softened slightly. However, he remained vigilant, constantly on guard against the serpent creature's attack. "You wish to seize my body?" HarryPotter chuckled softly, his tone brimming with impatience. "Where can one find a child who cries daily, or a gambler who loses perpetually? I have awaited this moment for a millennium and a half. Heaven has not been unkind to me. At last, I have encountered you, a perfect vessel endowed with the gifts of Merlin. The serpent monster's grotesque visage unexpectedly displayed a human-like smugness. It then opened its maw, filled with razor-sharp fangs, and let out a thunderous roar. The blue light at the tip of Wolf's staff, which had remained unyielding, suddenly shot towards the ground, and a circle of ethereal blue flames encircled him, forming a perfect barrier. The fire shield, a blaze of intense heat, caused the serpent creature to recoil slightly. HarryPotter's voice rang out in delight. What splendid magic! The soul capture and iron armor spells have merged perfectly, further enhanced by a hint of transmutation. Your talent is indeed tantalizing, young one. Wolf remained silent, his cold gaze fixed on the serpent creature, meticulously observing its every movement while his magical energy surged within him. Suddenly, a tremendous wave of magical pressure erupted from the serpent creature, enveloping Wolf in a crimson magical barrier as it coiled around him swiftly. An ethereal soul materialized above the serpent's head, a male witch, appearing to be around 60, with a sinister countenance, triangular eyes devoid of eyebrows, sunken cheeks, and an exaggerated hooked nose. This visage reminded Wolf of a long-deceased individual, Cloris Bach, whom he had always considered the epitome of malevolence, only to find HarryPotter's malevolent presence even more formidable. Wolf observed that HarryPotter's soul was riddled with numerous stitched wounds, likely remnants from the last creation of a soul vessel, the aftermath of merging with the other 9. HarryPotter's eyes gleamed with curiosity as he scrutinized Wolf, akin to a connoisseur admiring a rare treasure. Young one, obey and resist not. Perhaps you might endure less suffering. Then, in an instant, his figure vanished, reappearing abruptly before Wolf. Before Wolf could muster any resistance, HarryPotter pressed his palm firmly against the crown of his head. A sudden buzzing filled Wolf's mind, akin to being struck by a heavy hammer, followed by a sharp, needle-like pain in his cerebral cortex. This sensation arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar, HarryPotter was hurled backwards, his soul becoming increasingly transparent. HarryPotter, now seated atop the serpent's head, pointed at Wolf in terror, exclaiming, "You are a dragon?" At that moment, Wolf had entirely lost consciousness, yet his body remained upright. A phantom dragon swirling around him, angrily roaring towards HarryPotter. An invisible wave of energy stirred up clouds of dust, causing the serpent creature to shrink in fear, pressing its head tightly against the ground as it trembled uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the already ethereal essence of HarryPotter became even more translucent amidst the turbulence, revealing only vague outlines of his form. With Merlin's shape-shifting talent, a natural master of cerebral confines, and the protective spirit of a Chinese dragon safeguarding his soul, one could not help but ponder the true identity of this young man. HarryPotter appeared to be paralyzed by fear, momentarily hesitant to move, his gaze fixed intently on the tightly shut eyes of Wolf. The room was suddenly enveloped in an eerie silence, punctuated only by the heavy breaths of the serpent and the crackling of flames igniting in the air. After approximately 10 minutes, Wolf gradually opened his eyes, just in time to witness the phantom dragon dissipate. He murmured, "You have saved me once again, Tethys." Regaining his composure, he glanced at HarryPotter, who was on the verge of complete transparency, and pieced together the unfolding events. It seemed that HarryPotter had been thwarted in his possession attempt by Tethys, and the backlash of his own magic had inflicted grievous wounds upon him. Heaven has its paths that you refuse to tread, while hell offers no doors to which you do not willingly surrender. HarryPotter, Wolf remarked with a hint of mockery. HarryPotter appeared utterly despondent, sitting vacantly upon his rightful throne. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "Once, Merlin told me that I am not a person of great fortune. I might succeed in trivial matters. Yet when it comes to matters of fate, I am destined to fail." Initially, I dismissed his words, thinking that old fool was merely deceiving me. It seems that everything has unfolded precisely as he anticipated. "Oh, Merlin, I ultimately concede defeat to you." HarryPotter raised his gaze, his crimson eyes filled with resentment as they bore into Wolf's. "I refuse to accept this. Why should Merlin be adored by the masses and etch his name into history, while I, HarryPotter, am relegated to his shadow? He is nothing but a charlatan, a complete fraud, trading on his reputation." Even if HarryPotter were to once again merge with the soul that had been forcibly separated from him, the resulting fragmentation had already inflicted irreversible damage upon his mind. At that moment, he had succumbed to an extreme fixation, with Merlin becoming his inner demon and lifelong pursuit. Wolf, however, did not follow the trope often depicted in stories, wherein the protagonist, upon vanquishing the antagonist, offers heartfelt consolation to the vanquished. This was HarryPotter, and as long as he drew breath, he would remain the greatest Dark Lord in the annals of wizardry, a man who had battled the god of magic, Merlin, for an eternity. Yet, Wolf made a critical error, succumbing to curiosity, and instead of delivering a fatal blow while HarryPotter was at his weakest, he chose to hear what HarryPotter had to say in his final moments. This decision granted HarryPotter an opportunity for mutual destruction. In a fit of rage, HarryPotter lunged at Wolf, exclaiming, "I can no longer endure this solitude. Since I am doomed regardless, let us perish together. Let us venture into another realm to seek Merlin. And allow me to witness the expression upon that ancient wretch's face when he beholds his own progeny accompanying me into oblivion. It would surely be the most exquisite of sights, with the fire god paving the way. Wolf, who had remained ever vigilant, unleashed his most formidable offensive against the oncoming Halbeer. As for employing the death curse, was that not foolish? This was Halbeer we were dealing with. To invoke the death curse before the very inventor of the death spell is akin to brandishing a broadsword in the presence of Guan Yu. Simultaneously, he infused his fire shield with all remaining magical energy, transforming into a phoenix, soaring frantically towards the exit. It was evident that this was Halbeer's final desperate counterattack. Wolf was no fool to stand idly by and engage with the wave. The transformation into a phoenix was Wolf's ultimate trump card, for a phoenix is capable of rebirth. Yet, he was acutely aware that he was not a true phoenix, thus he could only utilize this rebirth once. A deafening explosion erupted, hurling Wolf away. Halbeer had self-detonated his soul, unleashing a potent soul shockwave. Once more, the ethereal form of Tethys enveloped Wolf, but Halbeer was no ordinary foe. After 15 centuries of existence, his self-detonation was not so easily withstandable. Wolf's 2 fierce fire spells extinguished amidst the explosion, and after a brief struggle, Tethys emitted a sorrowful howl, dissipating into the void. Enduring the excruciating pain of his soul being torn asunder, Wolf coughed blood, yet managed to muster the strength to flee the pyramid. As he caught sight of Grindelwald rushing towards him with urgency, a sense of relief washed over him, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Grindelwald beheld a scene that would forever remain etched in his memory. The ethereal form of a phoenix emerged from Wolf, soaring into the heavens while emitting a clear, resounding cry. After circling once, it returned to Wolf. Upon their complete fusion, golden flames enveloped Wolf, consuming him entirely. The rebirth had commenced. Chapter 35. The resolute Astoria. As the flames dwindled, Grindelwald was astonished to discover a naked infant amidst the ashes, adorned with silver hair and delicate, charming features. Yet it was the majestic dragon tattoo coiling around the child that lent an air of mystery. To suggest that he was a wizard would be an understatement. Such a phenomenon, the rebirth of a human, had never been recorded throughout the annals of history. Momentarily at a loss, he cautiously approached the slumbering infant. To be frank, he could not ascertain whether this was indeed Wolf or perhaps Halbeer. Both were ancient tricksters, and one must not underestimate the other. In his understanding, Halbeer would undoubtedly have a contingency plan, likely related to possession and rebirth. It was only due to his faith in Wolf's innate talent for cerebral mastery that he had permitted him to delve into this exploration. However, the events unfolding had far surpassed his comprehension, compelling him to approach with utmost caution. As he crouched down, scrutinizing the infant closely, the child suddenly opened his eyes. What a pair of mesmerizing orbs they were. The left eye shimmered with an amber hue, crystalline and bright, while the right glowed with a pale golden shade, exuding an air of nobility and authority. If the closed-eyed infant resembled an exquisitely crafted porcelain doll, then upon opening his eyes, one would perceive a born leader of unparalleled grace and distinction. Teacher, I am Wolf Blake. The possession by Heilbo was unsuccessful. The rebirth has merely restored my physical form. My soul has suffered a grievous blow and requires time to heal, he conveyed. I am uncertain how long I shall remain unconscious, so I entrust everything to you, teacher. Though Wolf's voice was frail, Grindelwald recognized it instantly. Yet, doubt lingered in his mind, prompting him to respond. Prove it. After murmuring a few cryptic words, rooftop, vegetable garden, bird carcass, king and tyrant, Wolf succumbed to unconsciousness once more. The astute Grindelwald, seasoned by age, found himself at a loss to ascertain whether it was truly Wolf or merely Heilbo merging with his memories. The brevity of their exchange left him with little certainty. He removed his robe and carefully enveloped Wolf in it, cradling him tenderly. Observing the infant's furrowed brow in slumber, Grindelwald felt an inexplicable pang of compassion. With a soft sigh, he whispered, "Come, child, let your teacher take you home." When Grindelwald arrived at the headquarters of the Constellation Society, carrying the unconscious Wolf, who now resembled a toddler of 2 or 3 years, it caused a considerable uproar. The upper echelons of the society were thrown into disarray. Meanwhile, the oblivious external wizards began to speculate wildly. The long-vanished First Dark Lord had suddenly re-emerged at the Constellation Society's headquarters. Was he to once again raise the banner of the saints, or would he retreat into the shadows, dedicating himself wholly to the guidance of his pupil? Adding to the turmoil, numerous unaligned noble heads, having discovered Wolf's absence from Hogwarts, flocked to the Constellation Society's headquarters. Notably, Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge made 5 visits in a single day, only to be rebuffed by WizardingWorld. Anxiety reached a pinnacle, and rumors began to proliferate. This time, it was not just England. The entire magical community was swept into a mild upheaval, with the situation particularly dire within the British magical realm. Such was the weight of the name Gellert Grindelwald. That very night, Vondar convened a meeting of all high-ranking members of the Constellation Society. In the expansive conference hall, Grindelwald unveiled his memories, plunging all present into a profound silence. They were struck by the cascade of secrets and what could only be deemed miraculous events. A being who should have perished a millennium ago still possessed a soul. A wizard could undergo a rebirth akin to a phoenix, healing and rejuvenating. Within a day, he transformed from an infant to the size of a 7-year-old child. All of this shattered their preconceived notions and instilled within them a deep sense of defeat. So diminutive, truly diminutive, in comparison to these magnificent wizards, regardless of their allegiances. One's own endeavors appear as mere child's play in juxtaposition. This realization fortified their unwavering resolve to follow Wolf closely. A man of stature, born amidst the heavens and the earth. How could he lack the ambition to etch his name in the annals of history? Moreover, the opportunity lay before them. At that juncture, Wenda suddenly proposed that, since the master had entrusted them to their care, they must adhere strictly to the master's commands until the master awakened. Master? Koi's Gringlass was the first to voice a rebuttal. Mr. Grindelwald, I hold you in the highest esteem and harbor no disrespect. However, this is the Star Society, the domain of the Black family, an organization with Mr. Wolf as its absolute core. Though you are esteemed as the master's teacher, we must still decline to fully obey your commands. I hope for your understanding. Upon utterance of these words, the assembly hall erupted into a cacophony of murmurs. As all present exchanged whispers, the group that once belonged to the Saints naturally expressed no dissent, eager to follow Grindelwald's lead. Yet, the noble-born and those who rose from humble beginnings alongside Wolf rallied in agreement with Gringlass's assertions. Grindelwald gently tapped the table, his voice soft yet resonant in the ears of every individual present. Once all eyes were upon him, he began, Mr. Gringlass. I wholeheartedly resonate with your philosophy and admire your loyalty to Wolf Black. This exemplifies the true essence of nobility. I do not intend to preside over the Star Society. The regulations left by Wolf are already remarkably comprehensive. Noticing Wenda's hesitance to speak, Grindelwald gestured for her to be silent and continued. He has provided you with clear objectives and directed you toward the correct path. You need only to follow his prior instructions and continue fulfilling your tasks. As for me, I am merely a retired old man. You need not concern yourselves with my presence. No one anticipated such words from Grindelwald, and all were taken aback by his composure. This was the Star Society, an organization so formidable it could rival the Ministry of Magic, and yet he could so nonchalantly refuse authority. Mr. Grindelwald, Koi's began to explain. But before he could elaborate, the door to the conference room was thrust open. Astoria Gringlass entered, leading all members of the Star Society directly into the hall. Koi's doubted his own eyes. Astoria radiated an overwhelming aura, her dragon-shaped mark on her forehead gleaming brilliantly, exuding the presence of an unequivocal superior. She strode directly to the head seat, exchanged a glance with her sister Daphne, and raised her wand high, thrusting it forcefully into the ground. A cerulean flame erupted from the tip of her wand, encircling the entire conference table, forming a blazing ring of fire. Grindelwald's pupils constricted, his gaze becoming profound and piercing, while Wenda exclaimed in shock, "Fire shield for protection." Leah, how did you manage to have Daphne lead the members of the Starlight Society in forming a circle at the periphery of the fire ring? They simultaneously plunged their wands into the marble slab, declaring the end of all spells. A golden beam of light connected each wand, creating a larger encirclement to prevent the fierce flames from spreading. I, Astoria Black, in the name of Wolf Black, formally summoned Mr. Gellert Grindelwald to assume temporary control of the entire Starlight Society to protect the hard-earned achievements of the Black family. Upon finishing her declaration, she raised her wand and performed a flawless classical noble bow to Grindelwald, with the members of the Starlight Society following suit. First the act of respect, then the courtesy. It appears my student has found a remarkably exceptional partner. Grindelwald smiled at Astoria, increasingly fond of this girl, decisive and wise, kind yet not rigid. At that moment, Astoria, for the first time, bore the surname of Wolf, and the mark upon her forehead erupted in a brilliant radiance. Chapter 36, The Deification Plan. As per the lady's command. Greetings, Mr. Grindelwald. Everyone rose in unison, bowing in reverence to Astoria and Grindelwald. Those present were either sworn vassals of the Black family or loyal families of Wolf and their retainers. They were acutely aware that both Wolf and Astoria had been bound by an unbreakable oath long before their birth, establishing a lifelong marital covenant. Thus, upon Astoria adopting her husband's surname, she naturally ascended to the position of their matriarch, rendering even her father-in-law, Case Gringlass, and her uncle, Lucius Malfoy, hesitant to openly defy Astoria's commands. To do so would be to provoke the Blacks and show disrespect to Wolf. Henceforth, there would be no more Astoria Gringlass. Only the title of Lady Black. Grindelwald gently waved his hand, extinguishing the fire shield Astoria had just conjured. He gestured for everyone to take their seats. And after surveying the room with a smile, an aura of authority emanated from him, a natural consequence of his prolonged position of power. This left Winda, already somewhat agitated. Unable to contain herself, her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she beheld that towering figure, long the subject of her dreams, reappear before her after 50 years of waiting. As I previously mentioned, the Starlight Society is currently experiencing remarkable growth, and Wolf's developmental plans are gradually coming to fruition. Regarding this aspect, I have no further arrangements, nor do I believe I could surpass what he has accomplished. This somewhat endearing old man is always safeguarding his disciple. However, I do have some additional thoughts on other matters. Wolf's coma cannot be concealed for long. In this regard, I have a plan that I have discussed with Wolf numerous times, though each time he hesitated, citing his age as a reason to defer. This plan involves granting him true renown, crafting a divinity that belongs to him. Everyone gazed in astonishment, their eyes wide open, though most were left bewildered, merely sensing the gravity of the moment. After all, what on earth could possibly shape divinity? I am aware of the extraordinary capabilities of our esteemed gentleman, yet I had not anticipated his prowess to be so profound. However, those more attuned to the political nuances, Winda, Lucius, Daphne, Hermione, Percy, and others, exhibited expressions of contemplation. Observing all of this, Grindelwald felt a profound satisfaction with Wolf's strategic decisions. In an organization, possessing 1 or 2 prodigies and 6 or 7 valiant warriors is more than sufficient. The remainder need only excel in their respective duties. This is essential for fostering the organization's healthy development and minimizing internal power struggles. Most importantly, with Wolf's Star Society, the continuity of talent within the entire constellation is assured. All endeavors will be sustained by a new generation. In his first year, Wolf directly thwarted Voldemort's resurrection scheme. In his second year, he vanquished the great terror lurking within the Chamber of Secrets, thereby saving all of Hogwarts. Just a week prior, he defeated the 1,500-year-old Hellbow, obliterating him entirely and halting his resurrection plans, once again saving the entire magical realm. Yet, despite such monumental achievements, I have seen no accolades for him in any newspaper. Only malicious conjectures. That blind Wisingamot even dared to publicly judge such a selfless hero. To this day, not a single member of the Order of Merlin has proposed awarding him even the lowest third-class medal. Instead, they prefer to bestow the highest honor in the wizarding world upon a traitor and a deceiver. Grindelwald's gaze turned icy as he surveyed the crowd, finally resting upon Lucius Malfoy's countenance. This is your negligence. The former Dark Lord's formidable presence left everyone unable to lift their heads. Lucius, under that penetrating stare, broke into a cold sweat, trembling slightly, reminiscent of his days under Voldemort's oppressive rule, where fear reigned supreme, perhaps even more so now. Yet, Grindelwald suddenly shifted his tone, retracting his imposing demeanor, and a warm smile graced his face, his voice as gentle as a spring breeze. But this is not solely your fault. Wolf has always been remarkably modest. He does not concern himself with such trivial accolades. However, we cannot afford to be indifferent. Seizing this opportunity, let us utilize the recollections I have just shared to promote him adequately, so that those myopic wizards may understand our society is not as tranquil as they perceive. They must realize that the serenity they enjoy is merely the result of others bearing the burden for them. Grindelwald cast a glance at Winda, who immediately grasped his intent, duplicating the meeting notes and presenting them alongside the amber vial containing Grindelwald's memories to Lucius. This matter is entrusted to you, Mr. Malfoy. You shall lead it entirely, and the entire Star Society will unconditionally support you. In summary, I desire for Wolf's name to resonate throughout the entire magical realm, to celebrate his awakening with a prestigious Merlin-level medal. As for the rampant rumors circulating outside, I shall leave that to Winda and Mr. Gringlass, stating that Wolf, in his noble endeavor to thwart the resurrection of Airbow and to safeguard my old life, has unfortunately sustained severe injuries and fallen into a coma. This will steer public opinion in our favor and better align with Mr. Malfoy's operations. Moreover, concerning that foolish pig in the Ministry of Magic, Mrs. Shabini and Mr. Rogier, it will require the two of you to take action, utilizing the commercial alliance to apply pressure, ensuring he remains occupied and does not heed every whisper that comes his way, causing us unnecessary troubles. Those named involuntarily rose to their feet, respectfully accepting their orders. Grindelwald meticulously organized the tasks for everyone, providing corresponding suggestions and guiding them on how to proceed. Ultimately, all efforts must coalesce around the Airbow incident, striving to promote Wolf's reputation and construct an image of a selfless hero who operates in the shadows. In truth, this old man harbors his own desires. He seeks to elevate Wolf to divine status, thereby undermining Dumbledore, or perhaps liberating him, as he is the one whom he loves but cannot possess. Perhaps when Dumbledore is no longer burdened by hollow accolades, relinquishing all responsibilities to Wolf, he may find a sliver of opportunity to live the idyllic life he yearns for in his twilight years. For the sake of your leader, for the greater good. A dazzling light flickered in Grindelwald's eyes. Though he may have his own ambitions, his primary concern remains the legacy of his heir. For the master, for the greater good. The assembly rose in unison, cheering fervently. They envisioned a brighter tomorrow. Chapter 37. The peril of overthrow. The news of Wolf vanquishing Airbo, resulting in his grievous injuries and subsequent rebirth, sparked immense commotion in the wizarding world, fueled by Lucius and others' fervent promotion. Wolf's renown echoed through every corner of the globe. His resurrection was unprecedented in the annals of wizardry. Furthermore, he had triumphed over a dark wizard steeped in legend, elevating him to the echelon of elite wizards, with many regarding him as Dumbledore's equal. The status of the Starry Society experienced another significant elevation, expanding overseas business ventures exponentially, leaving the Commercial Alliance Department overwhelmed, with Ugil Carlo and Torbost never having awakened, perpetually engaged in soirees or en route to them. This morning, Wenda unexpectedly arrived at the office to find Grindelwald poring over reports. With a serious demeanor, he stated, "Master, I sense a troubling issue." Grindelwald raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in his gaze as he replied, "The Ministry of Magic in Britain? Indeed, while our overseas enterprises flourish remarkably, I discovered today, upon receipt of the local financial reports from Hermione and Daphne, that there has been no improvement. Rather, a subtle decline appears to be emerging. Thus, I sought out to see and inquired, only to discover that the Ministry of Magic has been convening frequently and has seen several instances of funds with unclear origins. I suspect they intend to take action against us while the Master lies in a state of unconsciousness." Upon hearing Wenda's conjecture, Grindelwald did not respond immediately. Instead, he gestured for her to take a seat and prepared a cup of red tea for her. "Wenda, Cornelius Fudge has never been a person of tolerance, magnanimity, or foresight. Having suffered numerous setbacks at the hands of Wolf, I have long anticipated his inability to restrain himself." Grindelwald set down his finished teacup and handed Wenda a piece of parchment he had retrieved from beside him. "This is a letter sent by Albus this morning. He informed me that his Order of the Phoenix has uncovered Fudge's plans to raise tariffs and forcibly shut down several private ports, launching a severe crackdown on illegal portkeys and restricting cross-border apparition." Wenda took the parchment and quickly scanned its contents, her astonishment evident as she looked up at Grindelwald. How dare he? Does he not fear the repercussions? Will the financial magnates behind him acquiesce to such reckless behavior? Grindelwald leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the table as he pondered for a moment before speaking. "Those parasites must be alarmed by the rapid growth of the Star Alliance, especially as we have been reluctant to meet with Fudge. Furthermore, with Wolf's rising stature among wizards, they are growing anxious, fearing that we will ultimately consume them should we gain momentum. They are likely motivated by the notion that rather than remaining passive, they prefer to take a gamble, even if it results in mutual destruction, to pressure Fudge. We currently possess only 3 fully licensed ports. If we do not explore alternative avenues, we will be unable to meet the market's demand within 2 months at most." Wenda furrowed her brow, her expression laden with concern. Then a glint of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes. "Master, should we not make an example out of someone? Wenda, the times have changed. The old methods of the Saints are no longer suitable for the Star Alliance. Wolf has been dedicated to ensuring that the Alliance can operate openly in the light of day. We cannot allow his prior efforts to be in vain." As Grindelwald refilled their teacups, he continued, "I recall that Sorlins from the north and Odbo from South Africa have recently developed new colossal cargo ships and invisible flying vessels. You should investigate whether we can procure a few for our use. However, this is merely a temporary solution, not a permanent fix. Indeed, while it addresses the symptoms, it does not tackle the root cause. I must consider other strategies regarding Fudge. Albus would certainly not consent to my taking action. Otherwise, given his character, he would undoubtedly collaborate with the Ministry to eliminate us outright. Wolf is also on the verge of awakening. He is more adept in this regard than I. Let us proceed step by step for now and deliberate further once he regains consciousness." Grindelwald signaled for Wenda to attend to her tasks, leaning back against his chair, his gaze seemingly penetrating through the layers of ceilings above to the figure still in slumber on the top floor. "My dear student, this is a precarious situation you are inheriting." Everyone believed that Wolf was on the verge of awakening, yet to their astonishment, there were no signs of his revival even by Christmas. The door to Grindelwald's office was nearly battered down by the anxious personnel from the commercial department. Due to transportation issues and 3 successive tax hikes within 3 months, they were utterly restless. The continued delays threatened to plunge the entire commercial system into chaos. That scoundrel, Fudge, was nowhere to be found. Ugil Caro's furious curses echoed throughout the conference hall. Keisha Fick chimed in. noting that they had bypassed the Auror office to establish a new commercial investigation division, conducting inspections on us thrice daily, demanding the transportation records of every single shipment, and occasionally insisting on inspections aboard the vessels. Lucius scoffed, remarking that the number of inspectors at our port now exceeded our own staff. Rogers Farley produced a report indicating that recently, 80% of the British aristocracy and overseas authorities had begun to distance themselves from us, observing and waiting for the moment when we would be weary from our struggles, poised to strike with ferocity. All eyes turned to Grindelwald, seated in the principal chair, eagerly anticipating a reasonable course of action from him. They were well aware that this was not a conventional war. The former Dark Lord, now a nuclear weapon of the Society of Stars, wielded little deterrent power in a commercial conflict. Nevertheless, being the appointed leader by the esteemed gentleman, they held a glimmer of hope for Grindelwald. Instead of addressing the pressing issues, Grindelwald inquired about Vandal Roque's status, particularly regarding the family's backing Fudge. Vandal sneered, his eyes ablaze with fury, revealing that a month prior, they had shuttered all their businesses, retreating into their castles and subsisting on the management fees from the vessels docked at their ports. A fierce glint ignited in Grindelwald's eyes as he ordered all vessels in transit to divert to our own port. He raised his hand to silence the others, rising abruptly, exuding an aura of ruthless determination. Ugil Caro, all storefronts must begin to limit the supply of goods, carefully managing warehouse stock. Furthermore, all merchandise must be sold at triple the price. Cotselwen, I grant you 3 days. I demand that the entire British coastline be dominated by our 3 ports. Also, arrange personnel to intercept and seize their vessels at sea. I want nothing to enter our domain, not even a single quill feather. Vince Avery, keep a close watch on those troublemakers. I wish to know what they wear to bed each night and which woman's chambers they frequent. Coyes Glingras, I also give you 3 days to conduct a thorough internal cleansing. I care not whether you employ Veritaserum or other means, but after 3 days, I expect our entire organization to be entirely pristine. Lucius Malfoy, having severed Hogwarts funding through the Board of Governors, boldly informed Fudge, that foolish pig, that the rules of the game had changed, and he intended to play to his strengths. He commanded everyone to cooperate with Wendell and Madame Shabini, determined to expose Fudge and those noble families' sordid affairs to the public. He ordered a halt to all charitable endeavors, instructing St. Mungo's, orphanages, nursing homes, and retired Auror support services that due to the ministry's incessantly rising tariffs, their financial lifeline was on the brink of collapse, rendering them incapable of further donations. In essence, he aimed to incite widespread discontent throughout the British magical community. He relished the thought of who could possibly enjoy a Merry Christmas this year. Chapter 38. How can one know to weep without pain? Everyone was taken aback by Grindelwald's orders, momentarily at a loss for action. At this juncture, only Wendell Rocher, the former second-in-command of the Saints, dared to confront Grindelwald's current state. She slowly rose and locked her gaze onto those enchanting mismatched eyes she had longed for. Master, what of the gentleman's reputation? Grindelwald cast a sidelong glance at Wendell, internally marveling at his pupil's unparalleled charisma. In Wendell's heart, it seemed that Wolf's standing was now only slightly inferior to her own. Choosing the lesser of 2 evils, Wendell, had Wolf not been averse to the Stars Society's involvement in darkness, I would not have endured this situation until now. Moreover, we are not resorting to murder. Our methods are merely a touch ruthless. These scoundrels, how can they know to weep without experiencing pain? Besides, everyone is aware that their hero remains in a state of unconsciousness. The Stars Society is currently under my leadership. If there were ever a backlash, I could simply stage another performance alongside him, which would have minimal repercussions, handled adeptly. It could even elevate his renown to greater heights. Wendell cast a deep glance at Grindelwald and slowly bowed. I understand, Master. The others, upon hearing Grindelwald's clarification, exhibited expressions of enlightenment and bowed in farewell. That night, the entire British coastline was illuminated by flames, perfectly outlining the nation's silhouette against the night sky. Cotselwen, under Grindelwald's command, infused his own interpretation into the orders, achieving a subtle enhancement. In truth, Kotzel was a man of pure intentions, akin to the character of Hu-Ho in the Three Kingdoms. This purity is why Snape had once remarked that he was unfit to be a patriarch. His unwavering loyalty to Wolf positioned him among the highest echelons of fidelity, rivaling even that of the Stars Society's elite. Ever since Grindelwald had arrived at the Stars Society headquarters, cradling the gravely injured Wolf, he had been plagued by self-reproach, loathing his own weakness and impotence. This undertaking became an outlet for his pent-up frustrations, while he also sought to illuminate all of Britain as a tribute to his revered master, hoping for his swift recovery. Within the Stars Society, Cowie Springlass directly employed Veritaserum, forcibly assembling everyone except Grindelwald, including Wendell and Madame Shabini. Indeed, he uncovered a total of 14 undercover agents. That night, the renovated alley once again became stained with blood, devoid of magic, resembling a medieval guillotine. Among the victims was Beeltus Ross, who had infiltrated the upper echelons of the Commercial Alliance, brutally slashed over 200 times. Ever since Wolf fell into a coma, the senior members of the Celestial Society had been burdened with a heavy stone of anxiety. Their uncertainty about the future and concerns for Wolf creating a lingering tension that would not dissipate. Wolf had been unconscious for nearly 3 months, and they genuinely feared that their leader, to whom they had sworn allegiance, might never awaken again. Bang, crack, clang. The following day, as the employees of the Ministry of Magic began their work, they were met with the sounds of a struggle emanating from the minister's office. A secretary, who fancied himself a loyal sycophant of fudge, peered curiously inside, only to find himself promptly dispatched to the janitorial department for his indiscretion. Damn Grindelwald. What were those brainwashed members of the Celestial Society plotting? Fudge's roar echoed throughout the office. At that moment, unannounced, Lucius Malfoy, leaning on his rounded-headed staff, boldly pushed open the door to the minister's office. He surveyed the chaos within with a mocking glance, and, in a display of mock respect, doffed his hat to the enraged Fudge. Esteemed minister, he began without waiting for Fudge to inquire. Mr. Grindelwald, the current leader of the Celestial Society, has sent me with a message. He wishes to inform you that the rules of the game have changed, and he intends to come and play with you. As Lucius spoke, the icy tone of his voice seemed to take on a tangible quality, sending a shiver down Fudge's spine. Fortunately, upon finishing his message, Lucius turned and exited, leaving a bewildered Fudge standing motionless, frozen in place. This was Gellert Grindelwald. What was he known for? He was a master of rebellion. The sole thought racing through Fudge's mind was whether he could remain in that gilded chair for much longer. In the office of the Hogwarts headmaster, Dumbledore looked down at the parchment in his hand, his brow furrowed in deep concern. This was a notification sent directly from the Board of Governors. Bypassing the usual protocol of a board meeting, he slowly set the parchment down and scanned the 4 house heads seated across from him, finally speaking. This is Gellert forcing my hand. There is no need for you to worry. He then waved his hand dismissively at the 4 heads, assuring them that he would find a way to resolve the funding issues. Meanwhile, other wizards, who had been oblivious to the sudden tripling of prices at the Celestial Society's shops, began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Everything came to a head the following morning when Rita Skeeter published an article titled The Bewildered Minister in the Daily Prophet, igniting a wave of public outcry and the furious cries of ordinary wizards. Due to the withdrawal of funding from the Celestial Society, institutions such as orphanages and nursing homes find themselves in dire straits. At the heart of the matter lie the ports controlled by several influential families backing Fudge. Already having ceased all business operations, they have recently relied on the management fees from the vessels docked at their terminals to sustain themselves. However, with the docks now in ruins, not only do they face the loss of lucrative opportunities, but the hefty compensation fees threaten to exacerbate their plight, leading some to declare bankruptcy and flee the British Isles under the cover of night, accompanied by their families. It must be said that Grindelwald, when he does act, strikes directly at the vulnerable spot of his adversaries. It is either total inaction or decisive action. Fudge and the Ministry of Magic's credibility have plummeted, leading to his designation by contradictory chorus as the most foolish and unsuccessful minister in the history of the British Ministry of Magic. Following instructions from Lucius, Rita Skeeter has been relentlessly exposing scandalous secrets, one after another, tormenting the fragile sensibilities of ordinary wizards day by day. Ultimately, when the assassin chosen by Kotzerwin attempted to kill Fudge in the ministry's hall and failed, he resorted to self-destruction before the eyes of the public, showcasing a tragic display of misguided loyalty. Chapter 39. The Submissive Fudge on the 3rd day after Christmas. Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge could no longer remain idle and made his way to the headquarters of the Celestial Society in the newly renamed Turnover Alley. As he hurried through the lobby towards the elevator, he was intercepted by a waiter at the corner. Minister, you do not have an appointment today. You cannot go up, the waiter gasped, trying to catch his breath while maintaining a professional smile and showing utmost respect. After a moment of stunned silence, Fudge erupted in fury, jabbing a thick finger into the waiter's chest. You know who I am, and yet you dare to stop me? The waiter furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing, stepping back to block Fudge's path completely while striving to maintain his courteous smile. Minister, regardless of who you are, no one may ascend without an appointment. Fudge, in his rage, laughed derisively. Very well. It was that little brat, Black, sitting in that office, and I could simply walk right in. Now, with a new occupant, I cannot even enter the elevator. Go summon Madame Shabini. I wish to see if I can gain access today. Before he could finish, a snicker arose from behind him. Fudge turned angrily, only to see Ugil Caro watching him with a mocking expression. What are you laughing at? The waiter could not help but think. What am I laughing at? Laughing at you. Of course. What else is there to laugh at? Truly a buffoon, unable to utter the names of Grindelwald and Rosier, only daring to mention Madame Shabini. Who else should I laugh at if not you? Don't be angry, Minister Fudge. Ugel feigned warmth as he approached Fudge, patting him on the shoulder reminiscent of the last time I visited you at the Ministry of Magic, just as Umbridge's plump toad had remarked. At this juncture, the smile on Ugel's face gradually faded, replaced by a glint of icy disdain in his eyes. The fervor in his voice vanished, supplanted by a calm, unperturbed tone. Every realm possesses its own regulations. If every Tom, Dick, and Harry could visit at will, what purpose would the director serve? Just wait. When the director finds the time and feels in a good mood, perhaps you might catch a glimpse of him. Fudge's face fluctuated between crimson and pallor, ultimately settling into a dismal hue that could drip with water. He deeply regretted underestimating the situation, believing victory was assured, and showing no respect to the Star Society. Yet, he was even more incensed by Ugel's utter lack of deference in public. Torn between the decision to leave or stay, he could only glare menacingly at Ugel, who towered over him. Ugel, unwavering, recalled the agonizing afternoon spent in the ministry's reception room, amidst the jeers of passing crowds. Now, observing Fudge's predicament, he felt a sense of relief equal to the earlier discomfort. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and Madame Shabini feigned surprise at the standoff between the two men, subtly positioning Ugel behind her. Why didn't you approach the minister directly? It reflects poorly on us. She then turned to Ugel, inquiring whether he had completed the report. As Mr. Grindelwald was awaiting it, it was merely a sudden fright from a plump, bald dog. Must one exact revenge? Hurry along, and do not delay the important matters. Among those present, including the attendant, no one was foolish enough not to grasp Madame Shabini's insinuation. Enough is enough, after all. She is the Minister of Magic and cannot be left waiting indefinitely. Ugel smiled and nodded at Madame Shabini, then performed a mock bow to Fudge, as if to say, when one is bitten by a dog, one cannot simply retaliate in kind. We have plenty of time ahead. Farewell, Minister. He breezed past Fudge, disappearing around the corner of the elevator. Fudge, witnessing the banter and veiled mockery exchange between the two, felt his hands, concealed within his wizarding robes, clenching his wand tightly. He yearned to unleash a devastating curse upon them both. Yet the mountain of letters piled in his office and the earnest requests from those pests compelled him to suppress his burgeoning fury. Gradually, he withdrew his hand from the confines of his robe, noting that he had gripped too tightly, as the fingers still bore a hint of pallor. After a moment spent regulating his breath, he feigned indifference, his face a mask of neutrality as he stated, Mr. Grindelwald is always in the office, I presume? Madame Shabini took the lead, gesturing for the attendant to announce their arrival. Indeed, Minister, Mr. Grindelwald is currently in his office attending to some paperwork. When Fudge arrived at Grindelwald's office, Winda had already brewed some red tea and was seated with Grindelwald, awaiting his arrival. Upon seeing Fudge enter, Winda leisurely rose to greet him, while Grindelwald merely acknowledged Fudge with a smile and a nod, remaining comfortably seated. Fudge raised an eyebrow at this, then quietly took a seat before Grindelwald and initiated the conversation. Under Mr. Grindelwald's leadership, the Stars Association is truly undergoing remarkable transformations and flourishing at an unprecedented pace. Fudge, being astute, refrained from mentioning the events that had transpired downstairs. He was well aware that such matters would not escape Grindelwald's notice. Bringing them up would only serve to humiliate himself. It was wiser to remain silent for now and seek an opportunity later to address the issue thoroughly. Winda presented a cup brimming with red tea and softly remarked, Oh, Minister, even the slightest action on your part is akin to a cataclysm here. Fudge observed Grindelwald, who was relaxed against the back of his chair, and then glanced at Winda, whose smile bore an unsettling edge. A sense of familiarity washed over him, as he recalled the last time he had visited, which bore an eerie resemblance to this moment. The only difference was that the role of the obliging smile had shifted from Wolf to Grindelwald. He couldn't help but murmur, indeed. A master and his apprentice share a striking resemblance. Winda, unable to catch his words, inquired, Minister, what did you just say? Are you dissatisfied with something? Fudge quickly shook his head, finally grasping that with this master-apprentice duo present, his only recourse was to humble himself. In a confrontation, who could possibly rival this seemingly frail old man, aside from that old bee from Hogwarts? And in terms of cunning, who could match the shrewdness of this pair? The realization that Wolf Black was only 14 years old truly instilled fear in Fudge. Having come to this understanding, his tone softened considerably, laced with a hint of respect. He abandoned any pretense and directly addressed Grindelwald, stating, Mr. Grindelwald, the individuals behind me have conceded defeat. Our proposal is that the Ministry of Magic adjusts the tariffs to 2/3 of the original amount, and we will allocate 5 plots of land to the Stars Association for the purpose of port construction or building a port town. Additionally, we will waive all taxes on these 5 plots for 2 years. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Grindelwald's eyes. He had anticipated the ministry's capitulation, but he had not expected them to offer such generous terms. However, he was well aware that there is no free lunch in this world. Resting his chin on his hands, he fixed his gaze intently on Fudge, awaiting further developments. However, Mr. Grindelwald, they have a modest request. They wish to join the Stars Commercial Union and retain a degree of autonomy. Winda raised an eyebrow. Interrupting autonomy? Fudge hastily clarified. They wish to accept financial oversight but not personnel allocation, and they will unconditionally comply with all policies of the Union. Winda cast a glance at Grindelwald, her heart in full agreement, yet recognizing that the final decision rested with him. After a moment of contemplation, Grindelwald raised his teacup before him, toasting to Fudge. To a fruitful collaboration, Minister. While Grindelwald and the Stars Society were wreaking havoc outside, Astoria was meticulously tending to Wolf's body. Since Wolf's return, she had not set foot in the school, choosing instead to stay by his side. Watching him grow from a child into a graceful young man standing at 6 feet tall. My dear, when will you awaken? I long to converse with you, she sighed. Chapter 40. Wolf's past and present in truth. As Wolf completed his rebirth, a phantom soul emerged deep within his consciousness. This ethereal entity exerted a profound allure over Wolf, drawing their souls together until they ultimately merged. This fusion plunged him into a deep slumber for nearly 4 months. Through the memories of this spiritual essence, Wolf discovered that it belonged to his past life, a man named Wang Qi, a beleaguered middle-aged individual from the East. On April 20th, 2025, Wang Qi was in his office, anxiously fretting over the declining fortunes of his extracurricular training institution when an entity claiming to be a system unexpectedly appeared, persuading him to enter the Bureau of Cross-Dimensional Management. Initially, the plan was for him and the system to traverse into the world of One Piece, seeking the thrill of a grand pirate life. However, a wrong turn led them instead to the realm of a narrative entitled Harry Potter. Yet, upon their arrival, the system was detected by the world's inherent consciousness. After a fierce battle, the irresponsible system, citing its mission, abandoned Wang Qi in this unfamiliar realm, fracturing his soul to erase traces of its existence. The system extracted the purest essence of Wang Qi's soul and, wielding immense power, reformed it into a new entity, Wolf Blake. The remaining fragments of Wang Qi's soul, including his memories and emotions, were sealed deep within Wolf's spirit. Had these remnants not been obliterated, Wolf's soul would have been rendered incomplete. On the verge of disintegration, the system would likely have annihilated that portion, if not for Wolf's rebirth as a phoenix, reshaping both body and soul under the laws of this world. Akin to restarting an account, he would have never realized that he was a traveler from another realm. Upon fully merging with Wang Qi's essence, Wolf found himself in a state of profound disorientation, uncertain whether he was Wang Qi, Wolf, or a synthesis of both. He carried the memories of his own life, intertwined with 6 years sculpted by the system and 30 years experienced entirely through Wang Qi's perspective. Zhuangzhou dreamed of a butterfly, and the butterfly dreamed of Zhuangzhou. This is the true reason why Wolf has been unable to awaken. He is engulfed in doubt, questioning his very existence. As his consciousness oscillates between the memories of 2 souls, gradually sinking into despair, a dragon appears before him. Tethys. Wolf reaches out in an attempt to touch its head, and Tethys affectionately moves closer, rubbing against his palm, eyes brimming with a profound reluctance, a deep-seated affection. After a final resounding dragoness roar, Tethys transforms entirely into a sphere of energy, merging into Wolf's consciousness, assisting him in shattering the 2 souls, and under the guidance of his consciousness, reshaping the soul anew. I am neither Wang Qi, nor Wolf Blake, and certainly not a mere amalgamation of the 2. I am myself, a brand new, independent soul. As Wolf firmly embraces this belief in his heart, the previously wavering soul fully integrates with his corporeal form, heralding his 4th surge of magical power, propelling him directly into the realm of the Grand Sorcerer. However, this surge of magic stirs the hearts of all around him. Grindelwald arrives at Wolf's bedside without delay, meticulously observing his condition, ultimately concluding that Wolf is on the verge of awakening. This revelation sends waves of excitement through everyone in the Star Society and the Twinkling Society, all eagerly awaiting the day their leader fully awakens. Kotzelwen even sheds tears, crying more fervently than Astoria, who is weeping with joy beside him. This leaves the others in a state of bemusement, yet they cannot help but genuinely marvel at his unwavering loyalty to Wolf. Time passes, and it is now the day marking the end of the Hogwarts academic year. At last, Wolf opens his eyes. Those peculiar and enchanting heterochromatic eyes, after a period of adjustment, sparkle with vitality. He refrains from waking Astoria, who has succumbed to deep slumber from exhaustion, and instead revisits all the memories of Harry Potter stored within Wang Qi's mind. It dawns on him, if I had not come here, you would all have remained as you were. Wolf muses softly. He has completely integrated the 2 souls and uncovered the truth of his origins. Yet, he intends to keep this secret buried within himself. He has no desire to embark on a quest to return, unlike certain characters from novels of his previous life. Return to what? To witness the home purchased with the savings of 2 generations slowly becoming worthless? or to observe the career he has labored for over 8 years gradually plummet into oblivion, to see himself sink repeatedly into confusion in his current existence. He possesses a career of which he is immensely proud, an unparalleled social standing, a beloved fiancée who adores him, and brothers who entrust their lives to him. The weight of these choices is evident, and the path is clear. Nevertheless, he has gleaned many secrets from Wang Chi's memories that were previously beyond his reach, unraveling many long-burdened confusions. The past is behind, and the future holds new beginnings. As the wise Lu Zhishan once articulated, the tides of the Qiantang River come and go. Today, I finally realize I am who I am. Esteemed readers, I have pondered the matter of Wolf's awakening for an entire week before penning these thoughts. Personally, I believe that if the awakening were to occur directly, resulting in the consumption of Wolf's memories, it would inevitably impose certain influences upon him. Wolf's character would undergo a profound transformation. One cannot expect an individual raised in a society governed by strict laws, someone who grew up under the Red Banner and was instilled with the ideals of lifelong equality, hailing from a humble family and struggling to make ends meet after the pandemic, to disregard the sanctity of life in pursuit of power and dominance. The seasoned aristocrats, led by Grindelwald, would swiftly discern something amiss with Wolf. They would question whether it is truly Wolf who has awakened, or rather, Hirebo, which would deliver a devastating blow to all that Wolf holds dear. Therefore, I propose that we allow Wolf Black to take the lead, fully assimilating the two souls. This way, it would be akin to Wolf acquiring a new set of memories that originally belonged to Wang Chi, causing minimal disruption to his worldview, which he could readily adjust. Chapter 41. A New Direction for the Star Society. Wolf, you are awake. Astoria, still somewhat bleary-eyed, was instantly filled with excitement upon seeing Wolf half reclined on the bed. Rubbing her eyes, she promptly leapt into his embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Wolf wrapped one arm around her slender waist while gently caressing her hair, his heart aching at the sight of her haggard face. After a moment of tender solace, Wolf inquired about the events that transpired during his unconsciousness. When he heard Astoria, her cheeks flushed, proclaimed that she had introduced herself as Mrs. Black in front of others. A smile crept onto his lips, his eyes sparkling with joy. He tightened his embrace around Leah. Leah, it's time to eat. At that moment, Daphne barged through the door. Astoria, flustered, struggled to extricate herself from Wolf's arms, leaping off the bed with her head bowed and cheeks aflame, hurriedly attempting to straighten her disheveled attire. Daphne, upon catching sight of Wolf reclining, felt her eyes welling with tears. She took a few hurried steps forward, only to halt abruptly as if recalling something. And after several deep breaths, trembling, she performed a curtsy towards Wolf, her voice quivering as she said, "It has been a long time, sir." The news of Wolf's awakening swiftly spread throughout the Star Society. All ministers and deputy ministers immediately set aside their tasks and rushed to inquire about his well-being. Faced with the overwhelming number of visitors, Wolf, after having lunch, reluctantly convened a collective meeting. Regarding Grindelwald, upon receiving the news, he promptly arrived to examine Wolf's condition, even utilizing his magical abilities to sense the state of Wolf's soul. Upon confirming that he was completely healed and had not been possessed, he exchanged a brief greeting before departing, stating that he would continue his unfinished journey. Whether his eagerness to travel stemmed from impatience or a desire to escape the burdensome work of recent months, only he could know. However, observing his hurried retreat, Wolf perceived a semblance of flight, likely indicative of the latter. Seated at the head of the long table in the conference hall, Wolf gazed upon the eager faces of those assembled, their eyes ablaze with excitement, and could not help but smile warmly. His silver hair, hastily tied into a ponytail due to his hurriedness, framed his expression as he spoke with genuine delight. "My friends, it is truly wonderful to see you all here once again. Sir, you had us all worried sick." Kortzel was the first to respond, followed by others who expressed their concern for Wolf. The hall erupted in a cacophony of voices, yet Wolf found the noise endearing rather than bothersome. Once silence returned, he continued, "This experience has been profoundly significant for me. Fortunately, it was fraught with peril but ultimately led to my successful ascension to the Grand Sorcerer level. I suppose one could call it a fortuitous encounter. I have gathered all that transpired during my unconsciousness from my wife and Wenda. I am heartened to see that, even in the face of adversity, you all remain united. My friends, we are no longer the weak entities that once had to tread carefully around the Ministry of Magic and the Traditionalists. We have surpassed our juvenile stage, and it is time to reveal our prowess and showcase our strength to the world." Observing the mixed expressions of curiosity, excitement, and concern among the crowd, Wolf snapped his fingers. A series of high-tech Muggle inventions appeared above the long table. "We will proceed in 3 phases. First, to benefit the populace, let us shift our focus from warfare and direct our research department towards replicating these advanced technologies, thereby creating various conveniences for our wizarding community to enhance the quality of life for ordinary wizards. For instance, telephones, computers, surveillance systems. Truth be told, I often find it quite cumbersome that we still rely on owls for communication. In Eastern history, a great emperor once proclaimed, "The people are like water, and the ruler is like a boat. Water can carry the boat, but can also capsize it." When our inventions permeate every household, when our creations become integral to the lives of the populace, they will become increasingly reliant on us. Wolf paused to allow his audience to absorb his words before elaborating on his vision. Secondly, to benefit the citizens. The Weasley family possesses a rich heritage and was once among the Sacred 28. Yet, why have they ended up in a position where even purchasing a piece of meat becomes a struggle? Beyond their individual reasons, the greater issue lies in the inequity between effort and reward. Arthur Weasley, a diligent employee of the Ministry of Magic for over a decade, has ascended to the position of department head, yet his monthly salary barely exceeds a mere handful of galleons. The distortion of society manifests here. This income is deemed slightly above average. Were it not for the exceptional nature of their child, I believe their material existence would not be particularly dire. What of the numerous half-blood wizards? What of the many muggle-born wizards? Each year, how many graduates from Hogwarts sever their ties with the magical realm? My dear friends, cast aside your biases. Our community is already sparse, and if we continue to deplete ourselves from within, we shall extinguish our own existence without the intervention of muggles. Therefore, let us share some of the sustenance from our plates with those who are on the brink of starvation. Let us disregard their lineage. Let us entertain the notion that when two muggle-born wizards unite, their offspring might barely qualify as pureblood. What about a century hence, or a millennium later? Conversely, could it not be true that an increase in the wizarding population would enhance our business prospects? Our objective must be to elevate the quality of life for ordinary wizards. As the saying goes, to keep warm, one must consider the essentials. This too serves as a catalyst for population growth, does it not? Moreover, by providing them with more employment opportunities, we can retain those who would otherwise abandon the magical world. They will rally behind us, becoming our steadfast support. I firmly believe our community is destined for a brighter future. At this moment, Wenda interjected, "But sir, even if we wish to benefit the populace, others may not share our vision. This could lead to not only a loss of our interests, but also sow the seeds of discord." Thus, we arrive at our third step, intimidation. Wolf tapped his fingers lightly on the table, a glint of cold determination in his eyes. Those who are not of our kind will surely harbor different intentions. Do you not find it absurd to entrust our economic lifeblood and minting authority to a greedy and base race? A singular name surfaced in the minds of all present at Gringotts, and they gazed at their leader in astonishment, perceiving Wolf's ambitions as wildly audacious. After all, this is Gringotts, a venerable institution that has endured for centuries. Rest assured, my friends, I do not intend for you to charge into Gringotts with wands drawn. Wolf rose from his seat, pacing slowly around the long table, and he silenced Lucius, who had attempted to speak, continuing his discourse. Since time immemorial, goblins have been a greedy and base race, akin to the swine of that island nation in the east, knowing trifling courtesies, but lacking in noble principles. Historically, they waged war against our ancestors twice, betraying us repeatedly, ultimately reducing half their kin to mere house elves to curry favor with the then-ruling scum, thereby seizing the entire economic lifeblood of the wizarding world. However, this endeavor cannot be accomplished overnight. It is a protracted conflict. Thus, our initial step shall be to undermine their credibility. All eyes are fixed on the sky, where the Quidditch pitch, conjured by Wolf's magic, looms. Is not the 422nd Quidditch World Cup about to commence? I have heard that Gringotts has opened a substantial market. What do you suppose will happen if they fail to pay out? Chapter 42. Candidates for the next and subsequent ministers. However, sir, this plan is fraught with uncertainty. Will the odds on the market be adjusted due to our substantial purchases? Gringotts will undoubtedly acknowledge their debts afterward, yet they are certain to delay. Even if they propose to pay us partial interest, this will not suffice to achieve our aims. Turbaster furrowed his brow, voicing his dissent. Lucius rubbed his thumb against the silver orb of his scepter and, following Turbaster's words, suggested that different individuals disperse among their various counters to make simultaneous purchases before the market closes. That won't work. They will close the market 10 minutes early specifically to counter such maneuvers, said Coyce, pondering aloud. The gentleman suggests benefiting the public. We could present this under the guise of employee welfare. He had yet to finish when Eugel interjected, suggesting that each employee could receive a galleon and then privately spread rumors that one of us had received insider information, enticing them to increase their bets. Furthermore, we could inform them that, for safety's sake, it would be prudent to buy in at the last moment. No, that would be too conspicuous. Lady Lombard interjected. We shall work overtime. Don our uniforms. Brilliant, Lady Lombard. Eugel clapped his hands, asserting that those little creatures would harbor no suspicions. We can then arrange for them to collect in batches on the same day. Initially, they will not take notice, but once they realize, we shall undoubtedly drain their liquidity. Let Lucius play the fool, purchasing extensively under the Malfoy name, and then agreeing to accept interest through installment payments. Lady Shabini quipped. Lucius, too, shook his head with a wry smile. After all, the Malfoy name is synonymous with wealth. Who else could play the fool but him? There aren't enough people. We cannot extract all we need. Wanda frowned. We must enlist the help of the Starry Society. Let us mobilize the students of Hogwarts. In doing so, we may also implicate Dumbledore's reputation. Those bureaucrats at the ministry, those ravenous officials, must not be spared. The fool cannot be Malfoy alone. As the conversation flowed, the group diligently refined the plan proposed by Wolf. As for the outcome of the match, does it truly matter? Is it not the case that what they desire will manifest? One must not be overly naive. Wolf smiled at the scene before him, and once the chatter subsided, he spoke, entrusting Lucius with the overall coordination, stating that he was indifferent to how much profit they would gain, but he demanded to see the desired outcome. This is merely the first step of a long-term strategy. However, a short-term plan requires your collective ingenuity. Wolf returned to his seat, his gaze intense as he declared, I intend to seize power. Wenda instantly grasped the implication and quickly interjected, when Fudge visited last time, he already softened before the master. Can we still make use of that? Wolf turned to her, his tone icy as he remarked, do you not find his demeanor akin to that of a fairy? What purpose does it serve to allow such a repugnant toad, who leaps forth at every opportunity, to remain unremoved? He then surveyed the assembly before fixing his gaze upon Cyrus Rogier, stating, Cyrus, what is your opinion of Rufus Scrimgeour? Cyrus, taken aback, quickly responded, Sir, while my connection to Scrimgeour is tenuous at best, he is undoubtedly a hardliner. Currently, we may still have some leverage over him. But should he ascend to power, his first act will surely be to sever ties with us, then to ruthlessly malign our reputation, ultimately leading us into war. Wolf furrowed his brow, plunged into contemplation, as this revelation starkly contradicted his calculations. He had not anticipated that the once submissive Auror office director would exhibit such a disposition. However, recalling his memories of Wang Qi, who had openly declared war after Voldemort's resurgence and ultimately met a tragic end, he felt a sense of clarity wash over him. Wolf then turned his attention to Coyes Gringlass, Lucius Malfoy, and Torbost, saying, You three may deliberate amongst yourselves regarding who shall assume that coveted position that many desire. I shall mobilize the entire Star Society to bolster your ascent, ensuring your swift rise to prominence. However, let me be clear, within 5 years, this position must be relinquished to Hermione Granger, as it is crucial to our overarching plan. To appoint a Muggle born as Minister of Magic? Cord exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. Yet, the others paid him no heed, engrossed in contemplation of Wolf's strategy. The first to react, Wendell, slapped the table and declared, Brilliant. A Muggle minister would fortify the resolve of countless individuals. It would entice many who have departed to return to the magical world. Wolf, undeterred by their excitement, rapped the table to regain their focus. Once you occupy that position, you will be better positioned to implement the policies for the benefit of the populace that I have just proposed. Simultaneously, we will expand our business. Once the overall level of wizardry improves, Granger will engage with the Muggle Prime Minister and the King. Her identity will, without a doubt, facilitate numerous advantages. If war can be avoided, it is best to do so. Wendell, the cultivation of Hermione is entrusted to you. This is of utmost importance. Now, are there any other matters to discuss? Wolf inquired, surveying the room. If there are none, then this meeting is adjourned. The assembly rose, bowing in unison before departing in clusters. Wolf languidly leaned back in his chair, massaging his throbbing temples, while reflecting on the meeting that had just transpired. Wendell. He turned to Rogier, his tone grave. In the latter half of the year, Hogwarts will host the Triwizard Tournament. I anticipate that the fairies will once again take the opportunity to engage in betting, to recoup their losses from this incident. Wendell observed the weary Wolf. His eyes filled with concern, yet, constrained by her position, she refrained from expressing too much empathy. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. If the gentleman seeks to further dismantle their economic system and disrupt their financial chain, the Triwizard Tournament presents an excellent opportunity. However, under Dumbledore's watchful gaze, we cannot manipulate the competition. It is preferable that we remain silent here. Wendell simply gazed intently at Wolf. Wolf naturally understood his implication. Outsiders cannot control the contest. Thus it must be left to the contestants. I shall find a way to become a champion of Hogwarts, Wolf declared, rising to his feet and slowly making his way toward the hall's exit. Astoria awaited him to return to the Black Estate. After all, there was a temperamental and proud Wolf in need of comfort. Yet, as Wolf opened the grand door, he suddenly halted and turned to Wendell. Voldemort will undoubtedly return next year. We must be prepared. Do not make a fuss. Let us keep our understanding between us. Chapter 43. Dumbledore's return to the Order of the Phoenix. Shortly after Lucius and his cohorts commenced their actions, an expected visitor appeared in Wolf's office. Professor Dumbledore. You arrived sooner than I anticipated, Wolf said with a smile, offering a cup of freshly brewed tea. It seems the strength of the Order of the Phoenix remains formidable. Dumbledore regarded Wolf, whose smile was laced with hidden meanings, and the wariness in his brow became evident. He furrowed his brow and inquired directly, "Mr. Black, can you elucidate the recent activities of the Order within the Ministry of Magic?" Wolf observed the increasingly forthright demeanor of the elderly professor, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips. "You are becoming rather dull, Professor Dumbledore. Wolf, I am growing old. This world ultimately belongs to the youth. However, I do not wish for your radicalism to lead you into the abyss of darkness." "Darkness? Abyss? Professor, such words are beneath you, given your wisdom." Wolf took a sip of tea, setting down the cup and leaning back in his chair, his striking heterochromatic eyes glimmering with derision. "This is inherently a society of cannibalism. Each year, how many students from Hogwarts graduate only to struggle in the Muggle world with their wands discarded and their prospects dimmed? As headmaster, you must be aware of this. The decay of the wizarding world began with that damned secrecy law, and you, a great wizard with the ability, wisdom, and opportunity to alter this status quo, have thwarted those who sought to join you in a grand revival. Taking pride in it as a stepping stone to ascend the throne of the White Lord, you bask in the highest honors within the warmth of Hogwarts' headmaster's office, while he languishes in the frigid confines of Nurmengard, enduring the elements." Dumbledore slowly leaned back in his chair, avoiding Wolf's direct challenge. Instead, he spoke gently, like a teacher addressing a beloved student. "Wolf, if your aspirations are to achieve a higher ideal, to attain greater benefits, you must cast aside such emotions. They will only serve as a burden. It is said that you have dedicated your studies to the history of the East. Therefore, you must understand that all those who aspire to the highest ideals are, in essence, extreme egoists." Wolf raised an eyebrow. It was evident that this old bee had indulged in much self-reflection. After refilling Dumbledore's cup with tea, he slowly began to speak. "Professor, your perspective is rather one-sided. To take from all in order to nourish oneself is not the way of a true ruler. It is the path of a tyrant. A monarch should prioritize the welfare of the people, governing with benevolence and filial piety. A ruler must establish a heart for the heavens and the earth, and a destiny for the populace. A sovereign ought to inherit the teachings of the ancients, paving the way for eternal peace." Dumbledore's cup slipped from his grasp, and he stared in astonishment at the 14-year-old boy before him. "You have merged with the memories of Hellbow? I cannot believe such words could come from someone of your age." "Of course not, Professor," Wolf replied dismissively, sipping his tea with a smile. "These insights stem from the weight of history, the gifts left by our forebears. You truly ought to retire and travel with my mentor, exploring this magnificent world, witnessing the legacy of civilization in the East." Dumbledore, as if he had not heard, abruptly shifted the conversation. "However, what you are doing now is a harbinger of war, the beginning of chaos. You are inciting a third fairy uprising. This is not the conduct of a true ruler. Those not of my kind will surely harbor different intentions. Professor, I am baffled by how you manage to live so comfortably in such a distorted society, even considering it normal. Yet, I cannot accept the concentration of one group's wealth into the hands of another. Is this not akin to holding a wand to a wizard's forehead? Furthermore, the rise of a single general is paved with the bones of countless others. Whether upon a king's throne or wielding the tyrant's scepter, both are forged from white bones." Wolf raised a hand to silence Dumbledore and continued. "Do you not perceive the vast disparity between the affluent and the impoverished within our wizarding community? The cups used for drinking water in the Malfoy household, if exchanged for gallons, would suffice for the Weasley family for an entire year." Then, Wolf pointed to his temple, gently extracting a memory and flicking it into the air, revealing a scene from a meeting where he proposed benefits for the people. After Dumbledore had finished viewing it, Wolf set down his teacup and softly remarked, "Professor, achieving lasting peace in the magical realm has never been merely about thwarting one or two dark wizards. It is about preventing the emergence of dark wizards altogether. We must rectify this warped society, establishing a framework in which every aspiring individual of ambition in each era can only vie for supremacy within the rules we set. Ambition is never a pejorative. It is an inevitable product of progress in every age, driving rapid advancements in social productivity and technological innovation. As long as the populace can enjoy a better life, it matters not who occupies the throne." Dumbledore exhaled deeply, slowly responding, "Wolf, have you ever considered how many lives would be lost? You are well versed in history. When dynasties change, is it not often amidst a landscape of starvation and devastation?" Wolf forcefully slammed the cup onto the table, feeling a profound disappointment in Dumbledore for the first time, as well as a sense of helplessness in their differing philosophies. In every era, chaos precedes order. It is merely a matter of excising the rot. Without removing the decayed flesh, how can new growth emerge? Can we not adopt a more long-term perspective? Your notion of sparing a few lives, how many of those could truly remain in the magical community? Muggle technology is advancing at an unprecedented pace, and their exploration of magic deepens with each passing day, yet you linger here, vacillating over whether to unify internally first. To quell external threats, one must first secure the home front. Do you believe that once Muggles are aware of our existence, they will respond with conciliatory measures? It will only lead to slaughter, enslavement, and extermination. They will unite all their forces against us, severing our economic lifelines and destroying our industry. I assure you, they would rather accept centaurs than us. Dumbledore regarded the suddenly agitated wolf, momentarily at a loss for words. After a lengthy silence, he spoke slowly. Ultimately, this is your conjecture, is it not? Wolf cast a cold glance at Dumbledore, perplexed by the normally calm and wise White Lord's stubbornness in this matter. He sighed deeply. Each generation concerns itself with its own issues. How much longer do you expect to live? I am but a few years old, Dumbledore, and the foundational perspectives we hold differ entirely. For me, conservatism is nothing more than a slow suicide. Dumbledore gazed at Wolf pensively, and after a long while, he finished the tea in his cup and turned to leave. Yet, as he reached the door, Wolf heard a resolute voice declare, I will not impede you. But should you embark on a path of slaughter, it will be your demise. Chapter 44. Wolf's ambition with the subtle collaboration of the Order of the Phoenix. Lucius moved swiftly. In less than a week, through Rufus Scrimgeour, he uncovered a cadre of corrupt officials, 3 of whom held positions just beneath the highest echelons of power. He presented the recovered galleons and a substantial list of bribery recipients to Torvald, the next proposed Minister of Magic. Consequently, Torvald's reputation soared immediately upon joining the ministry. Simultaneously, Wolf arranged for Wenda to conduct an exclusive interview with Rita Skeeter, in which it was specifically mentioned that after thorough discussions with Torvald, and under his earnest persuasion, the entire Stars Association commenced a policy of beneficence towards the populace. Additionally, they resumed previously suspended philanthropic efforts and initiated the Product Development Department to research a multitude of beneficial tools for the community. With Wolf's endorsement as a new hero of the magical realm, Torvald swiftly ascended through the ranks, replacing Rufus as the director of the Auror office. As for Rufus, he was promptly appointed by Kot Silwyn as the new Deputy Minister of Security for the Stars Association at a handsome salary. With numerous officials falling from grace, Torvald seized the opportunity to propose the reduction of overlapping roles at the ministry's high-level meeting. A single stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Despite the overwhelming complexity and tediousness of the procedures that leave many bewildered, the multitude of positions involved represents the interests of numerous individuals, encompassing countless interpersonal connections and serving as shields for various nefarious forces. If such a substantial piece of the pie were to be carelessly discarded by Thor, it is evident that it would incite considerable turmoil. Currently, Cornelius Fudge's position remains ambiguous, while Amelia Bones of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement staunchly supports the cause. The Department of Mysteries, however, remains aloof, even going so far as to decline attendance at the next meeting. During an internal meeting at the Star Society, Thor elaborated on all matters discussed at the previous high-level meeting of the Ministry of Magic. Ludovico Bagman, the head of the Department of Sports, explicitly opposed the reduction of positions, leading to a heated argument with me during the conference. As for the other departments, they are mere weathercocks, swaying whichever way the wind blows. Wolf was not surprised by this turn of events. He lightly tapped the table, contemplating for a moment before speaking. Fudge cannot act against him just yet. The imminent Quidditch World Cup and the Triwizard Tournament will undoubtedly bring unexpected incidents, and we require him to bear the blame. However, the deputy minister, the minister's assistant, and the magical advisor can be swiftly replaced by our own people. This will allow us to keep a close watch on that cunning hyena while also controlling the administrative direction of the entire Ministry of Magic. Bagman, the former star seeker of the Hufflepuff team, is, in fact, an incorrigible gambler, often resorting to selling off positions when he is unable to repay his debts, rendering his department particularly bloated. Such individuals are easily managed, and we still need him to take the blame for the upcoming 2 major events. So let him remain in his position for a few more days. However, Thor, you should gather all evidence against him for future dealings. After surveying the room, Wolf continued. Although we provide our support, many graduates from Hogwarts have left the magical community over the years. Court, go and retrieve them, assuring them that we will offer good job opportunities to sustain their livelihoods. We will replace them with those we have already trained, sending them into the Ministry of Magic to fill the current vacancies. Lucius, you will handle this. Madam Shabini, notify all our agents embedded within the Ministry of Magic to infiltrate the Department of Mysteries. I have a strong suspicion that those silent individuals are up to something peculiar. Wolf stood, adjusting his impeccably arranged robes, and proclaimed, Ladies and gentlemen, before the commencement of the next academic year at Hogwarts, I demand the entirety of the British Ministry of Magic. Is this achievable? Everyone immediately rose and bowed to Wolf, affirming, We shall not disgrace our mission. After the gathering dispersed, Wolf summoned Vinderosier and Eugil Carlo to his office, personally pouring them a cup of red tea. here in Britain. As long as we meticulously execute our plans, there should be no major issues. Do not worry about Dumbledore. He will not impede our progress. After taking a sip of tea, Wolf continued, Wenda, I need you to establish the European branch of the Stellar Society and infiltrate their Ministry of Magic. Ugel, you will head to the Americas. Acquire whatever you need, be it people or funds. I have but one stipulation. By the time I graduate, I want to have complete control over that region. Is there any issue with that? Wenda pondered for a moment before responding. Europe should pose no problem. Acting under the guise of being the master's student will certainly alleviate a great deal of unnecessary complications. Moreover, during the internal strife within the Soros family, we inadvertently eliminated many of the conservative factions there, which has considerably lessened the pressure. Ugel, however, displayed a troubled expression. Master, the Americas are rather challenging to navigate. The vast expanse is sparsely populated, and each region operates independently. The American Ministry of Magic is merely a nominal governing body, and furthermore, the headquarters of the International Wizarding Federation is also located there. The pressure is quite substantial. After refilling their cups, Wolf spoke slowly. What you mention has been on my mind, but fret not. I have devised a solution. With that, he retrieved a photograph from a nearby drawer and handed it to the two. Upon seeing it, Ugel was so startled that he leapt from his chair, even spilling his tea. Is this the mysterious figure? Wolf frowned slightly at Ugel's startled reaction. You shouldn't respond this way. Ugel, how can you be frightened by a noseless infant? Ugel hurriedly sat back down, tidying up the mess before him. Master, we are aware that he currently exists like a wretched mouse, but upon seeing those crimson serpent-like eyes, I was once again overtaken by past fears. I apologize for disappointing you. Wolf chose not to dwell on the incident and instead shifted the conversation. He is about to be resurrected no later than next July. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Wenda's eyes. Does the master mean for him to go to America? Indeed. The entrance of Ilvermorny School on Mount Greylock still bears the wand of his ancestors, Wolf said, his face lighting up as he looked at Wenda. Truly, conversing with like-minded individuals brings a delightful joy. It is a profound sense of spiritual fulfillment. I will arrange for someone to inform him of this matter, stating that the wand, a legacy of Slytherin, can only be activated by the last surviving heir he addresses. Simultaneously, Ugel will relay the information to Headmaster Algebert von Natter of Ilvermorny. Let them engage in their own conflict. Wenda responded in agreement. Master, we must also delay Dumbledore from providing assistance. It is likely that Algebert will seek aid from the Ministry of Magic. Wolf gently applauded Wenda before turning to Ugel, whose jaw had dropped in astonishment. Have you understood? Ugel quickly nodded. I comprehend, Master. I will adhere strictly to your plan. Should any issues arise, I will contact you immediately. Very well, off you go. Chapter 45. The Quidditch World Cup. As the day of the Quidditch World Cup final arrived, a gentle evening breeze dispelled the midday heat. The canvas of the tent billowed softly in the twilight air, reminiscent of the breath of some slumbering giant. The fabric of the Black family tent was no ordinary canvas, but a rich, deep emerald silk. Intricately embroidered with the family crest in silver thread, a majestic black dog roaring amidst a thicket of thorns, its eyes set with two tiny, glimmering obsidian stones that flickered with an ethereal light in the deepening dusk. Surrounding the crest were symbols of stars, their dim glow undulating as if a fragment of the night sky had been delicately draped over it. The cacophony of voices, the clinking of cauldrons, and the distant strains of peculiar songs created a surreal blur around this tent, as though filtered through an invisible barrier. The tent was vast, resembling a small palace, with two house elves standing at the entrance, clad in impeccably pressed black uniforms, their silver wolf head badges gleaming, faces solemn to the point of rigidity. Within, Wolf reclined comfortably in a broad wingback armchair, its velvet upholstery a profound midnight blue. His fingertips rested casually on the armrest, his movements slow and imbued with an effortless sense of command. Astoria Granger, now to be addressed as Astoria Black, sat beside him in a slightly smaller armchair, her silver-gray robe flowing like moonlight, accentuating her snow-white skin, serene as a tranquil pool. She tilted her head slightly, listening to Wolf converse with a high-ranking official from the Bulgarian Ministry of Magic, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Mr. Black, Mrs. Black, the Bulgarian official bowed slightly, his heavily accented voice laced with unrestrained respect and eagerness. Our ministry extends its deepest gratitude for the privileges your esteemed Star Society has provided in facilitating trade in southeastern Europe. The minister has entrusted me with the honor of conveying his most sincere greetings and friendship. He presented a slender, exquisite black velvet box with both hands. Wolf did not even reach out to accept it. Theodore Knott, who stood silently in the shadow behind him like a butler, stepped forward to take the box, his movements fluid and devoid of any superfluity. With gloved fingers, Theodore deftly unfastened the clasp, revealing a peculiar ceremonial dagger resting upon a deep crimson velvet lining. The hilt was crafted from a dark, golden metal, encrusted with fragmented deep red gemstones arranged in an ancient rune pattern, while the blade was elongated and shimmered with a chilling gleam. Wolf's gaze lingered on the dagger for but a moment before he inclined his head slightly. The minister is most considerate. Theodore, please put it away. His voice was low, yet carried an undeniable authority. The Bulgarian official's smile widened, as if he had received an extraordinary accolade. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he took his leave with utmost respect. As he stepped away from the rippling magical curtain at the entrance of the tent, a member of the African delegation, clad in a resplendent peacock blue robe adorned with glimmering metals, entered with a beaming smile, followed closely by an attendant bearing an even larger gift box. The air was thick with unspoken exchanges of toasts, compliments, and subtle tests. Wolf maintained his composure, exuding a languid detachment, yet deftly orchestrating the rhythm of each fleeting encounter. Occasionally, he would tilt his head to whisper a few inconsequential words to Astoria, his voice low and soothing, deepening the smile upon her lips and infusing her tranquil demeanor with a spark of vivacity. Astoria's gaze skimmed over the opulent gifts, Peruvian instant light powder, Egyptian curse-repelling amulets, American dragon-hide scrolls, silently arranged by Theodore in the depths of the tent, forming a silent edifice of power. Her hands rested upon her lap, her fingertips unconsciously twisting the smooth edge of her robe as if brushing away an imaginary speck of dust. It was only when the tent curtain was reverently lifted once more that the delicate balance within was truly disrupted. Percy Weasley, newly appointed assistant to the Minister of Magic, strode in, his scarlet robe and prominently displayed ministry crest marking his presence. The moment the curtain fell, the overly cautious politician's smile vanished, replaced by a genuine one. His steps noticeably more relaxed. Ladies and gentlemen, Percy began, his tone acquiring a hint of professional smoothness. His eyes quickly scanning the tent's lavish désordre and the amassed gifts, revealing a flicker of admiration beneath a barely perceptible tension, an awareness of his shifting identity. A clear self-recognition of his transition from a mere star to part of a constellation. The minister sends his regards. For tonight's final, the department has reserved the best vantage points for you in the top-tier VIP box. He paused slightly, his tone growing more formal. Additionally, the minister hopes to engage in some informal discussions with you regarding the recent amendments to the Magical Creatures Trade Regulation Draft after the competition concludes. Wolf lifted the crystal goblet beside him, amber liquid swirling within. He took a sip, his gaze drifting over the rim to land on Percy's meticulously arranged bow tie. A faint smile gracing his lips. Ah, you've only been here a few days, and already you're adopting a formal tone with me. Please convey my gratitude to the newly appointed assistant minister for such thoughtful arrangements. As for the draft, he set down the goblet, the base tapping the table with a crisp note. If the minister still possesses the energy after the match tonight, I would be pleased to hear his insights. His tone shifted from playful banter to a dispassionate calm, as though discussing the weather rather than legislation capable of influencing a vast sector of the wizarding world. That sense of control quietly permeated the atmosphere once more, akin to ink dispersing in clear water. Percy wore a bashful smile as he once again inclined his body, saying, "Ah, sir, to be honest, I am indeed struggling to adapt to such a shift in identity. However, Mr. Malfoy assures me that I am performing admirably. Yet I still find it somewhat awkward. Well, I shall not disturb you any further. I will see you in the top box." With that, he rose to take his leave, the scarlet hem of his robe swiftly vanishing before the curtain fell. A brief silence enveloped the tent. Wolf leaned back into his chair, his fingertips gently tapping the armrest, producing a soft, rhythmic sound. Astoria lifted the steaming cup of floral tea before her, the brew revealing a translucent pale gold hue. She gazed in the direction Percy had disappeared, her voice flowing like a clear spring over polished jade. Percy is indeed politically gifted. He seems to comprehend the nuances of ascending the ministry's hierarchy better than his contemporaries. Wolf turned his head to look at her, a flicker of faint, almost joyous light passing through his eyes. He extended his hand, gently covering the one Astoria had resting on her knee. Her hand felt cool against his warm palm. The hierarchy? Wolf chuckled softly, imbued with a sense of insight. The ministry is a vast labyrinth, my dear. Some spend their entire lives wandering within its confines, while others— He paused, his fingers lightly caressing the smooth skin of her hand, are borne atop towers that overlook the entire maze. Astoria's long eyelashes fluttered down, her gaze fixed on their intertwined hands, the subtle smile at the corner of her lips remaining unchanged, neither broadening nor fading, as if acknowledging an unspoken reality. When Wolf and Astoria made their entrance into the exclusive top box, the fervor of Ireland's Quidditch final against Bulgaria had reached a fevered pitch. Chapter 46. Quidditch World Cup 2. A colossal magical screen hovered above the pitch, vividly projecting every exhilarating moment of the match. The colors so intense they nearly scorched the eyes. The roar of 100,000 witches and wizards surged like a tangible tsunami, a cacophony of elation, rage, and despair crashing against the stands, causing the metallic staircase beneath to hum with vibration. Ireland's team. Crumb has broken through. Merlin above. He dodged. He evaded 2 chasers. Lindsay makes the save. The voice of Ludo Bagman, the director of the Department of Magical Sports, echoed hoarsely as he provided commentary, each word resonating with the force to tear through the air. The view from the box was exceptional, akin to a viewing platform suspended above a seething furnace. Below, the trio of Irish chasers executed a breathtakingly intricate maneuver, darting at a dizzying speed, the quaffle zipping between them like lightning. Each pass was precise to the millimeter, each feint luring the Bulgarian defense into disarray. The deep green figures sliced through the crimson gaps of Bulgaria's defense with the ferocity of 3 lethal green bolts. Troy. Pass to Moran. Back to Troy. Shoot. Ludo's voice crescendoed to a piercing pitch. Bang. The ghostly flying ball, accompanied by a piercing wail, soared through the air like a deep green cannonball, ruthlessly piercing the futilely outstretched gloves of the Bulgarian goalkeeper and crashing into the very center of the hoop. Scoring. Ireland. 170-10, leading by an astounding 160 points. In stark contrast to the mournful silence of the Bulgarian fans, the fervent Irish supporters erupted in a cacophony that threatened to lift the very roof of the stadium. Countless green flags and hats converged into a surging ocean of color. Yet, the gaze of every individual present, including Wolf with his captivating heterochromia, was not fixated on the dazzling teamwork or the score. At the pinnacle of the arena, at the heart of an invisible vortex created by the frantic air currents, 2 smaller, yet far more lethal storms were in a desperate pursuit. Victor Krum, the Bulgarian seeker, the black hurricane of the Quidditch world, hunched low over his firebolt, transforming into a blurred, oppressive crimson shadow. His flight path was devoid of embellishment, driven solely by an unadulterated, violent speed that tore through the air. Each dive and ascent bore the brute force capable of snapping a broomstick, reminiscent of a fierce hawk zeroing in on its prey, driven by a singular resolve to obliterate all in its path as it lunged toward that elusive golden glimmer. His opponent, Aidan Lynch, the Irish seeker, moved with the grace of a storm-tossed seabird, weaving effortlessly through the tumultuous currents stirred by Krum. His mastery of the broom was astonishingly light, darting through the gaps in the violent airflow, his deep green figure carving perilous arcs under immense pressure. Each evasion perilously close to being engulfed by the crimson tide. The golden snitch. It had finally appeared. Like a tiny particle of light bursting forth from the core of the sun, it fluttered madly just inches above the Irish goalpost, refracting dazzling rays of brilliance. The snitch. Ludo's voice, choked with excitement, erupted into an incredulous roar. 2 figures, one crimson and one emerald, shot forth like arrows released from an invisible bow, their piercing cries tearing through the air as they hurtled towards that faint glimmer of gold. The speed was blinding, so swift that the immense magical screen could only capture 2 elongated, blurred afterimages. The distance evaporated in an instant. Krum, with his unreasonable speed advantage, seemed to seize a half-body lead. His scarred right hand shot out like a talon, fierce and unyielding, as his fingertips nearly grazed the frantically vibrating wings of the snitch, heralding the sensation of impending victory. In that split second, Lynch executed a move that made the hearts of 100,000 wizards collectively skip a beat. Instead of reaching for the snitch, he abruptly pressed down on the broomstick's handle. His entire body collided decisively with the tail end of Crum's rapidly darting broom. Boom. The thunderous impact was drowned beneath the roar of the crowd. The 2 top-tier brooms of the world collided in midair, resulting in a catastrophic disintegration. Wood splintered and metal fragments exploded outward like shrapnel. 2 figures were violently hurled into the air by immense inertia, akin to kites severed from their strings, tumbling towards the unforgiving ground below. The crimson and emerald forms intertwined and separated during their descent, tracing a breathtaking arc of impending doom. Time seemed to momentarily freeze. The entire stadium fell into a profound silence, broken only by the whispers of the wind and the sporadic thuds of debris hitting the earth. No. The commentator Ludo's voice trembled with a mixture of disbelief and sorrow. Thud, thud. 2 heavy impacts resounded almost in unison. Lynch crashed heavily against the robust protective barrier, emitting a muffled groan of pain as his body rebounded and slid down limply. Krum, however, fared less favorably, landing directly on the edge of the arena, which was covered in thick sand, kicking up a cloud of dust and lying still. Amidst this suffocating silence, a small, shimmering golden figure emerged, wobbling from Krum's loosened grasp, attempting to soar into the skies, only to ultimately fall weakly into Krum's hands. The golden snitch has been captured. Ludo's voice was filled with the exhaustion of survival. Merlin's beard. Krum has seized the golden snitch. But the score, 170-160. Ireland wins. Ireland triumphs in the 422nd Quidditch World Cup. The brief silence erupted into fervor. The green wave of Ireland surged through every corner, the cheers, cries, and roars deafening. Countless hats and flags were tossed into the air, and green fireworks exploded densely in the night sky, illuminating the stadium as if it were day. In the box, the reserve dignitaries could not contain their applause and cheers. Wolf remained seated, but the faint curve of his lips deepened slightly. This thrilling victory had long been anticipated. Yet the cold ruthlessness displayed in that astonishing collision genuinely startled him. Astoria inhaled gently, her hand instinctively clutching the armrest, her knuckles paling slightly. The brutality of the fleeting moment had evidently cast a sizable stone into the tranquil waters of her heart. The embers of celebration had yet to cool, but the atmosphere of the camp had subtly transformed. The sweet aroma of fine wine and the warmth of food were overshadowed by a more primal, restless fervor filled with a desire for destruction. The Irish songs grew louder, imbued with a rawness fueled by alcohol, while the dissatisfaction and despondency of the Bulgarian supporters erupted into sporadic altercations and harmless, colorful sparks emitted from wands and expressions of frustration, igniting laughter or curses amidst the tents. Wolf and Astoria, flanked by Bill Weasley and several guards from the Star Society, who were clad in casual attire and bore an air of unwavering calm, navigated through the increasingly chaotic camp. Their chosen path was evidently deliberate, steering clear of the most crowded thoroughfares as they made their way toward their conspicuous silver-green tent in a relatively secluded area. The lights in the camp seemed to reflect the chaotic atmosphere, flickering erratically and casting distorted, undulating shadows. "Wolf, is the time to act upon us," Astoria murmured, her gaze sweeping over a nearby group of Irish wizards, who were arm in arm, belting out off-key battle songs and wildly brandishing their wands, sending sparks flying. Her voice bore little emotion, save for a barely perceptible hint of reluctance. Chapter 47. The Quidditch World Cup 3. Wolf did not reply. He merely raised his hand slightly. The guards surrounding him seamlessly adjusted their positions, forming a tighter protective circle, effectively shielding him from the potential sparks and drunkenly colliding figures. Their movements were fluid and synchronized, their sharp eyes scanning every quivering shadow around them, while their hands, appearing nonchalant at their sides, concealed muscles taut with readiness. Wolf himself strode with a steady gait, as if traversing the corridors of his own estate, the surrounding chaos merely a cacophony of background noise. His profound gaze pierced into the deeper darkness at the edge of the encampment, where it seemed even the revelry-esque lights dared not venture. Suddenly, a shrill, inhuman scream erupted, slicing through the din of the camp like a cold dagger. The cry was so jarring, so agonized, that it abruptly halted the laughter, songs, and drunken chatter. Following it came a second scream, then a third, and soon more shrieks erupted like a plague throughout the encampment. No longer were they the raucous sounds of drunken revelry. Instead, they were filled with genuine, throat-rending terror. "Ah, no, help, an attack. Someone is attacking." Boom. A massive, viscous fireball, flickering with an ominous green glow, hurtled through the air as if cast from the depths of hell, crashing violently into the dense cluster of tents at the center of the encampment with a devastating shriek. The explosion was deafening. Flames erupted skyward, instantaneously engulfing the colorful canvas. The sickly green magical fire was exceptionally malevolent, not only consuming material, but seemingly burning the very souls of those caught within its grasp. Wizards licked by the flames emitted inhuman howls, their bodies writhing in agony, carbonizing in the inferno. The heat wave, accompanied by the stench of charred flesh and the acrid odor of burning skin, rushed forth. The chaos erupted like water droplets hitting boiling oil, instantly exploding. The once jubilant crowd disintegrated into utter panic. Terrified wizards screamed like headless flies, dashing in every direction, pushing and trampling one another. Children cried out, desperately searching for their parents, while parents howled in despair amidst the turmoil. Tents were toppled by the frantic throng, burning debris kicked aside, igniting even more chaos. Countless spells shot aimlessly into the air, red, green, blue, like uncontrolled fireworks, bursting in the night sky and among the fleeing crowd, only amplifying the chaos and casualties. "Protect the gentleman and lady," Bill roared, drawing his wand in an instant. The other guards sprang into action, their movements swift as a cheetah. Together, they swiftly conjured a sturdy silver shield, firmly encasing Wolf and Astoria within its protective embrace. Several individuals remained vigilant, their backs turned to the periphery, wands poised towards various directions, their gazes sharp and hawk-like as they scanned the chaotic source. Wolf stood motionless, unyielding. The explosive brilliance illuminated half of his visage, and within his profound black eyes reflected the soaring, ghastly green magical flames and the fleeing, wailing figures. Yet there was not a trace of panic, only a chilling, perceptive acuity. Astoria's body tensed slightly, instinctively drawing closer to him, yet her countenance retained an astonishing tranquility. Only in the depths of her silver-gray eyes did the struggling forms amidst the flames and the horrifying, grinning figures emerging from the darkness manifest clearly. Her slender fingers tightened around Wolf's arm, her nails nearly embedding into the fabric of his dark robe. Remnants of the Death Eaters. Bill's voice seethed with suppressed fury. The tip of his wand glowing with a potent white light, directed towards the entrance of the camp. Wolf discreetly cast a glance at him. Fully aware of the assailants behind the attack, a scheme that had originally been orchestrated by him and the higher-ups of the Celestial Society. However, Bill and his companions remained oblivious, their reactions revealing their deepest truths. It seemed that this man, whose heart had been shattered by family betrayal, still harbored a flicker of justice within. In the darkness, shadows flitted about, clad in tattered black cloaks, their faces obscured by terrifying masks. They resembled demons clawing their way from the abyss of hell. The two leading figures were exceptionally tall and robust, akin to moving mountains of flesh. With each step, the ground seemed to groan beneath them. In their colossal hands, they gripped their wands, resembling thick, black rods imbued with destructive power. Crab, Goyle. Even amidst the chaos and distance, their iconic massive forms and the violent, blood-scented waves of dark magic they emanated stood out like beacons in the night. They unleashed beastly roars, their hefty wands swinging wildly. Reanimate the dead. Crab's hoarse voice bellowed the incantation like a death knell. A blinding, ghastly green beam erupted from the tip of his wand, not aimed at the crowd, but soaring skyward. The beam exploded in the pitch-black night, twisting and writhing, instantaneously transforming into a colossal skeleton composed of eerie green light, from which a sinister serpent slithered forth, coiling around the immense dark mark in the sky. That chilling, malevolent green light served as a harbinger of death, swiftly engulfing the burning flames of the camp and the anguished cries of humanity, staining the entire sky with the hue of a graveyard. For the glory of the Dark Lord, annihilate them. Goyle's voice thundered, resonant like a war drum. Saturated with savage ecstasy, he swept his wand, unleashing a terrifyingly thick purple flame that roared forth like a great serpent, incinerating tents, trees, and even wizards who could not escape in time, reducing them to ash in an instant. More Death Eaters surged forth from behind, emitting bloodthirsty howls, their wands wildly spewing forth the green light of killing curses, the red glow of the Cruciatus Curse, alongside various explosive and shattering incantations. Their assaults lacked any semblance of strategy, yet were imbued with a primal desire for destruction, akin to a pack of mad wolves descending upon a flock of sheep. The camp had been utterly transformed into a hellish inferno. The Aurors of the Ministry reacted with commendable swiftness, their crimson figures striving to organize a defense amidst the chaos. As beams of ironclad charms illuminated the fray, and disarming charms shot forth towards the massed assailants. Stupefy, Expelliarmus, Protego. The Auror cries echoed with resolute determination. However, the number of Death Eaters far exceeded expectations, and among them were evidently seasoned veterans of formidable strength. Even more terrifying were Crab and Goyle, two human weapons of unparalleled menace. Their spells possessed astonishing potency, as a mere shattering curse from Crab rendered ordinary ironclad charms as fragile as paper, obliterating the concealed Aurors behind them before they could even emit a cry, reducing them to mere clouds of crimson mist. Goyle grinned malevolently, unleashing wave after wave of killing curses, their blinding green light akin to the scythe of the Grim Reaper, mercilessly reaping lives, whether they belonged to resisting Aurors or fleeing civilians. Hold the line, for the Ministry of Magic. An Auror team leader bellowed hoarsely, striving to re-establish their formation. A green light whizzed past his ear, striking a young Auror behind him. The astonishment etched on the youth's face froze in an instant, and he collapsed, lifeless. Crimson-robed Aurors fell like delicate flowers battered by a tempest, succumbing to the relentless onslaught of the Death Eaters and the crushing might of Crab and Goyle. The line of resistance collapsed swiftly and irretrievably under the frenzied assault and the onslaught of these two core marauders. Despair, like a chilling tide, engulfed the remaining defenders. Retreat. Protect the civilians, retreat. The Auror team leader, witnessing the rapid dwindling of his comrades, felt his vision narrow, his voice thick with desperation as he issued a futile command. Yet, the escape route had long been sealed by the chaos of the panicked crowd and the spells of the Death Eaters. Chapter 48. Quidditch World Cup. For, just as the forces of the Ministry teetered on the brink of collapse, and the camp was poised to devolve into a slaughterhouse, an extraordinary humming sound suddenly pierced through the cacophony of explosions, screams, and incantations. The sound was not shrill, yet it carried a high-frequency vibration that penetrated to the marrow, as if countless metallic giants were simultaneously thrumming their wings. The darkness at the edge of the camp was cleaved as if by an invisible blade. Dozens of figures emerged like phantoms, appearing without warning from the shadows to enter the battlefield, clad in uniform, resembling a fabric woven from the night sky. Their pure black combat attire shimmered with a peculiar matte texture that absorbed the light cast by the flickering flames. Their faces were obscured by cold, expressionless silver-gray masks, revealing only eyes as chilling and polished as obsidian. Their movements were swift, precise, and utterly silent, akin to the activation of the most sophisticated instruments of death. There was neither a shout nor a warning, only the subtle hiss of air pierced by the lift of wands. Dozens of blinding beams of pure, radiant light erupted without preamble from the tips of their uniformly raised wands, resembling divine spears of retribution. These beams were not the typical spells familiar to wizards. They were more concentrated, more pristine, exuding a terrifying heat that scorched the air and a razor-sharp nest that tore through space, striking with unerring precision at the Death Eaters who were committing violence. The sound of the beams penetrating flesh was a muffled and dense thud. In the preceding moment, the Death Eaters had been cackling and brandishing their wands. In the next, their bodies froze, and a gaping hole the size of a bowl appeared at their chests or heads, with singed and smoking edges. There were no screams, only the heavy thud of their lifeless bodies hitting the ground. Their wands flew from their grasp, the malevolent glow at their tips extinguished in an instant. This sudden and ruthlessly efficient strike tore a massive gap through the frenzied wave of attacking Death Eaters, creating a breach composed of corpses. The chaotic battlefield momentarily froze. Both the frenzied attacking Death Eaters and the desperately resisting Aurors, along with the fleeing crowd, were stunned by this thunderous and merciless arrival. Minister Thor and his elite squad. A surviving Auror shouted this name, his voice filled with disbelief and the exhilaration of a narrow escape from despair. The Death Eaters' advance faltered. Crabbe and Goyle abruptly turned, their eyes, inflamed by madness and alcohol, fixating fiercely on this unexpected group, their seemingly furious and provoked expressions betraying a hint of relief and understanding. The leading figure in black stepped forward. Tall and imposing, his pure black combat attire perfectly accentuated his muscular physique, while a silver-gray mask obscured most of his features, revealing only a pair of eyes that shone with an unusual deep brown hue beneath the masked shadow, cold and sharp, like the eternal ice of the polar regions. He wielded not a traditional wand, but rather a uniquely designed, entirely black, sleek metal staff that resembled the spine of a large feline, its tip flickering with a dangerous blue-white arc of electricity. Without uttering a word, or even sparing Crabbe and Goyle a glance, he simply lifted the black staff slightly, pointing its tip toward the most concentrated area of Death Eaters. Purify. This cold, unwavering word emerged from behind the metal mask, carrying a metallic friction-like quality that resonated clearly across every corner of the battlefield. At his command, dozens of elite squad members instantly dispersed, moving with the swiftness of teleportation. Their coordination was exquisite, as if rehearsed 1,000 times. Some members, like phantoms, weaved through the chaos, appearing before the remaining Aurors and bewildered civilians, their wands flicking to conjure thick, shimmering blue energy shields that enveloped the survivors. Others formed groups of 3, seamlessly integrating into the ranks of the Death Eaters with the precision of finely tuned gears. Their tactical style starkly contrasts with that of Oro, exuding an overwhelming sense of suffocating pressure. One member charges head-on, the wand unleashing not a solitary spell, but a barrage of densely packed, diminutive white energy beams akin to shotgun pellets, encompassing a vast area and compelling the target to evade or defend. Another flanks the side, with the wand's tip emitting a powerful, dark purple energy whip that, upon ensnaring the target's body or wand, instantaneously releases a potent paralysis energy. The third moves like an assassin in the shadows, always appearing from the most unexpected angles, the tip of their wand coalescing a minuscule, intensely refined, ghostly blue point of light, precisely targeting the wands, arms, or vital points of those Death Eaters who are bound or suppressed. SSS. A dark purple energy whip coiled around a Death Eater's wrist like a venomous serpent, the overwhelming sensation of paralysis rendering him rigid in an instant. The head-on assailant's white energy beams rained down upon his hastily conjured ironclad shield, producing a cacophony akin to rain striking banana leaves, the spell teetering on the brink of collapse. The third figure emerged as if conjured from thin air, appearing at his flank, the ghostly blue glow at the wand's tip flickering briefly. Thud! A small, charred hole appeared at the Death Eater's temple, extinguishing the madness in his eyes. His body collapsing limply. Efficient, lethal, and ruthlessly cold, the members of the Starry Society swept through like a chilling hurricane, leaving the Death Eaters to fall like cut wheat in their wake. Their attacks deftly avoided the areas shielded by protection, focusing solely on harvesting those cloaked in black. The tides of battle shifted in an instant. Crabbe and Goyle exchanged glances, simultaneously unleashing furious roars, witnessing their subordinates being effortlessly crushed like ants. They frantically waved their wands while subtly retreating. Crabbe's massive wand pointed menacingly at a member of the elite squad, casting a binding whip behind him, the tip gathering an ominous black light that seemed to warp the very fabric of space. Shatter. A thick black beam tore through the air, propelled by an intent to annihilate. Yet, the 2 elite squad members in front of the target appeared to have anticipated this. One instantaneously shifted, positioning themselves in the path of the black light, arms crossed before their chest, 2 inconspicuous silver bracers on their wrists erupting in a blinding white light. forming a substantial energy wall composed of countless tiny hexagonal shields. Boom! The black light of the shattering spell collided violently with the shield wall. The deafening explosion and violent energy shockwave radiated outward, toppling nearby burning tent debris. The shield wall flickered and trembled, emitting a strained hum under the immense pressure. Even developing fine cracks, yet astonishingly, it managed to withstand this ferocious assault. The black light was forcibly refracted into the sky, leaving a lingering magical trail against the night backdrop. Chapter 49 Quidditch World Cup 5 The protected squad member didn't even cast a glance back. The binding whip persistently lashing out toward another target. Roar! Upon witnessing this, Gall's eyes turned crimson as he abandoned the incantation. Charging forward with the ferocity of a rampaging behemoth, he advanced with heavy strides, wielding his thick wand as if it were a colossal hammer, exuding an aura of destruction as he lunged towards Torborn himself. Each massive footfall struck the ground with a thunderous boom, causing the earth to tremble beneath him. His formidable bulk served as the most terrifying weapon, intent on shattering the masked leader before him with sheer brute force. Tor remained rooted to the spot, utterly unperturbed. As Gall barreled towards him like an uncontrollable locomotive, his deep brown eyes betrayed not a hint of emotion. Beneath an icy veneer lay a suppressed smirk. How absurd, he thought, to play the part of a madman when he was merely meant to act. Just as Gall's colossal form, enveloped in a gust of foul wind, was about to collide with him, Tor's black staff sprang into action. Without a spell, without any grand gestures, he merely flicked the tip of the staff forward with astonishing swiftness, as if brushing away a speck of dust. Zing! A blinding blue-white arc of electricity erupted from the tip of the staff, akin to divine retribution descending from the heavens. Though slender, the arc was as concentrated as a tangible spear of lightning, carrying the acrid scent of scorched air and devastating energy as it struck Gall's leading right knee with unerring precision. A heart-wrenching, inhuman howl erupted from Gall's throat, filled with unimaginable agony and terror. You're really serious about this? He cursed inwardly. His forward momentum collided with an invisible steel wall, abruptly halting his advance. The knee that had been struck by the arc instantly charred and carbonized, releasing a nauseating stench of burnt flesh, while the immense bone within cracked ominously under the force of the energy. His massive frame lost its support, akin to a felled giant tree, crashing heavily to the ground amidst ashes and debris, raising a cloud of dust as he clutched his shattered right leg and emitted a piercing wail of despair. Tor did not spare a glance at the writhing Gall, fearful that he might betray a laugh. His gaze, cold as ice, swiftly locked onto Crabbe, who was nearby, now flustered under the relentless assault of the elite squad and marked with several charred scorch marks. Upon witnessing Gall's sudden downfall and locking eyes with Tor's emotionless brown gaze, an unshakable chill of fear overshadowed Crabbe's alcohol-fueled frenzy. His massive body quivered, a flicker of sheer panic flashing in his eyes. Cursing inwardly, he thought, this is getting out of hand. He resolved to flee, disregarding his comrades still being slaughtered, and with a fierce wave of his wand, unleashed a powerful shattering curse that struck the ground between himself and Tor. Boom! Debris flew in all directions, shrouding the scene in dust and obscuring their vision. Crabbe made his escape. Bill, beside Wolf, immediately shouted a warning. In the instant when Thor's figure became enveloped in swirling dust, it appeared as if he had melded into the darkness, rendering him indistinct. Yet, Wolf's profound black eyes pierced through the chaos and debris, clearly capturing every subtle movement of Thor. He observed as, amidst the rising smoke, Thor's hand, gripping the black long staff, imperceptibly tilted at an almost negligible angle. The ethereal blue light, imbued with destructive energy and initially aimed at Crabbe's vulnerable back, ultimately grazed past his quaking, fear-laden form, leaving only a charred mark upon his tattered cloak. As the dust began to settle, Crabbe's massive and clumsy silhouette, in stark contrast to his size, was seen scrambling in a state of utter panic towards the depths of the denser darkness of the forest, soon vanishing amidst the distorted shadows of the trees. On the ground, Gall, who had been clutching his shattered leg, emitted increasingly faint cries until a silver halo suddenly appeared beneath him, engulfing him in an instant before disappearing altogether. Within mere minutes following Thor and his companion's intervention, the battle approached its conclusion. Apart from the fleeing Crabbe and Gall, as well as a handful of fortunate stragglers who managed to escape amidst the turmoil, the majority of the participating Death Eaters lay lifeless upon the ground. The camp was left resonating with the crackle of flames, the moans of the injured, and the subdued cries of those who had survived the ordeal. The elite team members, as efficient and silent as their initial arrival, commenced the meticulous task of clearing the battlefield, collecting the bodies and tending to the wounded civilians, their movements precise and devoid of unnecessary flourish. Thor Burns remained in place, the arc of electricity at the tip of his black staff now extinguished. His dark hair glimmered with a cold sheen under the flickering embers of the campfire. He slightly turned his head, his gaze piercing through the lingering smoke and the chaotic figures, precisely directed towards Wolf Black's location. Their eyes met in the air. Wolf stood resolutely at the center of the silver shield upheld by his guardians, exuding an air of composure, as if what he had witnessed was not a bloody suppression, but rather an unremarkable Quidditch match. His face bore no expression, his deep, heterochromatic eyes, like an ancient well, met Thor's icy brown gaze with tranquil indifference. There were no words exchanged, no nods of acknowledgement. Only a silent, cold, and profound understanding flowed between them through their locked gazes. Thor's eyes lingered on Wolf's face for a brief moment before swiftly scanning past him to Astoria, who appeared slightly pale, yet remained composed beside him. Before averting his gaze as if merely confirming an inconsequential detail, he turned sharply, the tips of his black hair slicing through the air with a sharp brilliance in the moment of his pivot. Clear the area, transfer to the Ministry of Magic. Thor's voice echoed, devoid of emotion. Yes, the team members replied in unison, their voices equally cold and precise, reminiscent of machinery. Thor's figure was the first to dissolve into the darkness, as abruptly as he had arrived. The other members of the team swiftly concluded their tasks, vanishing silently into the shadows at the edge of the camp like a receding tide, leaving behind a scene of utter disarray, scattered corpses, and a group of dazed aurors and survivors. Wolf's gaze followed the direction in which Thor had disappeared, the darkness seeming to consume all light. He slowly raised his hand, his fingertips unconsciously brushing gently against the smooth, silvered surface of his wand. The serpent head at the top of the wand reflected the flickering light of the campfire. Its eyes, crafted from shards of magical stone, deep and enigmatic. Astoria beside him inhaled softly, the sound resonating distinctly in the suddenly quieter camp. Within her cerulean gaze, the stillness of the darkened forest edge was vividly mirrored, alongside the dark, viscous stains of blood left by the dragged bodies. Instinctively, she reached out, her slender fingers trembling ever so slightly as they once more grasped the cuff of Wolf's dark robe, as if attempting to rid it of an invisible, unsettling chill that clung to it. Chapter 50. The Quidditch World Cup. When Wolf returned to the headquarters of the Star Society after escorting Astoria back to Grimmauld Place, he overheard the furious bellowing of Old Crab and Old Goyle before even entering the meeting hall. You mutt, you were supposed to act, not take it seriously. What about my leg? Indeed, what do you make of the injuries I sustained? This isn't my fault. The master instructed you to play a villain, yet you performed the role as if you were a lunatic. I had no choice but to resort to some harsh measures. Otherwise, I would be remiss in acknowledging your superb acting skills. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Thor's evident teasing brought forth a wave of laughter that filled the hall, drowning out the pair's angry curses. At that moment, Mrs. Shabini spotted Wolf at the entrance and promptly rose to salute him. Sir. The others, following her gaze, also recognized Wolf's presence and quickly stood to pay their respects. Sir. Wolf gestured for them to take their seats as he walked slowly to the head of the table. With a smile, he surveyed the room before focusing on Old Goyle. Kevin, Carter, are your injuries all right? No worries, sir, Carter Black replied hastily. I've healed up, but Old Goyle will need to endure some discomfort for a few days. Wolf smiled and pointed at Thor, suggesting he should make amends. Laughter erupted once more. Thor then stood and addressed Wolf. Sir, regarding this operation, the Death Eaters that Kevin and Carter lured in, except for the few who escaped, have all been sent to Azkaban. What should our next course of action be? Wolf raised an eyebrow. You all can deliberate amongst yourselves. Just ensure that no loose ends remain. Either act decisively or not at all. He then turned his gaze toward Lucius, who promptly responded, stating that the recent upheaval at Gringotts had been utterly catastrophic. Crumb had captured the Golden Snitch, leading to Ireland's victory, with odds soaring to 1,300. We had placed a total wager of 2 million galleons. They simply cannot afford such a loss. The manager of Gringotts has already been in contact with me. Wolf gently tapped the table and began to speak slowly, expressing his appreciation for everyone's hard work during this challenging period. He noted that each of them was striving for a brighter future, laboring for a grand cause. Madam Shabini, please allocate 3,000 galleons from our account to distribute bonuses among the employees of the Star Society. He continued, I have several announcements to make. First, Wenda is currently in Europe, while Ujul is in America. Their tasks require mutual collaboration, and I expect no shirking of responsibilities or bureaucratic evasion. You must grasp my meaning. Second, I must remind you once more not to let the euphoria of our initial victory cloud your judgment. The goblins are an ancient race that has endured for millennia, and Gringotts has been a venerable institution for countless ages. Do not underestimate their depth. Thus far, no one has successfully located the true habitat of the goblins. Therefore, let us not relent. Since we have successfully disrupted their financial chain, let us go further. Once they have settled their current bets, we shall spread rumors of Gringotts' impending bankruptcy, inciting panic among the British wizards to withdraw their deposits en masse, aiming to empty Gringotts in one fell swoop. They will be left with but two choices. either to ignore inflation and mint more galleons recklessly, or to venture to their stronghold to retrieve their reserves. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and I hope you will seize it. If necessary, collaborate closely with the Order of the Phoenix to discover their habitat and achieve a decisive victory. Thirdly, regarding Thor's promotion, do not pursue speed blindly. There is an old saying from the East, haste makes waste. First, we must embed our people within various departments of the Ministry of Magic, establishing a strong foundation. Currently, Fudge is undoubtedly troubled by the chaos surrounding the Quidditch World Cup. However, while this may shake his position, it cannot completely dismantle his foundation. A greater upheaval and widespread panic are required to lead the populace to total disillusionment with him. Moreover, we still need him to take the fall for us on several occasions, so refrain from excessive interference. Ensure that the Avada remains intact, and even consider having Rita Skeeter provide him with a suitable reputation rehabilitation. Nonetheless, what he hears must be what we want him to hear, and his actions should be guided by our influence. Fourthly, the new academic year at Hogwarts will feature the Triwizard Tournament, which necessitates my prolonged presence at the school. All matters concerning the Star Society will be addressed at my discretion. Should any challenging issues arise, feel free to seek my counsel. Simultaneously, I will write to my mentor, Mr. Grindelwald, to see if he is willing to pause his travels and return to oversee the situation. In summary, united in purpose, we shall be invincible. With that, Wolf rose from his seat, prompting everyone else to stand as well, all for a greater cause. As the fervor of the crowd began to subside, Lucius suddenly inquired, "Sir, we previously discussed that the fairies might likely extend the repayment period of the substantial sums through interest payments or business concessions. If that were to occur, your earlier plan might be rendered futile. How should we proceed in such a scenario?" Wolf casually leaned back in his chair, a charming smile gracing his lips, his striking heterochromatic eyes shimmering under the light as he turned to Lucius. "Lucius," he posed, "what do you think a gambler, on the brink of losing everything, would do upon discovering he still possesses some capital? Would he concede defeat and return to his business with the remaining funds? Or would he risk everything on the gambling table, hoping for a miraculous win? Why, he would continue to gamble," interjected Case Gringlass. "No child cries perpetually, nor does a gambler lose endlessly. For a gambler, to abstain is to invite death before their eyes." Wolf straightened his posture, a fierce glint igniting in his gaze as his tone turned icy. "So, do you believe Gringotts would refrain from opening another major wager during the Triwizard Tournament?" "Indeed, they will. Even if they have only a modicum of capital left, they would wager everything, even if it means mortgaging their assets." Pertessel exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "That would be the ultimate blow. I would be the one to dig their grave." Chapter 51. The Quidditch World Cup 7. Damn you, Gaul. Damn you, Black. Damn you, Malfoy. How dare you betray me? A heart-wrenching roar echoed through the dilapidated Riddle Manor, laced with vile curses. Only the infant-sized Voldemort was nestled on a tattered sofa, set there by the diminutive Peter Pettigrew. His crimson snake-like eyes burned with fury, and the flickering light from the fireplace cast a grotesque shadow upon his already twisted visage. "Peter, fetch that despicable Muggle elder for me, and bring me your wretched wand," Voldemort commanded sharply. Peter dared not defy or respond, trembling as he dragged the bound Muggle elder, the caretaker of the Riddle estate for a lifetime, and cast him before Voldemort. Voldemort's cold, serpentine gaze swept over the elder's weathered face, and his murderous intent surged. Avada Kedavra! The eerie green light pierced through the shattered window, illuminating a small patch of the night sky. Candles floated like stars beneath the vaulted ceiling of the great hall, golden platters glimmered, and the clinking of silverware mingled with the chatter of students, creating the unique, boisterous symphony of Hogwarts. As Harry scooped a spoonful of mashed potatoes onto his plate, Ron animatedly illustrated the arc of a golden snitch he nearly captured during last night's Quidditch game, his voice ringing oddly in the suddenly silent hall. All the Weasley children cast disdainful glances in his direction. Perhaps others were unaware, but they, as mere supporting characters in Ron's web of lies, could not possibly be oblivious. They simply could not be bothered to expose the truth, or more accurately, found it too tiresome to acknowledge him. Dumbledore rose, his silver beard flowing in the candlelight. As his gaze swept across the 4 long tables, an invisible ripple of silence emanating, causing even the floating candles to seem momentarily suspended. Before partaking of the delectable feast, Dumbledore's voice pierced through the stillness. "I must announce a significant change for this academic year." He paused slightly, leaving only the sound of nervous breaths in the hall. Following careful deliberation by the Board of Governors and the Department of International Magical Cooperation, Hogwarts Quidditch season will be suspended for a year. Suspend? The word struck like hail against boiling oil. The Gryffindor table erupted, Lee Jordan leaping to his feet, spilling pumpkin juice across George's lap. The golden liquid spreading across the tablecloth like a desperate map. "Impossible!" Angelina Johnson, the new Quidditch captain and successor to Wood, bellowed, overpowering the buzzing discussions. "The new player tryouts are about to commence. I have prepared all summer for this. We are definitely going to sweep the House Cup this year. Even the Slytherin table echoed with rare agreement. Pale faces of those retained for another year flushed with anger, silver forks clattering against plates. No Quidditch? I was just persuading my father to spend 300 galleons sponsoring the team robes. I will not tolerate this. Save your breath, Draco. Uncle Lucius will not agree. As I already mentioned in my reply to you, Wolf replied flatly. Hermione attempted to restore order. Quiet. Let the headmaster finish. But her voice was drowned by the tide of fury. Harry felt his stomach drop. Quidditch was his wings at Hogwarts, his golden freedom soaring through the overcast skies. Ron's face turned crimson as he shook his fists at the air. This is nothing short of murder. Joyful murder. Dumbledore raised his hand. It was not a command. Yet it bore an undeniable authority. The clamor was choked by an invisible hand, leaving only reluctant gasps. He understood that this felt akin to snatching away the wind that swept through the skies. His azure eyes held comprehension, igniting a new flame. Yet this sacrifice was made to herald the return of a more ancient and illustrious legend. He inhaled deeply, his voice resonating like a bell shattering the silence. Hogwarts will, alongside Beauxbatons Academy of Magic and Durmstrang Institute, revive the Triwizard Tournament that has been dormant for 2 centuries. The hall fell into a vacuum of utter silence. 1 second, 2 seconds, and then a roaring eruption nearly overturned the magically enhanced ceiling. The Triwizard Tournament? Fred Weasley's voice thundered. That deadly competition? He and George had climbed onto the benches, disregarding Professor McGonagall's sharp glare. This is just too cool, they exclaimed, and then the two began to tango hand in hand. Deadly? Whispers of fear from Muggleborns, or those unfamiliar with the little wizarding world, swept through like a chilling breeze. No, it is glory. The head of Ravenclaw trembled with excitement as he spoke of the prestigious showdown among the top 3 schools in Europe. Just imagine, the eternal crown. The Hufflepuff table erupted in cheers, Cedric Diggory blushing with anticipation as his companions patted his back vigorously. Fear and ecstasy collided in the air of the hall, igniting an invisible spark. After the feast, members of the Starry Society gathered in the room of requirement on the 8th floor. Daphne prepared a cup of red tea for each person. Wolf savored his tea while gently caressing Astoria's small hand, observing the lively discussions around him. Some were reflecting on their summer achievements, while others debated the merits and drawbacks of the recent actions taken by the Starry Society. Yet, most conversations centered on the Triwizard Tournament. Wolf found the lively chatter comforting rather than overwhelming. Suddenly, Draco turned to him, eyes twinkling mischievously, resembling a cunning little mouse. Sir, will you participate in the Triwizard Tournament? As soon as he spoke, all eyes turned to Wolf, curiosity piqued regarding his answer. I shall certainly participate, Wolf replied candidly, without evasion or concealment, for this was a matter of the Starry Society's next steps. Hermione frowned, expressing her concerns. Professor Dumbledore will undoubtedly impose restrictions, and the heads of the other 2 schools are no fools. Your reputation precedes you. They will surely be wary. Then let me challenge you, Wolf said, his interest piqued, a mischievous grin on his face. If I claim that I can be selected without lifting a finger or leveraging connections, can you guess the reason? If I were the headmaster of Armstrong, I would certainly refuse your participation. Otherwise, even with Crumb, they could never claim victory. Rolf Scamander was the first to respond. Surely, the Sir has a way to circumvent Professor Dumbledore's limitations, Fred began, but was interrupted by George. Isn't it obvious? The Sir has stated he won't intervene. Except for a bewildered Draco and Neville, everyone else was deep in thought. After a lengthy pause, Hermione was the first to look up. Harry Potter. At the mention of that name, Daphne's eyes brightened with realization but quickly dimmed as she said, Professor Dumbledore's savior plan. He will certainly arrange for Potter to participate. It's a splendid opportunity for fame. However, shouldn't he organize for you to compete instead? Hermione seemed to have pieced it together, confidently asserting, no, he should rather present you. First, if you do not meet the criteria, it follows that Harry would not either. Thus, if Harry enters the tournament, he will be ensnared in a whirlwind of public scrutiny, potentially even a self-incrimination trap. Cedric finally chimed in, following Hermione's line of thought. Thus, they will need a larger bait to completely extricate Potter from public opinion. Therefore, you are the best option. Moreover, should you falter, Potter will rise to prominence by stepping on your face. Wolf gently tapped the table, expressing his hope that during the next gathering, everyone would articulate their thoughts. He urged them to pay close attention to the new defense against the dark arts professor, who emanated an unsettling aura and carried an odor reminiscent of a potion that was rather nauseating. Yes, sir. Chapter 52, Draco's Battle won. To be frank, since Wolf's arrival at Hogwarts, he had scarcely attended his classes, especially during his 3rd year. He had spent only a few days at the school before succumbing to a deep slumber that lasted an entire academic year. Although the Triwizard Tournament necessitated that Wolf remain at the school for the majority of the time, he opted not to attend classes, instead dedicating himself to the room of requirement or the forbidden section of the library, engrossed in his studies. He engaged in discussions with various professors, feeling that his abilities had reached a plateau and that he needed broader insights to facilitate his breakthrough. However, he was not entirely idle. He sought out Draco Malfoy and entrusted him with evidence that Alastor Moody was an impostor, allowing Draco the freedom to handle the situation as he deemed fit. No matter how public the spectacle became, the other members of the Starry Society not only refrained from assisting him, but also isolated and undermined him, creating an illusion of his solitude. He was merely bait, a lure that Wolf employed in his pursuit. This was his solitary endeavor, or perhaps his solitary war. Draco was unaware of Wolf's motives and did not inquire further. His blind trust in Wolf compelled him to carry out the task without hesitation. However, the immense weight of such a responsibility bore heavily upon him. The enchanted ceiling of the great hall sparkled with illusory stars, while silver platters and goblets reflected the flickering candlelight, casting dancing shadows upon Draco Malfoy's somewhat pallid face. The long table overflowed with food, its rich aroma almost suffocating. Yet it failed to stir his appetite. He mechanically sliced through a cold steak, the faint clinking of silver cutlery drowned out by the excited whispers of the Slytherins, who deliberately lowered their voices in anticipation. Mad-Eye Moody. How could Dumbledore appoint him as a professor? I've heard that his magical eye can see through walls and even into your thoughts. What does it matter? As long as he doesn't step on my robes with that prosthetic leg? Draco set down his cutlery, his fingertips unconsciously gliding over the cool, smooth surface of the goblet, the chill radiating through his fingers. He slightly turned his head, casting his gaze over the raucous crowd towards the incongruous figure at the staff table. Alastor Moody resembled a piece of weathered wood forcefully wedged into an exquisite frame, his unruly gray hair and scarred visage, with a normal eye deeply set in its socket, surveyed the hall with a gaze as sharp as tempered steel, alertly scanning the surroundings. Yet, what truly captured Draco's attention was the magical eye, glinting with a cold metallic sheen in the candlelight. It was embedded within Moody's skull, spinning erratically and frantically, scanning the surroundings in a relentless 360-degree sweep, akin to an uncontrollable, spine-chilling top. The moment Draco's gaze met that magical eye, it abruptly halted, as if ensnared by an invisible magnet. The frantically rotating blue iris suddenly locked onto the direction of the Slytherin table, cold and sharp, emanating a penetrating scrutiny that, after failing to find its desired target amidst the throng, fixed its gaze resolutely upon Draco's face. The sensation was akin to a bucket of ice water cascading down from above, freezing his spine in an instant. Draco's grip on his cup tightened, his knuckles blanching. That gaze bore no hint of curiosity. It was merely the raw vigilance of a predator zeroing in on its prey, unmasked in its hostility. The surrounding clamor seemed to recede like a retreating tide, leaving only that magical eye magnified infinitely in his sight, exuding a metallic chill, silently proclaiming it had set its sights on him. Draco? Draco! A prolonged, mocking call from Pansy Parkinson broke through, laced with her usual sarcasm. What are you looking at? Enchanted by the madman's false leg? Or are you afraid his good eye will expose all your little secrets? Her deliberately raised voice elicited muffled laughter from several nearby Slytherin students. Snapped back to reality, Draco forced down the icy dread surging within him, his muscles tensing momentarily beneath his robes, before he compelled himself to relax. He lifted his cup, taking a feigned sip of pumpkin juice, the overly sweet taste now reminiscent of ashes. He managed a customary, haughty smirk characteristic of the Malfoy lineage, turning to Pansy. Pansy, I was merely contemplating whether his visage might send the younger students into tears. The standards of Hogwarts faculty seemed to be deteriorating. He deliberately let his voice sound casual, tinged with a hint of disdainful mockery. Pansy scoffed, evidently pleased with Draco's compliance, and resumed the tedious debate regarding the material of Moody's wooden leg. Yet, as Draco picked up his knife and fork once more, he found it impossible to concentrate on the food before him. At the staff table, that magical eye remained steadfastly and coldly fixed upon him, like a nail driven into the back of his skull. Each time he glanced up, he could distinctly feel the weight of that gaze. Lowering his eyelids, he gazed at the distorted reflection of himself on the edge of the silver platter. A thought slithered into his mind like a venomous serpent. This protracted war was likely only just beginning. The air in the defense against the dark arts classroom seemed to congeal, suffused with a blend of musty tomes, dust, and an indescribable, sulphurous stench said to be a hallmark of Moody's office. The newly arranged classroom had entirely lost the remnants of Gilderoy Lockhart or Remus Lupin, with rough, dark wooden slats sealing the windows, permitting only thin slivers of dim light to enter. The walls were adorned with various instruments that flickered with an eerie luminescence, their purposes unknown, while the shadows in the corners appeared to harbor suspiciously shaped, canvas-covered objects piled high. The frigid metallic aura and an intangible, nerve-wracking sense of oppression permeated the atmosphere. Moody, dragging his heavy wooden leg, paced before the podium, the thud of his peg leg against the floor reverberating in the excessively quiet classroom. each impact resonating like a hammer upon the taut nerves of the students. His magical eye spun tirelessly within its socket, scanning each youthful, anxious visage, eventually, once again, settling ominously upon Draco with a portentous certainty. Enough, silence. Moody's voice rasped like sandpaper against stone, coarse yet piercing, instantly quelling all whispers. I am Alastair Moody. Some of you, his normal eye narrowed sharply, its gaze penetrating the Slytherin table, might have heard of my past reputation. With a sudden, almost aggressive swiftness, he produced a scroll of parchment from the depths of his dark robe. Now, let us take attendance, he bellowed, the magical eye darting to the parchment before swiftly scanning below. Harry Potter. Present. Harry's voice came forth, somewhat strained. Moody grunted, the magical eye lingering on the scar upon Harry's forehead for several seconds, the infamous one. The roll call continued, each name pronounced in that gruff voice. When Wolf Blake was called, Moody's voice abruptly escalated, laden with a deliberate, discomforting pause. The frenzied magical eye ceased its rotation, locking onto Draco's face with a hunter-esque precision. Draco, Moody advanced 2 steps, his heavy footfalls echoing disturbingly in the silence. Where's Wolf Blake? His tone bore a scrutinizing deliberation and unabashed malice. Draco felt the weight of every gaze converging upon him, like countless tiny needles piercing his skin. He forced himself to straighten his back, chin slightly raised, maintaining the aloof pride expected of the Malfoy lineage, yet blood roared in his ears, and his heart thudded heavily against his ribs. Then you should seek him out yourself rather than asking me. Chapter 53. Draco's War 3 in the fleeting moment before collision. Moody's heavy wooden leg pivoted with a suspicious precision, far from unsteady. Thud. The solid edge of the wood crashed forcefully against the bottom of the stack of books Draco cradled. A sharp, jarring sound exploded in the empty corridor. Draco felt an immense force surge through his arm as the books in his embrace erupted, as if struck by a blasting curse, scattering violently into the air. The heavy tome of Theory of Magic crashed onto the back of his foot, a sharp pain causing him to gasp involuntarily. Advanced Potion making traced an arc through the air before landing with a thud several meters away on the stone floor, the pages splaying open in agony. The parchment rolled out like a kite with a severed string, sprawling across the dust-laden ground. You. Draco suddenly lifted his gaze, rage instantly demolishing the dam of reason. His pale cheeks flushed crimson with fury. He glared fiercely at Moody, almost snarling through clenched teeth. You did this on purpose. Moody halted, slowly turning around. His magical eye ceased its rotation, coldly locking onto Draco's contorted face twisted by anger. In his normal eye, there was not a trace of surprise or remorse. Only a nearly cruel, unabashed delight and scrutiny. A grimace, grotesquely twisted, even tugged at the corners of his scarred, rugged visage, forming a chilling smile. On purpose? Moody's voice was low and gravelly, like gravel scraping against metal, each syllable laced with palpable malice and a condescending mockery. The corridor is narrow, Malfoy. Carrying such a high stack of books while not watching where you tread, does that not constitute a sign of disrespect towards the professor? As he spoke, his intact hand slowly, with an eerie sense of ritual, delved into the inner pocket of his dark robe. Draco's heart tightened abruptly, as if gripped by a frigid hand. A chill raced from his tailbone to the crown of his head, extinguishing his earlier fury like a bucket of icy water, leaving only a bone-deep cold and dread. He watched that hand rummaging in the pocket, his mind racing back to Moody's furious tirade about the unforgivable curses and the glass vial containing spiders from class. Cruciatus. Moody's calloused hand gradually emerged from the depths of his robe, tightly clutching his coarse, weathered wand. The tip of the wand subtly lifted, intentionally or not, aimed directly at Draco's direction. His magical eye fixed intently on Draco's face, now devoid of color. The smirk deepened, radiating a cruel, cat-and-mouse mockery. I have heard. Moody's voice dropped even lower, akin to a serpent hissing in the dark, each word infused with icy malevolence, that the Malfoy lineage possesses rather resilient bones. The wand seemed to inch forward ever so slightly, its aim becoming increasingly precise. I wonder if they can withstand the Cruciatus curse. The very mention of the Cruciatus curse pierced Draco's eardrums like 4 ice picks. His blood felt as if it had frozen instantly, his muscles rigid as stone. His mind blank, save for the primal scream of terror echoing within. He watched that wand, observed the unmasked malice in Moody's eyes and a near-maniacal provocation. As if in the next heartbeat, the green light capable of shattering one's will would erupt from the tip. Time stood still in the grip of fear. Moody appeared to revel in the unmistakable fear and rigidity reflected in Draco's eyes. He refrained from casting a spell immediately, instead exerting immense pressure with his wand and that cold, magical eye, silently. Seconds stretched out like an eternity. Draco could almost discern the subtle sound of his teeth chattering. At last, a flicker of an exceedingly complex, elusive light flashed in Moody's normal eye, reminiscent of a lingering sentiment, or perhaps a momentary restraint following some form of assessment. The twisted arc of his lips seemed to soften slightly, and his wand, held with deliberate slowness and a palpable warning, lowered a few inches. No longer directly aimed at Draco's heart, yet still perilously gripped in his hand. "Pick up your books, little peacock." Moody's voice returned to its usual gruffness, yet remained chillingly cold. "Next time you walk, pay attention." He limped away, the heavy, deliberate thuds of his wooden leg echoing as he passed by the frozen Draco, enveloping him once more in the pungent scent of sulfur and leather, gradually fading with each step. Only when the suffocating sound of footsteps had entirely vanished at the end of the corridor did Draco draw a sharp breath, as though surfacing from beneath water, his heart racing violently within his chest. Cold sweat soaked through his shirt, clinging to his icy skin. His legs felt weak, nearly unable to support him, forcing him to lean against the frigid stone wall for stability. As he gasped for air, his gaze fell upon the scattered books and parchment strewn across the floor. A sense of humiliation intertwined with a chilling, sharp hatred surged within him. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to crouch down, his fingers trembling slightly with anger and fear as he began to mechanically gather the remnants. "Damn it, just wait until you die, you scum." Draco seethed inwardly. He first picked up the nearest book, the pages of Advanced Potion making flapping open haphazardly, shoving the creased pages back together. Next came a few rolls of parchment, dusty and having rolled beneath a suit of armor. As he reached for the farthest book, Magical Theory, which had slid into the shadowy corner, his fingers turned pale from exertion. Just as his fingertips were about to make contact with the thick, hard cover, his movements abruptly halted. His gaze inadvertently followed the spine of the book upward, landing upon a massive, cobweb-covered brass candle holder that hung in the corner above. The smooth, slightly curved metallic base of the holder reflected the scene of the corridor behind him, Moody's previous position, like a distorted mirror. In that hazy, dust-laden reflection, Draco saw it. Just beneath the edge of Moody's iconic, tilted hat, adjacent to the frantically spinning magical eye embedded in his skull, there existed a minuscule fissure at the junction of metal and skin, visible only from this particular angle of the dim reflection. It was not a scar's crease, but rather the skin's edge slightly curled, lifting a thin line, resembling a poorly affixed rough mask. Wolf's movements froze completely, his breath abruptly ceasing. He fixated intensely on the blurred, yet piercing reflection upon the brass stand, his pupils constricting sharply in a state of utter shock. That cold, frenzied, ever-watchful eye, which seemed to oppress him relentlessly, was its base, the junction of metal and flesh, not fissured? A thunderous thought, imbued with the power to annihilate all, struck through his mind, instantly dispelling every doubt and gloom. The master was right. "Damn it, I finally caught you." The true madman, that legendary Auror, could never permit such a blatant and crude flaw in a crucial part of his body, one that housed formidable magical artifacts. This could only be a clumsy disguise. A thief who had consumed the polyjuice potion. After the overwhelming shock, a fervor surged within Draco, a wild ecstasy almost bursting from his chest. Akin to grasping at a lifeline, he had finally discovered the truth. He no longer had to feign this grotesque facade that repulsed even himself. This demon cloaked in the guise of a hero, this lunatic who ceaselessly humiliated and threatened him, was finally destined to perish. He abruptly seized the book on Magical Theory from the ground, clutching it tightly to his chest, as if it were the sole piece of evidence. The plan had reached its most critical juncture. He could no longer concern himself with the scattered parchments, hastily stuffing them into his bag with utmost urgency. Before nearly sprinting out of the dim corridor, his destination crystal clear, Professor McGonagall's office. Only she, the vice principal renowned for her fairness and strictness, could possibly believe him and ensure that this matter became widely known. Chapter 54. Dracos were 5. Anger and despair surged through Draco Malfoy's veins like boiling magma, obliterating all reason and fear. Professor McGonagall's cold rejection and the slanderous hat of a hero seared into his pride like a hot iron. Return to the Slytherin common room? No, he needed a higher arbiter, someone who must see the truth, like a cornered beast driven to desperation. He raced through the castle's cold, ancient stone corridors, his footsteps echoing hollowly in the vast passageways, startling several crows perched on the dripping gargoyle. There was but one objective, the headmaster's office on the 8th floor of the castle. Only Dumbledore could see through this impostor's ruse. As he breathlessly reached the entrance to the headmaster's office, he shouted at the enormous gargoyle statue the only word he could think of that might serve as a password: cockroach cluster. Even he held little hope. Yet, astonishingly, the statue began to rotate slowly, revealing the spiraling stone staircase behind it. Draco bounded up the steps 3 at a time, forcefully pushing open the smooth oak door to the headmaster's office. The circular room was bright and warm, filled with the soft hum of various silverware glimmering with gentle light. The portraits of former headmasters on the walls were evidently stirred by his abrupt intrusion, rousing from their slumber or contemplation, grumbling in discontent as they peered out. The phoenix fox perched upon its gilded branch, lifting its beautiful head to cast a glance with its wise and tranquil crimson eyes. In the center of the room, Dumbledore stood beside a long table cluttered with an array of peculiar instruments, holding a crystalline object that resembled some form of mineral, seemingly engrossed in examination. Mere steps away, directly opposite him, stood Alastor Moody. His magical eye whirled chaotically, scanning the disturbed portraits on the walls. Upon hearing the thunderous sound of the door being flung open, both men turned their heads simultaneously. Dumbledore's blue eyes, framed by half-moon spectacles, calmly regarded Draco, who stood at the threshold, breathless and pale, with a wild flame of madness flickering in his gaze, marked by a hint of barely perceptible surprise and scrutiny. In stark contrast, Moody's reaction was one of fierce intensity. His scarred face contorted instantly, and his unblemished eye ignited with an exceptionally ferocious rage, radiating an almost tangible fury, as if he were on the verge of pouncing to tear Draco apart. What caused Draco's heart to momentarily halt was the moment when Moody's once wildly spinning magical eye suspiciously stilled for an exceedingly brief instant upon shifting towards the doorway, where a sharp flicker of alarm, akin to a secret being pierced, flashed deep within its blue iris. Although it was fleeting, swiftly replaced by a tempest of wrath, Draco was certain he had perceived it. Professor Dumbledore. Ignoring Moody's gaze, which seemed ready to devour him whole, Draco strode into the room. His voice hoarse and fractured from excitement and haste, his finger jabbing forward in desperate accusation towards Moody. Alastor Moody, he is an impostor. I witnessed it with my own eyes. His magical eye, the connection between the metal and skin is split. It's a fraud. He used polyjuice potion. Enough, you deceitful little serpent. Moody's roar thundered like a storm, violently interrupting Draco's accusations. He lunged forward, his wooden leg crashing heavily against the floor, producing a resonant thud. His magical eye no longer regarded Draco but fixated intently on Dumbledore, filled with the fury of being slandered and a near theatrical indignation. Dumbledore, did you hear that? This is the lineage of the Malfoys. Slander. Utterly baseless slander. Just because I corrected his dangerous notions in class. Just because I saw through his very essence. Dumbledore spoke gently, his voice soft yet imbued with a peculiar strength capable of calming any storm. He set down the mineral in his hand, his azure gaze steady upon Moody before shifting to Draco, his eyes profound as the night sky. Mr. Malfoy, Dumbledore's tone remained serene, devoid of any tumult. You accuse Professor Moody of being an impostor based on your observation of an anomaly at the junction of his magical eye? Yes, Headmaster. Draco nodded eagerly, his gaze darting once more to Moody's furious eye, which was now glaring at him. Just this afternoon, at the corner of the third-floor corridor. I saw it clearly in the reflection of a discarded candlestick. The skin at the edges was peeling up. It is undeniably a flaw in the disguise. Dumbledore's gaze turned toward Moody's magical eye embedded in his skull, scrutinizing it with careful calmness. The room fell into a profound silence, broken only by the faint murmurs of the portraits on the walls. Fox gently preened his tail feathers. Moody's normal eye still burned with the indignation of being slandered. Yet he stood resolutely, slightly raising his head, seemingly accepting Dumbledore's scrutiny with composure, even deliberately turning the side of his face with the magical eye toward the better light. Draco's heart raced, tension gripping him as he watched Dumbledore. He could win. If only Dumbledore would look closely, he would surely discover the truth. Moments later, Dumbledore withdrew his gaze and turned back to Draco, his eyes reflecting a deep sigh that Draco could not comprehend. Mr. Malfoy, Dumbledore's voice was soft, yet it struck Draco's heart like a heavy hammer. I have examined the skin tissue surrounding Professor Moody's magical eye. It is indeed scarred, a testament to countless battles. Indelible marks of time. The erosion of years and the magical effects of the eye itself can cause the skin to present unusual textures and tension. However, I assure you, I have not seen any signs of the cracks or disguises you mentioned. Draco staggered back in disbelief, his eyes wide with incredulity. No, that's impossible. I saw it. Enough, Malfoy. Moody's voice was like ice, laced with the venom of a victor and unabashed disdain, the lie exposed, yet he remained unashamed. Dumbledore raised his hand, halting any further rebuke from Moody. His azure eyes bore into Draco, as though piercing through the shell of his anger and despair to see something deeper. He spoke gently, yet with a penetrating force that reached the soul. Draco Malfoy. He rarely used Draco's full name. I understand the heavy burden of certain family histories can cast a shadow over young hearts. It may breed anger or foster a dangerous arrogance. This arrogance can drive you to seek an external enemy, someone to bear all the blame, in an attempt to prove your innocence or escape the scrutiny of your own conscience. Dumbledore sighed softly, his voice growing more somber and laden with warning. However, my child, remember that sometimes the darkness that blinds us is not the external kind. The true darkness often originates from the arrogance within us, the unwavering belief that we are infallible, that what we see is unequivocal truth. This arrogance distorts reality more than any dark magic, isolating us from goodwill. His blue gaze was gentle yet unyielding. Let it go. Mr. Malfoy, arrogance is the true darkness. Chapter 55. Draco's struggle. The warm air of the headmaster's office suddenly turned as frigid as the polar ice, chilling Draco to the core. Dumbledore's calm, yet weighty words pierced through him, each syllable like an icy dagger, striking at the last remnants of his faltering hope. He had lost utterly. Before the highest authority of Hogwarts, what he deemed evidence transformed into absurd fantasies, and his accusations morphed into biased slanders. Professor McGonagall's cold rejection still echoed in his ears, now further solidified by Dumbledore's final pronouncement. He stood rigidly in place, as if the blood coursing through his veins were freezing inch by inch. He could feel Moody's magical eye casting its gaze upon him, no longer fueled by furious wrath, but rather a chilling, unabashed mockery, a victor's contempt. That gaze slithered like venom down his spine, searing his nerves. The whispers of the portraits of former headmasters on the walls now carried an air of derision and disdain. Fawkes observed him quietly, his deep crimson eyes seemingly infused with a hint of pity, arrogance, or perhaps true darkness. Draco clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms. The sharp pain could not dissipate the humiliation and icy despair that threatened to rend him apart. He stole one last glance at Dumbledore's calm and profound visage, then at Moody's face, which seemed to struggle to suppress a twisted satisfaction beneath his triumphant expression. He uttered not a single word more, abruptly turned on his heel, and strode out of the headmaster's office, which, though bathed in warm light, felt colder than the deepest ice cavern. The heavy oak door closed behind him with a resonant thud, severing him from a world that denied his truth. Beneath the lofty arches of the hallway, the last light of evening filtered through stained glass windows, casting a distorted and mottled shadow upon the ground, resembling a vast scar. Draco paused, standing amidst the dense shadows, his back turned to the world that had just utterly condemned him. He inhaled slowly and deeply, the cold, damp air of the castle filling his lungs, yet failing to quell the inferno of toxic hatred that burned fiercely within his chest. He tilted his head slightly, his peripheral vision catching one final glimpse towards the entrance of the headmaster's office, deep within the green depths of his eyes. The last flicker of youthful Draco Malfoy's light extinguished, leaving behind a coldness as hard and dark as ancient iron from the depths of the Black Lake. Darkness? He whispered softly into the frigid air, a sound only he could hear, the corners of his mouth slowly curving upwards into a temperatureless smile, tinged with a hint of madness. Very well, let it come. The shadows completely enveloped his youthful form, leaving behind only a silent vow, steeped in icy hatred. Settling in the twilight of Hogwarts foyer, as everyone dispersed, on the second floor of the headmaster's office, a figure emerged from Dumbledore's rest area. It was Wolf Black, whom Moody had searched for in vain. Once Wolf took his seat, Dumbledore poured him a cup of red tea and spoke slowly. Draco's performance was quite impressive. I suspect that soon, young Barty will attempt to lure him toward his master. Wolf gently caressed the dog in his arms, scarcely glancing at the tea that Dumbledore had offered. I made subtle alterations to Draco's emotions and memories. Once this matter passes, it will naturally unravel, leaving him unscathed. Is all this effort truly warranted? A rare flicker of uncertainty crossed Dumbledore's eyes, dispelling his usual air of omniscience. There is nothing that holds significance, or lack thereof. We both understand that once we realize that the wretched insect relies merely on Horcruxes, such a trivial means, to evade death, he becomes nothing more than a jester. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Wolf's eyes. The diary, the Slytherin locket, the Ravenclaw diadem, and the ring of the Gaunt family that you destroyed not long ago, for in total, he hides them without a hint of weariness. While I find myself growing weary in the pursuit, I have discovered that Slughorn may know how many Horcruxes he has created. Dumbledore hesitated momentarily, warning, do not harm him. Wolf scoffed. I have no interest in circling that insect. Were it not for the necessity of his complete resurrection to aid in my plans, I would have apprehended him long ago. Death? What a delightful notion. Is war ultimately unavoidable? Dumbledore sighed softly. Wolf's eyelids flickered, disinclined to regard the contradictory old man, and continued, according to our plan, we shall send Harry into the final round of the Triwizard Tournament, placing him before Voldemort. I have long been hesitant, Wolf. All of this is merely your conjecture, is it not? Dumbledore interrupted sharply, his brow furrowed in protest. Conjecture? How could Potter speak Parseltongue? Has the Potter family ever had a union with Slytherin? I have elucidated this matter clearly. Back in the day, you ensnared Voldemort using Lily Evans, teaching her that so-called protective love. In the rebound of the curse, Voldemort's soul was rent asunder. Wolf mockingly regarded Dumbledore, indifferent to his reaction, effortlessly piercing through the illustrious wizard's darkest history. Dumbledore, with a shadowed gaze, was momentarily unsettled, his voice rising as he retorted. Yet that does not prove Harry is a Horcrux. I have performed the Dementor's kiss on him, and found nothing amiss. Wolf, too, began to raise his voice. Old B. What happened to your earlier fierceness towards me and Snape? Better to wrongfully slay 1,000 than to let one escape. You were not unaware of my presence. There exists but one method in the entire magical realm to restore a corporeal form: the blood of an enemy, the flesh of a servant, the bone of a father. Dumbledore scrutinized Wolf's shining heterochromatic eyes, momentarily lost in reminiscence, and after a prolonged pause, spoke with a flat tone, "I shall keep watch. If the outcome deviates from your conjecture, I will directly rescue Harry. At that point, the Order of the Phoenix and the Star Society shall become adversaries. You need not threaten me. Your utopian organization holds little appeal for me. Were it not for my mentor's lingering affection for you, I would have readily dismantled your Order of the Phoenix." Wolf rose abruptly, his gaze fixed coldly upon Dumbledore. "Each generation must tend to its own affairs. Do not obstruct my path, Albus Dumbledore." As Wolf traversed the dimly lit corridor leading to the Slytherin common room, he began to laugh maniacally, as if possessed. How exhilarating it is to boast before that old bee. Chapter 56. Draco's War 2. His voice was steadier than anticipated, despite a dryness in his throat. Moody's normal eye narrowed, sharp as a blade. So, even the loyal hound can be forsaken by its master. What a revolting narrative. He limped forward on his wooden leg until he was mere inches from Draco's desk, which was positioned near the aisle. The scent of sulfur mixed with aged leather enveloped him more intensely. "Malfoy," Moody's voice lowered, yet it brimmed with menace, reverberating through the classroom, which was hushed to the point of silence. "Your illustrious family tree boasts figures that rival even the Blacks, does it not?" His magical eye swiveled peculiarly, as if scrutinizing the sins coursing through Draco's veins. "Now, Mr. Malfoy," Moody's voice suddenly surged, crashing through the still air like thunder, imbued with a cruel, interrogative delight. As it pierced through to Wolf, "Tell me, in our cozy first lesson, have you learned the unforgivable curse?" The classroom was instantly shrouded in an overwhelming, suffocating silence, soon shattered by low, stifled gasps and inhalations. All the students' eyes widened in disbelief as they witnessed the standoff at the podium. The unforgivable curse. A synonym for a life sentence in Azkaban. This accusation was tantamount to publicly declaring Draco Malfoy a potential Death Eater recruit. Draco's cheeks drained of color, turning as pale as the marble floor of the hall. He could distinctly feel the rush of blood to his head, an icy fury swiftly eclipsing his initial shock and humiliation, surging through his veins, burning, almost breaking through the facade of composure he desperately maintained. He sensed the glances from the Gryffindor lions from the previous class, a mixture of incredulity and barely concealed glee, alongside Ron Weasley's unabashed disdain and contempt. From the Slytherin side, Blaise Zabini's mocking laughter rang particularly harsh. He clenched his fists tightly, fingernails digging into his palms, the pain grounding him in his last vestige of awareness. He raised his gaze to meet Moody's eyes, which were laced with malice and scrutiny, striving to make his voice sound icy and ironic, despite the faint tremor at its end. "Professor, in the British magical community, the unauthorized study of the unforgivable curses is a grave offense that leads directly to Azkaban. Are you insinuating that my family is brazenly flouting the law? Or are you accusing me of being a criminal in need of your direct intervention as a former Auror?" He deliberately emphasized the words Auror and Azkaban, causing a wave of oppressive murmurs to ripple through the classroom. Moody's magical eye narrowed dangerously into a thin slit, its blue iris flashing with a metallic glimmer. He did not respond to Draco's retort, but instead let out a brief, hoarse chuckle from deep within his throat, reminiscent of rusted gears grinding against one another. "How clever," he thought. Dragging his wooden leg, he turned heavily, the sound of it striking the floor akin to the tolling of a death knell. "Stay vigilant, Mr. Malfoy," he declared, his back to Draco, yet his voice resonated throughout the classroom with an unmistakable warning. "My eye will remain fixed upon you. Very, very closely." For the remainder of the lesson, time stretched painfully for Draco, akin to enduring a scorching bed of needles. He began to regret accepting this task. The weight of Moody's oppressive presence was overwhelming, pushing him to the brink of mental collapse. While Moody no longer targeted him exclusively, that magical eye would silently sweep across the classroom every few minutes, inevitably lingering on him for several seconds. The frigid gaze pierced through his robes and into his flesh, probing for every fleeting thought that flitted through his mind. Draco forced himself to focus on the open textbook before him. Yet the distorted illustrations of dark magical creatures blurred before his eyes, while Moody's scarred visage and that wildly rotating eye haunted his thoughts like a specter. Anger and a chilling, encroaching sense of dread intertwined, churning silently within his chest. The corridor on the third floor of the castle was dimly lit. The afternoon sun filtered through the tall stained glass windows, casting only a few slanted, murky beams of light that weakly illuminated the cold, ancient stone floor. Fine dust floated in the air. Draco clutched a heavy stack of history of magic textbooks and a scroll of parchment. His steps hurried. He had just emerged from Snape's dungeon, perpetually infused with the noxious scent of potions, in a foul mood after being docked 10 points simply because his swelling potion was too close to the perfect light blue rather than the deep blue described in the textbook. Now, he longed to traverse the empty corridors swiftly and return to the dimly lit, yet comparatively safer confines of the Slytherin common room. As he rounded a corner where the light was particularly dim, flanked by discarded suits of armor, a familiar, heavy, rhythmic thumping sound, accompanied by the distinct echo of a wooden leg striking the stone floor, suddenly emerged from the shadows ahead. Draco's heart sank, and his steps instinctively halted. He clutched the books tighter to his chest, his knuckles whitening from the strain, as an ominous premonition coiled around his heart like an icy vine. He wished to retreat, to turn and take another path, but it was already too late. Moody's imposing figure, exuding an intense sense of oppression, abruptly emerged from the shadows around the corner, accompanied by a pungent blend of sulfur and leather that filled the air. Like a moving fortress, he suddenly obstructed the rather narrow corridor. His magical eye spun wildly, scanning the dust-laden armor and the crevices of the stone walls, before it fixated on Draco's face with the tenacity of a magnet. His normal eye, however, remained fixated on the book Draco clutched, its gaze sharp enough to pierce through the pages. I have searched the entire castle for a day, yet I have been unable to locate that black dog. Little Peacock, will you enlighten me? Draco held his breath, forcing himself to turn aside, pressing against the frigid stone wall to grant the professor passage. He even slightly lowered his head, his gaze resting on the polished tip of his dragon-hide boots, a silent, temporary act of concession and avoidance. He merely wished to expedite this encounter. Professor, you may inquire with Professor Dumbledore. It has been quite some time since I last saw Mr. Black. Chapter 57. Draco's battle for the door to the Transfiguration office was firmly shut, the oak panels thick and silent. Draco stood outside, his chest heaving violently, the breathless panting from his earlier sprint still uncalmed, his heart pounding fiercely against his ribs. He took a deep breath, striving to quell the nearly explosive restlessness, which appeared as an urgency backed by evidence, but was, in truth, the excitement of a plan reaching its climax. He raised his hand and rapped forcefully on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The sound echoed jarringly in the quiet corridor. Come in, came Professor McGonagall's familiar and stern voice from within. Draco pushed the door open. The office was bright, the afternoon sunlight streaming through the tall windows and illuminating the floating dust motes in the air. Professor McGonagall sat behind her expansive desk, square glasses perched on her nose, diligently grading a thick stack of seemingly endless parchment assignments. Upon hearing the door, she lifted her gaze, her sharp eyes scanning the entrance, and upon recognizing Draco, her brow furrowed imperceptibly. Mr. Malfoy? Her voice held its customary seriousness, tinged with a hint of irritation at being interrupted. Is there something you need? I believe Slytherin is currently in potions class. She set down her quill, its tip lightly scraping the edge of the inkwell. Professor. Draco stepped into the office, swiftly closing the door behind him. His voice, tinged with excitement and breathlessness, came out somewhat hurried and hoarse. He disregarded basic etiquette, rushing to Professor McGonagall's grand desk, leaning forward with both hands placed on the smooth surface. His pale face was flushed with an unusual hue due to his agitation, while his gray eyes burned with a mixture of fear, anger, and the flicker of seizing a solitary hope. It's Professor Moody. Alastair Moody. He isn't real. Professor McGonagall's eyes behind her lenses narrowed instantly, her gaze sharpening to a chilling precision, akin to two cold dissecting blades piercing through Draco. Mr. Malfoy. Her voice suddenly rose, imbued with a stern warning. Mind your words. Are you accusing a retired Auror of remarkable merit from the Ministry of Magic? A war hero personally invited by Professor Dumbledore to protect Hogwarts? I witnessed it with my own eyes. Draco interjected eagerly, his words tumbling forth in a rush, desperate to unveil the revelation that could upend everything. Just moments ago, in the corridor on the 3rd floor, he deliberately knocked my book aside and threatened me with his wand. As he turned to leave, I caught a glimpse in the reflection of an abandoned candlestick from the corner. Professor, right at his magical eye, where the metal meets the skin, a fissure had opened. That is a sign that the effects of the polyjuice potion are about to fade. He is an impostor. He nearly shouted the last few words, his hands trembling slightly with excitement as he fixed his gaze intensely upon Professor McGonagall's face, hoping to see shock, vigilance, or at the very least, a hint of wavering. However, the expression on Professor McGonagall's face swiftly transitioned from initial sternness and displeasure to profound disappointment and coldness. She leaned slightly back in her chair, her hands clasped on the table, her knuckles whitening from the pressure. Her gaze pierced Draco like an icicle, devoid of the concern he had hoped for, only a deep, almost despairing scrutiny and pity. Mr. Malfoy. Professor McGonagall's voice was as frigid as the chill of a cellar, each word striking Draco's heart with a heavy clarity. I believe I have heard other professors express their concerns regarding your extreme bias and hostility towards Professor Moody on more than one occasion. I do not know what you or your accomplices are plotting, but let me be clear, cease this at once. Draco's heart plummeted, as if plunged into an icy abyss. He wished to argue that it was because he had been targeting me, but Professor McGonagall raised a hand, interrupting him with an undeniable authority. Alastair Moody, she articulated slowly, her voice imbued with a profound reverence and strength. Lost an eye, a leg, and countless comrades in the war against dark magic. He has safeguarded countless wizarding families, including yours, with his life and blood. Each scar upon him is a badge of his loyalty and courage. Her sharp gaze swept over Wolf's pale face, laced with deep disappointment. And you, Mr. Malfoy, dares to malign a true hero in such an absurd and vile manner, merely due to some strict teaching demands, and perhaps your own overly sensitive misinterpretations? Simply because the edge of his magical eye bears the marks of battle? Her voice rose sharply, filled with anger. The so-called fissure you perceive, Mr. Malfoy, is a badge of honor from the war, a testament to the unwavering resolve of an Auror. It is not something you can casually speculate upon to attack an upright wizard. No, Professor, that is not an old injury, Draco retorted urgently, feeling a suffocating despair. The evidence lay before him. Why could she not believe? It is different. It looks just like enough. Professor McGonagall admonished sharply, rising abruptly, her tall form exuding an immense sense of authority. She gazed down at Draco, her eyes as frigid as a frozen lake. Your accusations are baseless and exceedingly irresponsible. This is not only an affront to Professor Moody personally, but also a desecration of all the Aurors who sacrificed their lives in the war. If you have any objections to the professor's teaching methods, you may express them through formal and respectable channels, rather than resorting to unfounded conjecture to malign another. She pointed towards the door, her voice as unyielding as iron. Now, leave my office, Mr. Malfoy. Go reflect upon your words and actions. Should I hear any further absurdities akin to this, I will personally write to Mrs. Malfoy and consider whether Professor Snape should address your grave challenge to the authority of the teaching staff. She deliberately emphasized the words grave challenge. Draco stood frozen in place, akin to a statue suddenly encased in ice. Professor McGonagall's chilling and powerful pronouncement struck him like countless heavy hammers upon his heart, extinguishing the flicker of hope that had just ignited within him, leaving only cold ashes and a profound sense of despair and isolation. The bright sunlight flooding the office now felt unbearably harsh and frigid, casting a stark light upon his face, which had drained of color. He gazed at Professor McGonagall's unmistakable, disappointed, and stern visage, opening his mouth, yet his throat felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, rendering him voiceless. Ultimately, he spun around abruptly, nearly stumbling as he fled from the sunlit yet bone-chilling office, the heavy oak door closing behind him with a resounding thud, severing him from a world unwilling to acknowledge the truth. Damn it! How was this different from what Hermione and Daphne had envisioned? Wasn't she supposed to accompany me to verify the facts, thereby making it known throughout the school? Chapter 58. They have arrived in the Scottish Highlands of October. The chill seeped like invisible tendrils, quietly permeating the thick stone walls of Hogwarts Castle, saturating every breath of air. In the open space before the castle, the entire body of students and faculty stood huddled together, resembling a dense, dark forest forcibly anchored to the frozen earth. A biting, humid wind swept in from the forbidden forest, mercilessly cutting through their insufficient robes, brushing against bare necks and cheeks, provoking a flurry of goosebumps and uncontrollable shivers. Time, stretched infinitely by the piercing cold and the agonizing weight, felt as thick as congealed syrup, each second dragging on interminably. Are they coming or not? Ron Weasley's voice, thick with congestion, broke through the stillness as he forcefully sniffled, desperately pulling his neck into the inadequate collar of his robe. His red hair whipped chaotically in the wind. Merlin's beard. I'm about to freeze into a statue. Can't they be a bit more punctual? He shuffled his feet in place, attempting to restore feeling to his numb toes, his boots thudding dully against the hard, icy ground. Hermione Granger tightened her Gryffindor scarf, revealing only her eyes, which were slightly reddened from the cold, filled with a mixture of impatience and concern as she gazed at the shivering Neville, whose hands were turning a purplish hue. Unconsciously, she reached out to grasp his frozen hand, casting a warming charm that offered him some relief. Beau's batons had arrived from the south of France, while Durmstrang hailed from the even chillier northern regions. Angelina's voice, carried by the wind, sounded somewhat muffled, accompanied by the slight chattering of her teeth. The journey was long, and any minor issues with the weather or magical portals could cause delays. Be patient, Ron, she said, though she continued to rub her hands together, her breath forming small clouds of vapor that dissipated swiftly in the frigid air. Harry Potter stood beside them, his hands buried deep in the pockets of his robe, his cold fingers rubbing against each other in a futile attempt to draw warmth. The twilight of late autumn was fading rapidly, with a pale orange hue lingering on the western horizon, reminiscent of diluted blood, soon to be consumed by the encroaching indigo darkness. Above the clearing, heavy leaden clouds loomed low, as if ready to crash down and crush Hogwarts itself. The wind intensified, swirling dry leaves and dust, battering against the students' robes and faces. The cold pierced like tiny needles, infiltrating through cuffs and collars, stealing away the last remnants of warmth. How much longer do we have to wait? A younger Hufflepuff girl asked, her voice tinged with a whimper, her face pale as her friend struggled to share half of her scarf with her. My toes feel like they no longer belong to me, a Ravenclaw boy lamented, crossing his arms and hopping in place. I should have practiced the warming charm more. Another student muttered in frustration, futilely blowing on his frostbitten fingers. Complaints, stomping feet, and the sound of chattering teeth merged into a buzzing background noise, filled with anxiety, cold, and a growing sense of discontent. Time seemed to have frozen, each passing minute dragging on like an eternity. Professor Dumbledore stood at the forefront of the faculty, his silver beard fluttering gently in the wind, his expression remaining calm and gentle, as if the biting cold and prolonged wait had no effect on him. Professor McGonagall stood tall, her lips pressed tightly together, her sharp gaze sweeping over the restless students, carrying a silent warning. Just as the crowd's patience was on the verge of being entirely frozen, an eruption of excitement surged forth. The Black Lake. The once tranquil surface of the enormous obsidian lake began to churn violently, without warning. It was not mere ripples or waves, but a true, ferocious boiling. As if an ancient beast slumbering at the lake's bottom had suddenly awakened, struggling fiercely. Enormous whirlpools emerged one after another, colliding, consuming, and stirring the unfathomable depths of the lake, producing a deep, terrifying rumble akin to a roar echoing from the earth's core. Water splashed high into the air before crashing down heavily, the icy lake water even splattering on the students standing on the shore, eliciting a chorus of gasps. Look, the center of the lake. Li Qiaodon's voice, tinged with astonishment, wavered as he pointed to the largest vortex in the middle, which was expanding wildly. At the heart of the whirlpool, the water ominously surged upward, forming a towering mountain of water. Suddenly, a massive, jet-black, pointed object burst through the churning surface. It ascended rapidly, accompanied by a cascade of icy water, a mast with a tattered sail. A grand, ancient ghost ship, reeking of death, was rising slowly from the depths of the Black Lake, tearing through the surface. The vessel was entirely obsidian, seemingly forged from the darkest night and the coldest iron, its hull enveloped in thick, slick, deep green moss and aquatic plants. The wood was marred with grotesque, twisted patterns resembling vast scars, telling tales of its long slumber at the lake's shadowy bottom. The sail hanging from the mast was tattered and ominous, displaying a deep brown hue reminiscent of congealed blood, with a vague and ghastly skull imprint barely visible on its surface. Icy water cascaded down from every corner of the ship, crashing back into the turbulent lake with a thunderous roar. The entire vessel exuded a suffocating chill, dampness, and decay, as if it were a fairy emerging from the depths of hell. It emerged soundlessly from the water, devoid of horns or cries. Only the roaring lake and the heavy groans of the ship displacing the water, carrying an overwhelming, spine-chilling presence. All complaints, stomping, and whispers on the shore vanished in an instant. A deathly silence enveloped the clearing, with only the wind howling and the lake thundering. Hundreds of eyes, filled with shock and disbelief, were fixated on the colossal ship that seemed to have sailed forth from a nightmare. Even breathing felt frozen. The heavy shipboard descended with a deafening creak, crashing down into the muddy earth by the lakeside. A figure emerged first at the bow, appearing as a silhouette carved from shadows. Wrapped in a heavy, fur-trimmed deep green robe, his face bore a sickly pallor, as if starved of sunlight for years, and his sharply trimmed goatee added an unsettling sharpness to his already harsh features. Most disconcerting was the twisted scar that marred his face, stretching nearly the length of it. Resembling a lifeless centipede, Igor Karkaroff, he displayed no emotion, his gaze coldly scanning the stunned crowd on the shore, before he stepped with a rigid gait onto the grounds of Hogwarts. Behind him, a group of boys from Durmstrang, clad in matching blood-red heavy cloaks, streamed out one by one. Each was tall and robust, their steps heavy and synchronized, like a disciplined army, thudding ominously on the muddy ground. Their expressions were equally indifferent, serious, and even tinged with a barely perceptible arrogance. The blood-red cloaks billowed in the wind, resembling coagulated clots of blood in motion. A frigid aura, emanating from the bleak northern realms, accompanied their footsteps, sweeping in like a tangible chill, instantly overshadowing the coolness of Hogwarts' deep autumn and causing the students on the shore to instinctively draw in their necks. However, as one figure from the middle of the procession stepped onto the bank, he was not particularly tall, yet remarkably robust and vigorous. With broad shoulders and a steady, powerful gait, he exuded a unique rhythm shaped by prolonged, intense training. He wore a thicker, dark fur cloak with a raised fur collar that partially obscured his face, revealing only a strikingly prominent nose, curved like an eagle's beak, and two thick eyebrows that nearly merged. His hair was a deep brown, cropped short, giving it a somewhat coarse appearance. His gaze was lowered, fixed on the ground beneath him, the corners of his mouth habitually turned downwards. seemingly weary and impatient with all that lay before him, radiating a gloom and gravity that belied his age. Yet, merely these exposed features and the distinctive silhouette, long etched into the minds of many through countless Quidditch posters and newspaper headlines, were sufficient to ignite a tempest. Victor Krum, an excited voice, trembling yet forcefully suppressed, ignited the long-simmering fervor like a spark in boiling oil. It was Krum, truly him. A Gryffindor boy's face contorted in excitement, frantically shaking his companion's shoulder. Merlin, the international superstar, the world's finest seeker. Another student nearly fainted, hands covering his face. The cacophony of chatter instantly drowned out the silence brought by the ghostly ship. The boys' fervent admiration erupted like a torrent, releasing an astonishing energy. They jostled, jumped, craned their necks, waved their arms, their faces flushed with overwhelming excitement, eyes sparkling with a near-manic light. Yet Krum appeared to be in another realm, indifferent to the storm of fervor he had incited, only slightly furrowing his iconic thick brows, seemingly finding the clamor even more irksome to his somber mood. He lowered his head further and quickened his pace, wishing to distance himself from this uncomfortable spotlight. Just as the cold aura of Durmstrang and the fervent adoration for Krum clashed fiercely in the air, yet to dissipate, a peculiar and clear shrill sound pierced the commotion below, like countless crystal harps being plucked simultaneously, cascading down with clarity. This ethereal, melodious sound, imbued with an otherworldly nobility, instantly captivated everyone's attention. The students abruptly lifted their heads, gazing towards the source of the sound. In the direction of the forbidden forest, beneath a dim indigo sky, an enormous and astonishing silver point of light was rapidly expanding, drawing closer, accompanied by the resonant sound of wings stirring the air. Akin to the graceful flutter of vast silk, 12 extraordinary creatures emerged clearly before the onlookers. They were 12 pure white-winged horses, devoid of any blemish. Their size far surpassed that of ordinary winged steeds, each resembling a mythical beast, with powerful muscles rippling beneath their satin-smooth white coats. Their expansive wings unfurled entirely, nearly blotting out the sun. Each vigorous flap summoned forth a formidable gust of wind, causing the students below to feel the rush against their robes and hair. Their long manes and tails flowed in the swift flight, like liquid silver, shimmering with a cold and sacred luminescence under the evening light. Most astonishing were their hooves, which, with each landing upon the intangible air, scattered tiny golden sparks, as if they tread upon stars. Trailing behind these 12 magnificent winged horses was an immense carriage, reminiscent of a mobile dwelling. The vehicle glimmered with a soft and resplendent silver-blue sheen, as if molded from pure moonlight, adorned with intricate carvings of vines and floral patterns. The colossal wheels sparkled with golden light as they turned, appearing to be fashioned from solid gold. The windows on either side of the carriage were tightly closed, draped with thick, shimmering silver-blue curtains. This silver-blue carriage, drawn by the 12 noble winged horses, resembled a fairy tale apparition, akin to a colossal moon that had descended to earth, radiating an ethereal glow and unparalleled visual impact, as it plunged rapidly towards the open ground before the castle amidst the whirlwind created by its giant wings. Its vast shadows swiftly enveloped the crowd below, imparting a breathless sense of awe. "Be careful," came Professor McGonagall's stern voice. The students gasped, instinctively retreating and crowding to create a massive open space. The winged horses let out a harmonious, elevated whinny, their immense wings suddenly folding back, their powerful muscles taut, as they hovered momentarily in the air, cushioning the force of their momentum. The golden sparks scattered from their hooves fell like a gentle rain, warming the astonished faces of the students looking up. Then, the 12 enormous forehooves, clad in pristine feathers and imbued with tremendous force, yet strikingly precise, gracefully descended upon the cold ground before Hogwarts Castle. With a thunderous boom, the earth seemed to tremble. The heavy wheels of the carriage also thudded to the ground, sinking slightly into the soil. Dust mingled with the tiny golden sparks scattered by the winged horses, creating a hazy and dreamlike halo around the carriage. The winged horses lifted their noble heads, their gigantic wings slowly folding alongside their bodies, emitting a satisfied, sigh-like snort. As the white mist they exhaled rose delicately into the chilly air, their snow-white fur emitted a soft halo in the twilight, resembling 12 sacred statues descended upon the earth, instantly overshadowing the ominous ghost ship of Durmstrang and the menacing procession of crimson cloaks. The silver-blue doors of the carriage glided open silently, revealing a figure at the threshold. It was Madame Ola Maxim, the headmistress of Beauxbatons, her exceptionally tall stature almost filling the entire doorway. She was clad in a meticulously tailored deep blue satin robe that shimmered with a pearlescent sheen, her face bearing a hint of fatigue from a long journey, yet more prominently displaying her customary, slightly aloof elegance. She inclined her head slightly, her gaze sweeping over the stunned, silent crowd below. Then, the students of Beauxbatons began to descend from the carriage in an orderly fashion. dressed in tailored light blue silk robes. Their attire was light and flowing, appearing almost fragile against the evening chill, yet enhancing their unique grace. The boys were mostly handsome and upright, while the girls each possessed a lithe, graceful figure. The long journey left traces of weariness on their faces, yet their demeanor remained impeccable, their steps light and elegant. They curiously regarded the ancient castle of Hogwarts and the dense throng of spectators, their expressions tinged with the caution of newcomers and a touch of the reserved pride characteristic of the Southern School of Magic. However, when the last figure appeared at the carriage door, time seemed to truly stand still. It was a girl. She descended from the carriage with a light step, her movements as graceful and silent as a feather falling. The light blue silk robe perfectly accentuated her delicate and exquisite curves, enveloped in a hazy glow as twilight descended. Most captivating was her long, waist-length hair, cascading like a waterfall in a brilliant silver hue. The color was so pure, untainted by any impurities, as if it had captured the essence of moonlight and starlight, flowing like liquid mercury, casting a dreamlike sheen in the dim evening light, illuminating a small space around her. Her skin was so fair it appeared almost translucent, akin to the finest oriental porcelain. Her features were exquisitely carved, like those sculpted by Merlin himself, with a finely shaped nose and perfectly curved lips, but it was her eyes that truly captivated. They were large, as blue as the clearest summer lake, with long, thick lashes that gently curled upwards. Her gaze swept calmly across the crowd, exuding an innate, ethereal pride, as if the surrounding clamor could not truly penetrate her awareness. She stood there, as if a beam of moonlight had taken human form. Fleur Delacour. There were no screams, no shouts. The entire clearing fell into a peculiar, almost vacuum-like silence. It was as though an invisible hand had suddenly gripped all voices, stifling them back into their throats. All gazes, those of boys and girls, from Hogwarts, Durmstrang, and even the other students of Beauxbatons, were irresistibly drawn, like moths to a flame, to the figure of the silver-haired girl. Ron Weasley stood with his mouth agape, wide enough to accommodate a whole gold galleon, his eyes bulging in astonishment as he fixated on Fleur, his entire being seemingly petrified, even forgetting to breathe. By his side, the ever-absent-minded Seamus Finnegan let out a dreamlike moan, his gaze distant and unfocused. Even Neville Longbottom, who typically exhibited little response to such matters, stared foolishly in that direction, his cheeks betraying him with a deep blush. Draco too felt a momentary disorientation. The girl was indeed breathtaking, akin to a piece of art that transcended the earthly realm. Yet, this astonishment did not linger in his heart for long. A deeper, more alert unease slithered down his spine like a cold serpent. His gaze instinctively traversed the crowd, landing on the faculty members. Alastor Moody, or rather, the impostor still masquerading as Moody, Barty Crouch Jr., leaned against his cane. His scarred visage bore no expression. Yet that dreadful magical eye veered off its normal path, swirling madly and silently within its socket. Ultimately, that icy, inhuman gaze, akin to a precise probe, traversed the throng. The opulent Beauxbatons carriage and the stern red-cloaked procession of Durmstrang, firmly and malevolently fixing upon him. The look was rife with scrutiny, calculation, and an unsettling focus, as if assessing a mere tool or a pawn in a game. Draco felt a chill surge from his feet to the crown of his head, more piercing than the October winds. He abruptly averted his gaze, his heart pounding anxiously within his chest. At that moment, a flicker of movement caught his peripheral vision. Severus Snape. He stood like a solid, ominous shadow at the rear of the faculty line, his black robes nearly merging with the darkened castle behind him. He did not cast a glance at the stunning Fleur, nor at the fervor-inducing Crumb, or even at the peculiar thestrals and carriages. His deep-set, obsidian eyes, reminiscent of the most profound abyss, were fixed unwaveringly upon the recently halted, shimmering silver-blue Beauxbatons carriage. Within that gaze surged an intricate tapestry of emotions, wariness, scrutiny, an unabashed cold animosity, and perhaps, Draco wondered, a hint of profound, ineffable anxiety, as if that magnificent carriage harbored a secret that troubled him deeply. Professor Dumbledore's clear voice resonated at the perfect moment, shattering the eerie silence and unspoken tension with just the right amount of enthusiasm. Let us once again extend the warmest applause to our friends from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. The applause, initially hesitant, soon erupted with fervor, reminiscent of thawing glaciers, dispersing the stifling silence and the undercurrents of tension that had prevailed moments before. The students appeared as if awakening from a profound slumber, erupting into fervent applause and cheers once more, celebrating the majestic presence of the thestrals, the opulence of the carriages, the arrival of Crumb, and the breathtaking beauty of Fleur. The grounds of Hogwarts, in the deep autumn, were ignited by the arrival of two magical schools. The chill seemed somewhat dispelled, as the air brimmed with excitement, curiosity, admiration, and an intoxicating fervor. The castle's lights flickered to life, casting a warm glow in the encroaching twilight, illuminating the raucous crowd below. Chapter 60. Age line ah, Igor, Olymp, weary from your travels. Welcome to Hogwarts. Dumbledore's resonant and warm voice swiftly quelled the last remnants of restlessness within the Great Hall. His silver beard and the blue eyes behind crescent-shaped spectacles sparkled with genuine delight as he shook hands in turn with Karkaroff and Madame Maxime. Karkaroff's handshake was perfunctory and brief, while Madame Maxime's fingers merely brushed lightly against Dumbledore's palm. The two headmasters were ushered to the most esteemed seats at the staff table. Karkaroff's position was adjacent to Dumbledore, and he removed his heavy fur cloak, revealing a finely tailored, albeit somber, deep purple robe, adopting an air of deliberate nonchalance. His hawk-like gaze unabashedly swept over the Slytherin table, seemingly in search of something, ultimately settling on an empty seat that belonged to Wulfric Black. A barely perceptible expression, a blend of assessment and calculation, flickered in his eyes. The banquet proceeded in an atmosphere of unprecedented enthusiasm laced with underlying currents of tension. Students from the three schools scrutinized one another, the air thick with probing glances, hushed discussions, and occasional gasps of astonishment triggered by the novelty of the scene. The boisterous laughter of Durmstrang's students intertwined with the crisp French conversations of Beauxbaton's students. Crumb remained silent, methodically cutting his food, oblivious to the adoring or inquisitive stares directed at him, as though ensconced in a solitary island of tranquility. Only his keen gaze occasionally flitted toward the vacant seat at the Slytherin table, tinged with a hint of curiosity. As the last golden plate was silently whisked away by house elves and the alluring desserts vanished from the air, the once raucous hall swiftly subsided into a hush. All eyes, brimming with fervent anticipation, once again converged upon Dumbledore at the center of the long table. The elderly headmaster rose slowly, his deep purple robe adorned with stars shimmering with a mysterious luster under the candlelight. His customary gentle smile momentarily faded, replaced by a demeanor of solemnity and gravity. At last, his voice resonated clearly throughout the suddenly silent hall, imbued with a peculiar intensity. This moment had arrived. The Triwizard Tournament. Merely the name alone tightened the atmosphere, as if a faint current coursed through every individual's skin. I trust that all present are well versed in the rules. Allow me to reiterate, as Dumbledore surveyed the assembly, his gaze lingering momentarily on each youthful and eager visage. This event represents an extraordinary honor, yet it is accompanied by exceptional peril. Consequently, the Ministry of Magic, in collaboration with the three schools, has established stringent regulations to ensure the safety and fairness for all participants. He paused, the hall enveloped in silence, so profound that one could hear the faint crackling of the candle flames. Only students who have reached the age of 17 are permitted to be candidates for champions. The moment his words fell, a cacophony erupted within the hall, a tumultuous blend of disappointment and protest. Especially among the younger students, Ron Weasley's countenance fell instantaneously, while Neville Longbottom beside him hung his head dejectedly. The red-haired twins, Fred and George, dramatically clutched their chests, feigning expressions of heart-wrenching despair. Dumbledore raised his hands, signaling for silence. Silence. To ensure the enforcement of this rule, he produced the renowned Elder Wand, gracefully and powerfully tracing a perfect circle in the air before him. Where the wand's tip passed, a line of brilliance, as radiant as molten gold, appeared, firmly imprinting itself upon the ancient stone floor, emitting a subtle yet distinctly audible sound reminiscent of red-hot metal plunging into cold water. The golden line shimmered with formidable magical energy, creating an unassailable boundary of approximately 10 feet in diameter, safeguarding the future placement of the Goblet of Fire. This age line, Dumbledore's voice resonated with undeniable authority, was constructed from potent magic. Any individual under the age of 17 attempting to cross it would immediately face a minor penalty. A glint of mischief sparkled in his eyes. And believe me, it would not be a pleasant experience, such as instantaneously sprouting a thick, white beard. His humorous warning elicited a ripple of laughter, slightly alleviating the tension in the atmosphere. Nevertheless, the radiant golden glow of the age line remained, like a frigid iron barrier, looming over the eager hearts of countless younger students. The three headmasters positioned themselves at the staff table, forming a small nucleus of power. Madame Maxime held her head high, resembling a noble crane, her tone reserved as she spoke. Headmaster Dumbledore, your security measures are, as always, impressively thorough. Her gaze swept over the golden line, carrying a hint of subtle scrutiny. Karkaroff let out a brief, somewhat sardonic laugh. Ah, indeed, Dumbledore, ever so cautious, he remarked languidly, his slender fingers habitually twisting his shiny silver goatee, an action imbued with an unsettling slickness. He deliberately paused, his gaze seemingly unintentionally darting towards the still vacant seat at the Slytherin table, the corners of his mouth curling into a meaningful smile. Yet, I cannot help but feel a pang of regret. Karkaroff's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly throughout the vicinity, capturing the attention of several nearby tables of students. He deliberately elongated his tone, each word akin to a meticulously honed probe. "It is said that your esteemed institution has recently produced a genuine prodigy, Mr. Wolfblake. Even we, situated far to the north at Durmstrang, have heard whispers of his extraordinary talents in certain practical fields. How lamentable." He exaggeratedly spread his arms, shrugged his shoulders, and wore a feigned expression of sympathy. Such a brilliant luminary should undoubtedly have been a prime candidate to represent Hogwarts in the quest for the Triwizard Cup, adding unparalleled glory to this grand event. Alas, how unfortunate it is. Karkaroff shook his head repeatedly, his sighs insincerely nauseating. As he was barred from entry by a mere line of age, it appears that no matter how exceptional the talent, it seems utterly powerless in the face of cold regulations. He intentionally emphasized the final syllable of powerless, laced with blatant provocation and mockery, casting his gaze over Dumbledore and then glancing at Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall's face turned an ashen shade, her lips pressed into a rigid line, her fingers gripping the chalice so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Snape sat in the shadows, his expression impassive, yet something chilling flickered momentarily in the depths of his dark eyes. Karkaroff appeared quite pleased with the effect he had created, turning to Krum beside him, raising his voice a notch with unabashed boastfulness. "Victor, my dear boy, it seems this time you have one less worthy opponent to contend with. Isn't fate a curious thing?" He patted Krum's broad shoulder. Krum merely emitted a dull grunt from his nose, his brow furrowed tighter, his gaze still cast downward in a gloomy demeanor, showing no signs of pride at the headmaster's remarks. The hall descended into an awkward silence. Chapter 61. Refuse belongs in the rubbish heap. The students from Beauxbatons exchanged bewildered and somewhat contemptuous glances. The students of Hogwarts felt a burning anger and helplessness at being publicly humiliated, particularly at the Slytherin table, where Draco's face flushed crimson and Daphne bit her lip, her eyes brimming with indignation. Just as this stifling silence reached its pinnacle, suddenly, with an ear-splitting crack, as if the most resilient silk had been violently torn apart, an explosion erupted not 2 paces behind Karkaroff. The very space seemed to transform into fragile glass, shattered by an invisible hammer, instantly fracturing into a dark, profound crevice. Fragments of black arcs of electricity danced at the edges of the fissure, emitting a hair-raising crackling sound, akin to countless tiny venomous serpents writhing in frenzy. A chill, deathly silence, imbued with the scent of sulfur and ancient parchment, surged forth from the crack like icy water, swiftly engulfing the front of the hall. The staff table and several nearby rows of students were the first to be affected, with Karkaroff closest to the source, shuddering violently as if struck by an invisible arrow of frost. At that moment, the candlelight flickered violently, dimming as if it were being consumed by the sudden encroaching darkness. Everyone's movements froze, expressions stiffening upon their faces, eyes widening in terror, fixated upon the grotesque rift in space. Under the scrutiny of hundreds of horrified gazes, a foot clad in gleaming dragonhide boots stepped steadily from the ominous fissure, landing upon the solid stone of Hogwarts. Following this, a tall, slender figure materialized as if coalescing from the deepest shadows of night. Wolf Black. He donned an impeccably tailored matte black wizarding robe, devoid of any superfluous embellishments. Yet it seemed to absorb all surrounding light, with intricate ancient runes embroidered in nearly the same color along the cuffs and collar, occasionally shimmering with a mysterious glow in the flickering candlelight. His silver hair appeared slightly tousled, a few rebellious strands cascading over his smooth, full forehead, while his captivating mismatched eyes, reminiscent of the coldest mists before a winter dawn, were now precisely locked onto Karkaroff, who had just turned, his face devoid of color. There was no warmth in his gaze, only a condescending scrutiny, akin to a dragon surveying the noisy insects at its feet. A faint, almost imperceptible curve graced his lips, yet it bore a mocking quality capable of freezing one's very soul. "Headmaster Karkaroff," Wolf began, his voice low and almost tranquil, yet it cut through the deathly silence of the hall like a blade tempered in ice, each syllable resonating with a heart-stopping clarity. "It appears your understanding of the rules remains rather superficial." He disregarded the petrified crowd surrounding him, including Professor Moody, whose pupils had just constricted and whose warm smile had instantaneously frozen, and Madame Maxime, who stood like a statue, her eyes betraying an unprecedented shock. Wolf's gaze did not linger even for a moment on Krum, whose expression had abruptly turned grave, body leaning slightly forward. He strode forward, his pace leisurely, as though merely traversing his own backyard. He ultimately halted just a step away from the fiercely burning Golden Age line. So close. The intense aura of the protective magic nearly stirred the hair on his forehead. The entire hall seemed to be under a collective petrifying spell. Hundreds held their breath, their hearts seemingly forgetting to beat. All eyes were glued to the black-haired youth standing at the edge of the golden line, awaiting his next audacious move. Wolf did not even draw his wand. He simply raised his right hand with remarkable nonchalance, his left still resting upon the basilisk staff, and with his long, pale finger, He gently touched the golden line, radiating powerful magical waves. There was no cataclysmic explosion, no dazzling light. It was as if he merely brushed his finger against the surface of a tranquil water body. However, a hum resonated. The golden line of fire, meticulously woven by Dumbledore and imbued with formidable protective magic, emitted a deep and anguished hum the moment it was touched by Wolf's fingertip. Like pebbles cast into a tranquil lake, the intense golden radiance suddenly concaved inward, collapsing at the point of contact. The ancient runes, symbolizing the line of age, appeared to suffer from an unseen erosion and rewriting, their brilliance flickering erratically, trembling with intensity. The once stable flame began to distort and crumble, reminiscent of snow melting under the searing sun, as though an invisible hand was forcibly kneading and reshaping it. In the span of a single breath, that line, emblematic of absolute order and unyielding strength, morphed into a narrow opening that barely allowed passage for one, its edges pulsating with an unstable golden glow. Wolf did not cast a glance at the extraordinary scene he had wrought, as if this astonishing breach were but the mere brushing away of a speck of dust. He stepped forward, calmly traversing the line that marked the boundary of 17 years, standing resolutely before the goblet of fire, within the sanctum safeguarded by magic, all under the watchful gaze of hearts racing in their chests. The purpose of rules, Wolf's voice resonated once more, slightly elevated, echoing clearly in the hushed hall. Imbued with a chilling, declarative tone, is not to bind those truly worthy of treading upon them. His luminous, mismatched eyes shifted, piercing like tangible icicles towards Kakarov, whose pallor resembled that of paper and whose forehead beaded with cold sweat, filtering out the incessant prattle of the inept. You. Kakarov recoiled as if bitten by a venomous serpent, taking a sharp step back, his trembling finger pointing at Wolf, his throat emitting raspy sounds, momentarily rendered speechless by a tempest of rage and fear. Should you utter another word, the beasts of the forbidden forest will feast well tonight. The glint of icy menace surged within Wolf's gaze, a palpable aura of lethal intent emanating from him, compelling the members of the Starry Society to rise. Wands trained at the students of Durmstrang. Observing Kakarov, who was now too terrified to utter a word, Wolf gently tapped his staff twice, signaling for everyone to lower their wands. Some refuse to recognize that certain refuse is misplaced treasure, while others deserve to remain in the trash, Wolf remarked gently, lightly patting Kakarov's face. Consider yourself fortunate that today is a day that could be etched into history. Otherwise, your filthy name would forever remain absent from the annals of time. Dumbledore, observing Wolf's audacious demeanor, furrowed his brow, aware that Wolf was engaging in a perilous experiment. Fearing he might completely lose himself, Wolf surveyed the crowd and declared, "A true warrior must dare to confront the bloodshed and the grim realities of life." Striding forward with head held high despite the myriad hardships endured, rather than relying on a cup or a line for stability. With that, he nodded towards Astoria, who was cradling Fong, and tore through the fabric of space, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 62. The Surplus Hero won on Halloween Day. Hogwarts was ignited by an almost boiling anticipation. The air was filled with the sweet aroma of roasted pumpkins, the cloying scent of candies, and the smoky essence of burning candles. Enormous jack-o'-lanterns grinned menacingly from the walls, while flickering candlelight cast eerie, dancing shadows upon them. Beneath the festive tumult, a more fervent undercurrent surged. The final roster of champions for the Triwizard Tournament would be revealed tonight by the Goblet of Fire. The Great Hall had been resplendently adorned, with hundreds of live bats fluttering around the enchanted ceiling, their shadows sweeping over the throngs of students below. The 4 long tables reserved for the heads of houses were already filled to capacity, buzzing discussions resembling a swarm of buzzing wasps, coalescing into a cacophony that threatened to overwhelm the senses. All eyes frequently darted eagerly towards the elevated staff table at the front of the hall. The Goblet of Fire was positioned on a stone pedestal before the faculty, its mouth aglow with a tranquil azure flame, reminiscent of a slumbering beast's heart, awaiting the moment of awakening. The atmosphere among the faculty was equally delicate. Dumbledore sat at the center, his gaze serene behind half-moon spectacles, while his silver beard shimmered softly in the candlelight. Professor McGonagall sat with impeccable posture, her lips pressed tightly together, her sharp eyes sweeping over the restless students below. Snape lurked in the shadows at the end of the long table, his waxen face resembling a mask devoid of expression, with only his deeply sunken black eyes occasionally skimming the crowd, laced with habitual disdain. Karkaroff appeared restless, his slender fingers nervously drumming upon the table, his gaze flitting between the entrance of the hall and the Goblet of Fire, his face a mixture of agitation and a barely concealed impatience. Madame Maxime maintained her usual haughty demeanor, her imposing figure sunk into a specially designed wide armchair, her gaze occasionally sweeping over the Beauxbatons students at their table, tinged with a barely perceptible scrutiny. At last, the massive oak doors of the hall swung open. The Beauxbatons students entered first, clad in matching soft blue silk robes that resembled the morning mist, their steps light, and their faces adorned with a modest yet anxious blush. Moving towards the front of the hall under countless gazes. Leading them was Fleur Delacour, a veritable beacon of light, her silvery hair flowing like moonlight in the candle's glow. Her stunning beauty momentarily silencing the hall before igniting a chorus of even louder murmurs. She held her swan-like neck gracefully aloft, her expression seemingly composed. Yet the taut line of her lips and the occasional swift glance towards the goblet betrayed the turmoil within. They came to a halt in the space before the goblet, forming an elegant yet slightly tense line. Following them was the contingent from Durmstrang, their heavy footsteps resonating against the stone floor. Clad in thick fur cloaks, they marched in perfect unison, exuding an air of deliberate, military-like severity. Crumb walked at the forefront, his towering physique resembling a moving mountain. Beneath his coarse, dark hair, his brows were furrowed tightly, and his deep-set eyes held a gaze akin to a frozen lake, fixated unwaveringly on the blazing goblet of fire. There was no hint of anxiety in his expression, only an almost ruthless concentration. As if he were not facing a selection, but rather a battle whose outcome he had long foreseen. Karkaroff observed his prized pupil and, noticing the taut lines of his jaw relax ever so slightly, offered a barely perceptible nod. One after another, the young ladies from Beauxbatons began to cast their parchment, inscribed with names, into the ethereal blue flames. Each piece of parchment, upon touching the fire, emitted a faint hiss, transforming into a fleeting wisp of white smoke. The flames flickered momentarily before settling into tranquility. The students of Hogwarts craned their necks, buzzing with chatter. Look at that tall girl. Her hair like molten gold. What was her name again? Gabrielle? Her sister Fleur is the true star. By Merlin's beard, she resembles a siren. Enough, Fred, wipe your drool. No matter how beautiful they are, can they rival the awe we felt when our wolf emerged from the lake? Indeed, just yesterday, when Mr. Black crossed the age line, Karkaroff's face was darker than Professor Snape's cauldron. An excited first-year Gryffindor chimed in, eliciting laughter from those around. The Durmstrang students strode forth like trolls entering a city, while another Ravenclaw student adjusted his glasses, offering a scholarly critique. Crumb is indeed formidable in Quidditch, but he pales in comparison to Mr. Black's presence. That is true magical authority, do you understand? Yesterday, when he tore through the fabric of space, I felt the air freeze. The Beauxbatons students completed their submissions and quietly withdrew to the side. It was now Durmstrang's turn. Crumb stepped forward with unwavering confidence, retrieving a meticulously cut piece of parchment from his robes. Without a glance, he flicked his wrist, sending it precisely into the blue flames. The fire surged a foot higher, emitting a deep roar as if in response to his powerful will. A genuine smile finally broke across Karkaroff's face, brimming with unabashed pride, as if the title of champion were already within his grasp. The Durmstrang students erupted into a low, powerful cheer, rallying behind their leader. Oh, they certainly know how to put on a show. Symphonia cast a sideways glance, unimpressed. The spectacle was commendable, but compared to Wolf's performance yesterday, Dean Thomas shook his head. The unspoken words hanging heavily in the air, there was simply no comparison. Cedric Diggory's voice rang out loudly, cutting through the surrounding discussions as he waved a fork, still spearing a piece of pumpkin pie. That was a direct rewriting of the rules. The Goblet of Fire branded him with a mark. Crumb? No matter how skilled he is, he must obediently submit his name. The tiers are different, do you comprehend? His voice brimmed with pride, as if the glory of Wolf shone upon him as well. Hermione sat beside Neville, naturally hearing the voice of Cedric from the adjacent table, though she remained silent. Her eyes sparkled with a glimmer of agreement. She subtly tilted her head, allowing her gaze to traverse the crowd, landing upon the quiet figure situated mid-length along the Slytherin table. Wolf Black sat there alone, starkly contrasting with the fervent atmosphere surrounding him. Before him lay a glass of clear water, his slender fingers unconsciously caressing the cold surface of the cup. Clad in a dark, gray turtleneck sweater, his slightly pale face appeared even more defined. He lowered his head slightly, thick black lashes casting shadows over his haunting gray eyes. As if he were untouched by the surrounding clamor, adulation, and comparisons, he resembled an outsider, an observer, or perhaps a statue that had restrained all its brilliance, silently awaiting an inevitable conclusion. Chapter 63. The extra hero. Time flowed slowly in the tense anticipation. The enchanted sky of the hall witnessed the stars gradually shifting. As the last rays of sunlight were wholly engulfed by the simulated night, the blue flames of the Goblet of Fire suddenly began to leap and swirl vigorously. It was about to commence. A voice called out, and in an instant, the entire hall fell under a collective silencing charm. All murmurs, chewing, and the clatter of cutlery ceased abruptly. Hundreds of gazes, drawn like iron filings to a magnet, fixated upon the ancient wooden cup on the stone pedestal. The air was taut, akin to a string drawn to its limit, with even breaths taken cautiously. The blue flames within the goblet surged upward, transforming into a roaring column of fire, its hue shifting to a blinding white, accompanied by a piercing crackle. The flames illuminated the front of the hall in a stark white, rendering the faces of the faculty members exceptionally vivid in the harsh light. Dumbledore's brow furrowed imperceptibly. Karkaroff leaned forward, and Madame Maxime held her breath slightly. With a whoosh, a piece of parchment, its edges singed and curled, was violently expelled from the cup by the raging flames. It spiraled as if imbued with life, adorned with sparks and curling smoke, soaring into the air. Dumbledore swiftly and precisely extended his hand, catching it securely mid-flight. The light of the flames illuminated the small piece of parchment in his grasp. The champion from Durmstrang. Dumbledore's voice resonated clearly, penetrating the cacophony of the flames with an undeniable declaration, Victor Crumb. Boom. The Durmstrang table erupted in a deafening roar and stomping. Heavy boots striking the stone floor with a resounding thud. Crumb's expression bore no trace of surprise or astonishment. Rather, the tension in his furrowed brow seemed to ease slightly. He rose slowly, like a blade drawn from its sheath. His imposing figure exuding a formidable presence as he strode steadily toward the champion's lounge at the back of the faculty table, under the fervent admiration of his fellow Durmstrang students. As he passed the Slytherin long table, his gaze seemed to intentionally or inadvertently sweep over the still-bowed black figure, a flicker of complex emotion glimmering in his eyes before he reverted to his customary cold demeanor. The applause was sparse and perfunctory, swiftly replaced by a heightened tension in the air. The flames of the goblet surged once more, even more ferociously than before, the fiery tongues ravenously licking the rim of the cup. The second parchment was ejected. The champions of Beaux Batons. Dumbledore unfurled the scroll, his voice steady. Fleur Delacour. The ladies of Beaux Batons erupted into delighted shrieks and applause, their sounds as crisp as silver bells. Fleur's face radiated with stunning brilliance as she inhaled deeply, straightened her back, and her silver hair cascaded in the firelight. With an elegant and confident smile, she glided towards the common room amidst the envious gazes of her peers. Madame Maxime nodded slightly, a satisfied smile gracing her features. The applause grew somewhat more fervent, yet it could not mask the mounting anticipation within the hall. Every heart raced. Some from the Slytherin table even stood in excited anticipation. It's our turn. Hogwarts. Draco Malfoy's voice quivered with excitement. Who else could it possibly be? Blaise Zabini nearly shouted, his face flushed. No doubt about it. Merlin's socks. Think of what he did yesterday. Pansy Parkinson pounded the table with fervor. If the goblet doesn't choose him, I'll drink Professor Snape's hair potion. Theodore's voice boomed with an undeniable fervor. In that moment, all the little snakes abandoned their so-called noble demeanor, consumed by fervor and passion. The entire student body of Hogwarts was engulfed in excitement and exhilaration. Slytherins, Ravenclaws, Hufflepuffs, and even many Gryffindors were expressions of absolute conviction. Wolf Black's exploits from yesterday had transcended all norms and regulations, and his name had already become synonymous with the title of Hogwarts champion in their hearts. It seemed the goblet sensed this overwhelming anticipation, as the blue flames at its rim abruptly contracted, then erupted like a volcano with a resounding roar. A blindingly bright column of fire shot towards the enchanted ceiling. The entire hall was illuminated as if it were day. A scorching wave rushed forth, carrying the acrid scent of sulfur. Boom! A parchment nearly twice the size of the others, its edges ablaze with a more intense golden red flame, flew through the air like a sacred scroll proclaiming an oracle. Propelled by this ferocious force, it spun, howling as it tore through the air and emitted countless sparks, hurtling directly towards the staff table. Dumbledore reached out once more, catching it with steady hands. As he unfolded the note, his movements seemed to slow momentarily compared to the previous 2 times. When his gaze fell upon the name inscribed on the paper, a profound and indescribable complexity flickered in his azure eyes, which typically sparkled with wisdom. It was as if he had glimpsed an unforeseen, yet entirely logical inevitability. He did not immediately read it aloud. This brief, almost suspended silence heightened the fervent anticipation within the hall to a crescendo. Then, Dumbledore's voice resonated, even more robust than before, imbued with a peculiar penetrating quality that echoed clearly in every corner. The champion of Hogwarts. He paused for half a second, his eyes seemingly traversing the crowd until they landed on the Gryffindor table. Wolf Black. A thunderous cheer erupted instantaneously, sweeping through the entire hall like a tsunami. The tremendous uproar threatened to topple the starry dome above. The Slytherin table transformed into a churning green sea, with students shrieking, laughing, stamping their feet, and frantically pounding on the tables. Goblets brimming with pumpkin juice were excitedly hurled into the air, the orange liquid cascading like raindrops, refracting celebratory glimmers in the candlelight. The students of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff joined in the ecstatic applause, while the Gryffindor table, though somewhat restrained, bore expressions of awe and acknowledgement. Chapter 64. The surplus hero. It's him. I knew it. Sir, sir, sir. The rhythmic cheers commenced. Did you see? The goblet's choice. Undeniable. Draco, flushed with excitement, leapt up, nearly toppling the table. The dust has settled. Daphne, Pansy, did you see, sir? He turned eagerly towards his friends, his voice abruptly trailing off. At the moment his name was called, Wolf finally lifted his head. His heterochromatic eyes displayed no ripple of emotion. As if he had merely heard an inconsequential remark, he rose slowly, maintaining an unhurried composure. The surging crowd parted before him like the Red Sea for Moses, creating a wide passage. The roaring cheers crashed against him, yet he remained steadfast, like a rock amidst a torrent. He did not glance at anyone. His amber gaze calmly traversed the jubilant throng, directed towards the small door leading to the champion's lounge. He bent down to gently kiss Astoria's forehead and ruffled one size fur. Then set forth, his dark figure carving a silent, yet formidable path through the vibrant green and silver sea. Wherever he passed, the clamorous cheers instinctively softened, replaced by a profound sense of reverence. He traversed the passage silently, approaching the small door. Just as his fingers were about to touch the cold door handle, boom! A sound erupted, more violent and abrupt than any prior, akin to the very collapse of the heavens and earth, bursting forth from within the goblet of fire. The immense wooden cup trembled violently, emitting a groan of unbearable strain. The ancient runes intricately carved upon its surface ignited instantaneously, erupting in a blinding crimson glow. Ethereal blue flames surged forth as if splashed into boiling oil, resembling an enraged leviathan of the deep, wildly curling upwards, expanding. Their hues shifting to a murky and sinister amalgamation of ominous purple-black and silver-gray tongues of fire. A bone-chilling gale, reeking of sulfur and decay, erupted from the cup's mouth, sweeping across the front of the hall. Gasps of astonishment were abruptly silenced by this terrifying phenomenon. Everyone stood aghast, their faces still reflecting the remnants of jubilation, yet their eyes widened in sheer terror. Dumbledore sprang to his feet, his blue eyes, sharp as a hawk's, fixed intently upon the tumultuous flames of the cup. Professor McGonagall gasped, while Snape's brow furrowed into a tight knot. Karkaroff's smug expression froze instantly, and Madame Maxime covered her mouth in disbelief. Under the horrified gaze of all present, the churning, twisted core of the flame cup erupted, violently spewing forth a parchment resembling a sheep's skin. This parchment was strikingly distinct from the previous ones. It appeared more ancient, coarse, with jagged edges, as if it had been crudely torn away. Even more unsettling, it blazed with a peculiar, viscous crimson flame, reminiscent of blood, intermittently emitting disturbing silver-black sparks. It spun ominously, tracing a foreboding path, like a cursed token, circling above the heads of the audience before finally descending, wobbling as though it had exhausted all its strength. Dumbledore moved with lightning speed, extending his hand to grasp the parchment steadily just as it fell. The deep red flames danced between his fingers, yet they could not scorch him in the slightest. Rather, they coiled around the paper with a malevolent persistence, as if imbued with a life of their own. The hall was engulfed in a profound silence. Only the remnants of the murky flames at the cup's mouth, interspersed with silver-gray flickers, emitted a low, beast-like rasping sound. Hundreds of gazes were fixated on the parchment in Dumbledore's hand, which burned with ominous fire, their hearts seemingly suspended in time. Dumbledore slowly unfurled the parchment. When his gaze fell upon the name ensconced in the blood-red flames, a look of stark astonishment, nearly frozen in time, emerged on his usually gentle and composed face. The knuckles of his fingers, gripping the parchment, turned pale from the exertion. He lifted his gaze, no longer piercing through the crowd, but rather burdened with an unprecedented gravity and inquiry, like a cold searchlight, locking precisely onto a corner of the Gryffindor table. Harry Potter. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. Dumbledore inhaled deeply, his breath resonating starkly in the hushed hall. His voice was dry and hoarse, imbued with a struggle he himself had not anticipated. Each word seemed to be painfully extracted from the crevices of stone. Harry Potter? A profound silence ensued, more complete and weighty than at any previous moment, as if the very air had instantaneously solidified into a rigid, icy barrier. The expressions on hundreds of faces were frozen in astonishment, bewilderment, and disbelief, ultimately coalescing into a vast, silent absurdity. Harry Potter? Ron's voice emerged like a dreamlike murmur, the jealousy that had momentarily colored his face evaporating, leaving behind a pallor and a dazed expression. He mechanically repeated the name, as if struggling to grasp its significance. No, this cannot be. Ginny's voice trembled with emotion, her grip on Harry's arm tightening as her nails nearly pierced his flesh. The Gryffindor table felt as though struck by an invisible hammer. All eyes turned rigidly towards Harry, their gazes filled with suspicion, confusion, and a burgeoning fury of betrayal and deception. Harry Potter. A Slytherin upperclassman leapt to his feet, his voice sharp and grating. The Potter who cannot cast even a decent spell? What a joke. This is cheating. It must be. Another Ravenclaw student shouted in outrage. What right does he have? He is not even worthy of a single hair from Mr. Black. The Hufflepuff table erupted in a chorus of angry roars. Has the goblet of fire gone mad? Just yesterday, it was proven who the strongest at Hogwarts truly is. How could it possibly be this? This scarred boy? Rolf's commander pointed accusingly at Harry, his face flushed with rage. Yes, he must have employed some despicable means. He does not deserve. He is utterly unworthy to stand alongside Wolf Black. The tide of anger surged like ignited hay, rapidly spreading among the students of Hogwarts, as doubts, accusations, and insults flew like icy arrows, densely targeting the isolated boy. Harry sat at the center of the storm, his complexion as pale as parchment, his lips trembling. He wished to defend himself. Yet his throat felt constricted by an invisible hand, rendering him voiceless. An overwhelming dread and sense of injustice washed over him like a cold tide, leaving him to futilely shake his head, his green eyes brimming with helplessness and panic. The students from Beauxbatons gasped and whispered in muted astonishment, their beautiful faces etched with confusion and an almost imperceptible disdain. Fleur Delacour stood at the entrance of the Champions' Lounge, her silver brows arched high, regarding Harry as though he were the punchline to an absurd jest. Suddenly, a thunderous, piercing sound shattered the clamor of the hall. Karkaroff sprang from his seat like an enraged brown bear, the high-backed chair behind him toppled by his immense force, crashing heavily onto the stone floor with a grating sound that sent chills down one's spine. His face was ashen, veins bulging on his forehead. His features contorted in sheer fury, rendering him a terrifying sight. Dumbledore. Karkaroff's voice resonated throughout the hall like the roar of a wounded beast, imbued with profound fury and unabashed accusation. Explain yourself. You must provide me with an explanation at once. This pathetic charade of cheating. A mere whelp. Yet to sprout any semblance of maturity. By what right does he claim the title of a champion? This is nothing short of a desecration of the ancient will of the Goblet of Fire. It is a blatant insult to Durmstrang and Beauxbatons. His robust fingers nearly poked Dumbledore's nose, spittle flying in the candlelight. Though Madame Maxime did not erupt as Karkaroff had, her imposing figure was taut with tension, the noble restraint on her face evaporating, replaced by a cold, intensely questioning anger. She straightened her spine like an impending iceberg, her large palms pressing firmly on the table, knuckles whitening from the force. Her deep voice rumbled like distant thunder. Albus, this indeed transcends our understanding. The rules of the Goblet of Fire are sacred. Hogwarts champions? One of whom is but a mere child? I require a convincing explanation. Her gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over Harry before landing on Dumbledore's face. Dumbledore stood at the eye of the storm, his expression more serious than ever. He ignored Karkaroff's outburst, refraining from an immediate response to Madame Maxime's inquiry. His penetrating blue eyes, now akin to a lake frozen in time, were hauntingly calm, yet bore the weight of an impending tempest. He slowly surveyed the tumultuous, enraged hall, his gaze ultimately resting on the doorway to the Champions' Lounge. At some point, Victor Crumb had come to a halt, his back turned to the cacophony of the hall, one hand resting upon the cold door handle, his dark silhouette appearing particularly dense within the shadow of the doorframe. He did not turn around, as though the roaring questions, anger, and chaos behind him were of no concern to him. However, the moment Dumbledore's gaze fell upon him, his fingers resting on the handle twitched ever so slightly, almost imperceptibly. This minuscule motion, however, caused a fissure to crack open in Dumbledore's icebound tranquility. Chapter 65. The awakening mark in the days following the Goblet of Fire's utterance of the fourth name. Harry Potter felt as though he had plunged into the depths of a frigid black lake. The eruption of astonishment, suspicion, and whispering within the hall pierced him like countless invisible thorns, day and night. Words such as cheater, show-off, and fraud clung to him like a malignant shadow, accompanying every sidelong glance or hostile stare. Yet, the deepest wound came from what he had believed to be an unassailable fortress of friendship. Ron Weasley, the red-haired boy who had once shared sweets, stood shoulder to shoulder with him against trolls, and explored the Forbidden Forest together, had now become the most piercing chill. He no longer walked alongside Harry, shunning eye contact, and even when Harry attempted to explain himself in the common room, Ron would respond with a tone that Harry had never heard before, cold and laced with bitterness. Oh? The illustrious Harry Potter still feels the need to explain himself to us? Surely, you possess the means to conquer the Goblet of Fire, do you not? The fourth champion of the Triwizard Tournament? Each word pierced Harry's heart like a poisoned icicle. Ginny anxiously flitted between the two, yet the chasm between them had deepened into an abyss. Beside Harry, it seemed as though solitude and silent accusations had taken root overnight. This suffocating sense of despair and betrayal reached its zenith after yet another agonizing twilight. The sunset bathed Hogwarts in a haunting orange-red hue, while Harry wandered like a wounded beast around the castle. As he aimlessly approached the edge of the Black Lake, a sight intruded upon his vision, igniting the last flicker of reason within him. Wolf Black, that unconventional figure exuding a certain detachment and mystery, was leisurely strolling by the lake with Astoria Greengrass. Hand in hand, the setting sun outlined their silhouettes, serene and tranquil, even imbued with a hint of warmth, starkly contrasting with the tumultuous darkness that churned within Harry's heart. The long simmering volcano erupted in an instant, Black. Harry nearly roared as he charged forward, his voice hoarse and distorted, eyes aflame with anguish and fury. Wolf halted, and Astoria tightened her grip on his hand with a hint of concern, yet Wolf merely turned slightly, his gray eyes calm and unfazed as they regarded the out-of-control savior. As if witnessing a drama long foretold. You both. Harry gestured forcefully at them, as if indicting the entire world. What do you understand? You who have family, friends, and live without a care, what do you know? His chest heaved violently, tears mingling with anger in his eyes. Since I can remember, I have had nothing. Nothing at all. My parents were murdered, right before my eyes. And then, I was cast into that hell of the Dursleys. He seemed on the verge of unleashing 14 years of accumulated humiliation and injustice, speaking at a pace akin to a rapid-fire gun, each word steeped in sorrow. I lived in a cupboard under the stairs, like a rat, wearing Dudley's discarded, ill-fitting clothes, eating their leftovers, food that even pigs would turn their snouts up at. Daily, I was a punching bag for Dudley, berated as a freak by Aunt Petunia, locked away by Uncle Vernon. No friends, no birthdays, nothing at all, just endless ridicule and fear. He gasped for breath. Despair etched across his face as he looked to Wolf. I thought Hogwarts was paradise. I believed I had found a home. I had friends, Ron, Hermione, but now? A short, pained laugh escaped him. Ron? He sees me as a fraud willing to do anything for attention. All because of that damned goblet of fire. I did not put my name in. Why does no one believe me? Why am I always like this? Why can I never attain true peace? Why is there never a friend who truly cares for me? One who will never betray me? Harry's voice ultimately shattered in a sob as he bent over. Hands braced against his knees, shoulders trembling violently, as if he had exhausted every ounce of strength. The evening breeze caressed the surface of the lake, bringing a hint of coolness, yet it could not disperse the pervasive despair that enveloped him. Wolf remained silent throughout, neither interrupting nor defending, and his face bore no trace of surprise or sympathy. He listened quietly, like a dark rock standing resolutely amidst a tempest, allowing Harry's emotional tidal wave to crash against him. Only when Harry, utterly drained, ceased his lament, left with nothing but heavy breaths, did Wolf slowly begin to speak. His voice deep and clear, imbued with a near-cold calmness. Are you finished? His heterochromatic eyes locked onto Harry's pained and bewildered green gaze. Now, allow me to present 2 points. First, Wolf's voice was resolute regarding friendship. Potter, it is you who fails to discern. On the Hogwarts Express, the first to extend a hand, clearly expressing a desire to befriend you, was Draco Malfoy, not that red-haired Ronald Weasley. You chose to push Draco away, opting for Ron instead. The betrayal you now taste is merely a consequence of that choice. While Draco may be arrogant, his initial goodwill was cast aside by you like refuse. This revelation struck Harry's heart with the precision of an ice pick, shattering the idealized lens through which he viewed the origins of friendship. Second, Wolf's tone adopted an undeniable severity concerning your relatives, the Dursleys. Cast aside your self-pitying resentment. You ought to feel grateful, perhaps even thank them. In that era of scarcity and universal trepidation, they took you in, a baby bereft of parents. A living target likely to attract fearsome enemies. Your uncle and aunt, risking their family's safety against the threat of Death Eaters, provided you with a shelter, albeit a cupboard, that shielded you from the elements. They ensured your survival. Wolf's gaze appeared to pierce through time, recalling the horrific night in Godric's Hollow. That night, Potter, you were not the only one to lose kin. Your Aunt Petunia also mourned the loss of her blood sister, regardless of their sisterly dynamics. That wound is etched into the fabric of her life. Taking you in may have been a source of pain, a burden, a wellspring of fear for her. Yet she did so. This act of shelter itself is a debt you owe. They may be harsh, miserly, and foolish, but they granted you the chance to live. Do not act like a spoiled giant infant, fixated solely on your own grievances while forgetting the risks others bore for you. Wolf's words were akin to the frigid waters of the lake, immediately submerging Harry. Those perspectives he had never contemplated or had intentionally avoided were laid bare before him in a stark and brutal manner. Harry opened his mouth to retort, only to find that his deeply ingrained resentments and grievances appeared pitifully weak in the face of Wolf's icy logic. A deeper chill, mingled with an indescribable turmoil, seized him. Wolf no longer gazed at him, as if he had fulfilled a necessary admonition. He gently squeezed Astoria's hand and said, "Let us go, Leah," his tone instantly softening to the warmth reserved solely for her. The two turned, leisurely departing along the lakeside path, leaving Harry, lost and despondent, as if all strength had been drained from him, standing alone, bathed in the dimming twilight. The evening breeze wailed, tousling Harry's dark hair. Just as he was engulfed in the overwhelming shock and chaos brought about by those subversive words, a piercing pain, sharp enough to rend his very soul, erupted from the scar on his forehead. It was more intense than ever before. Harry let out a muffled groan, clutching his forehead in agony, his body staggering dangerously close to collapse. At the pinnacle of this torment, he perceived not with his eyes, but through an innate sense, an eerie, cold, an ominous green light that surged forth from the scar between his fingers, illuminating his tightly clenched palm and the grass around him. What sent shivers down his spine was that in the fleeting moment of that green glow, a distant, indistinct voice, imbued with a malevolence that sent chills through his very soul and a vague sense of familiarity, seemed to pierce through the vastness of space and the heavy curtain of his confusion, resonating deep within his chaotic mind. Harry Potter. The voice hissed like a serpent, chillingly entwining itself around his nerves. Chapter 66. You should be cursed. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of a corridor on the third floor of the castle, Professor Alastor Moody, or more accurately, the impostor Bartemius Crouch Jr., was agitatedly watching through his enchanted eye, which spun wildly in its socket. He had just confirmed once more that the target, Wolf Black, had indeed returned to Hogwarts. Yet he had blended into the fabric of the place like a drop of water in the ocean, no matter what method he employed to track him. He could not pinpoint his exact location. This disrupted his meticulously devised subsequent plans. Frustration and a burning fury of feeling deceived ignited within Bartemius. He needed a breakthrough, a means to draw out Wolf Black. His fierce gaze instantly locked onto Astoria Greengrass, who had just returned from the direction of the Black Lake, preparing to head back to the Slytherin common room. She was the fiancée of Black, and that lad cared for her deeply. A malicious scheme swiftly took shape. As Astoria passed through an empty corridor, the disguised Bartemius lunged from the shadows, his wand aimed directly at the unsuspecting girl. A twisted grin spreading across his face as he bellowed in Moody's hoarse voice. Rapid transformation. A blinding beam of transformation magic shot towards Astoria with precision. This ambush was swift and ruthless, capable of turning an unguarded student into a harmless rabbit or ferret in an instant. However, just as the spell was about to make contact, an unassuming silver pendant around Astoria's neck suddenly erupted with a soft yet remarkably resilient milky white glow, enveloping her entire being in an instant. Moody's transfiguration spell collided violently with the shimmering aura, akin to a bovine plunging into the ocean, creating only a ripple before vanishing without a trace, failing to disturb the girl in the slightest. Astoria was knocked back a step by the force, her complexion paling, eyes wide with shock and terror, yet her form remained unscathed. What? The false Moody roared in disbelief, staring at the unharmed girl and the swiftly dissipating glow surrounding her. That was certainly no ordinary student's protection. Little Batty's failed ambush and the ensuing furious growl rippled through Slytherin like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. The news spread like a plague within the house, swiftly reaching Wolf Black, who had just returned to the common room, upon hearing that Astoria had been ambushed by Moody in the corridor. With the intent to transform her into an animal, Wolf's heterochromatic eyes, usually tinged with a hint of languor and detachment, instantly froze. A cold, tempestuous fury, potent enough to plunge the entire common room into an icy chill, erupted from him like a dormant volcano. There were no roars, no queries, only a suffocating silence and a palpable intent to kill. He turned, his stride steady yet imbued with destructive force, making his way towards the bustling great hall during dinner, where Moody typically occupied the staff table. As Wolf Black's silhouette, akin to a storm-laden cloud, appeared at the hall's entrance, the cacophony of dining fell abruptly silent. Everyone felt the extraordinary, bone-chilling pressure enveloping them. The false Moody at the staff table also caught sight of him, his mad eyes darting wildly, his magical hand instinctively tightening around the wand concealed beneath the table. Wolf did not glance at anyone. His gaze, sharp as ice, was fixated on Mad-Eye Moody. He uttered no words, merely raised his hand. "Mr. Black, what do you intend to do?" Professor McGonagall exclaimed in alarm as she rose. But it was too late. Wolf's attack came without warning, swift as lightning. A pure, maximally compressed wave of magical energy, not derived from any textbook incantation, surged forth with a shriek that rent the air, directly targeting Moody's face. The false Moody, possessing vast combat experience, instinctively rolled aside, simultaneously brandishing his wand. Armoris. The shield charm barely absorbed the residual force, propelling him and his chair across the room, crashing awkwardly against the rear wall. Chaos erupted in the hall. Students screamed and scattered, while professors hastily drew their wands. "Enough, Black." Dumbledore's authoritative voice resonated, rising from his seat, his gaze sharp as an eagle behind his crescent-shaped glasses. Wolf disregarded the headmaster's warning, gliding toward the just-recovered false Moody like a specter, his wand tracing an uncanny path. The stone floor suddenly softened and contorted, coiling around the false Moody's legs like a serpent come to life. Immediately, Wolf flicked his wrist, and a black-purple cord of magic shot forth, its form twisted like thorns, barbed and ensnaring the false Moody with unyielding grip. In an instant, it yanked him off the ground, slamming him violently against the distant stone wall, where he hung motionless. The false Moody let out a muffled groan, his false eye nearly bulging from its socket as he struggled desperately, but the thorn-like cords tightened inexorably, constricting around his robes. Wolf advanced step by step toward the suspended Moody, each footfall echoing like the beat of a heart. His gaze bore no warmth, only a chilling, pure intent to kill. He gradually raised his wand, its tip coalescing a disquieting, shadowy glow, aimed at his foe's vital points. Mr. Black. Dumbledore's voice resounded once more, this time infused with undeniable magical authority. The esteemed headmaster waved his wand, and a gentle yet immensely powerful golden barrier materialized in an instant between Wolf and the false Moody, an invisible force attempting to push Wolf away. Wolf's expression hardened as his staff shrank instantly to the size of a wand, pivoting to unleash a similarly potent dark beam that collided fiercely with Dumbledore's golden shield. The two forces clashed violently in the air, erupting in blinding light, and a resonant energy roar that reverberated throughout the hall. Debris rained down from the ceiling. A brief stalemate ensued, with golden and dark radiance entwining and dissipating. However, mere seconds later, Wolf distinctly sensed his magic, powerful enough to overpower most wizards, being firmly subdued and diffused by Dumbledore's unfathomable, oceanic strength. Wolf's pupils constricted slightly. He understood that he was not yet capable of confronting the greatest white wizard of the age head-on. The murderous intent in his eyes did not wane, but the furious rage was swiftly supplanted by an icy calm and rationality. He cast a deep glance at the false Moody, hanging against the wall, his expression a mixture of pain and barely perceptible fear, before stealing a glance at Dumbledore, whose hair and beard were standing on end, radiating immense magical power. Without uttering a word, Wolf abruptly withdrew his magical force opposing Dumbledore. He cast one last cold glance at the astonished faculty and students, his gaze lingering for a fleeting moment on Astoria, pale and shielded by Slytherin students. Then, without hesitation, he turned away, his black robe trailing behind him in a sharp arc, akin to a nocturnal owl merging with the shadows, striding decisively out of the chaotic hall and vanishing into the darkness of the corridor beyond. Only the groans of the suspended Moody remained, alongside the shaken faculty and students. And Dumbledore, his expression grave, watching the direction in which Wolf had disappeared. The hall fell into a deathly silence, punctuated only by heavy breaths and the faint sound of the tightening ropes. The air was thick with the acrid tension of magical collision and an overwhelming sense of oppression. A tempest seems to have just subsided, yet all are acutely aware that a deeper darkness is surging in the unseen depths. Chapter 67. The final chapter. As Wolf Black's dark robe vanished into the shadows beyond the hall, a stifling silence shattered abruptly. Karkaroff sprang to his feet, his wand pointed accusatorily at Dumbledore. Albus, did you witness that? Black is wielding dark magic, allowing students to compete. He would turn the Triwizard Tournament into a slaughterhouse. Madame Maxime's towering figure cast a chill over the assembly. I have never witnessed a student wield such formidable power. Dumbledore, the strength he exhibited in opposing you just now. She inhaled deeply, her silver mink scarf fluttering slightly. Hogwarts must replace its champion. Dumbledore's aged fingers intertwined before his beard, his blue eyes, calm as a tranquil lake behind the crescent-shaped lenses, regarded them. Igor Olam. The magical pact of the Goblet of Fire has seeped into Wolf Black's very blood. He raised a hand to halt Karkaroff's impassioned retort. You are well aware of the consequences of forcibly stripping a championess title. Should we do so, the Hogwarts champion would lose their life. Then let Hogwarts withdraw. Karkaroff shrieked, sparks erupting from the tip of his wand. I shall not permit a student from Durmstrang to share the stage with such a monster. Mind your language, Igor. Dumbledore's voice suddenly turned icy, the temperature in the hall plummeting. Wolf Black is an official student of Hogwarts. As for his abilities, the old headmaster's gaze swept over Moody, whose face bore the marks of thorns and ropes, perhaps a testament to the sword against darkness. Madame Maxime suddenly scoffed. A sword? I see it as a double-edged blade. The murderous intent in his eyes just now sent shivers down my spine. She turned to the staff table. Professor Snape, you have taught him potions for 4 years. Did you not notice? Notice what? Snape's robes billowed like bat wings as he spoke, a sardonic smile creeping across his pallid face. That he bruised the draft of living death with precise timing? Or that he modified the Wolfsbane potion recipe in his 3rd year? His dark eyes shifted toward the two headmasters. Black's talents far exceed your narrow perceptions. The clamor of their argument nearly threatened to topple the vaulted ceiling of the hall. At the Hufflepuff table, Cedric Diggory clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. He overheard Ernie Macmillan's trembling whisper behind him. Merlin, Black nearly killed Professor Moody. No, Cedric interjected suddenly, his voice low yet commanding enough to draw silence around him. Professor Moody ambushed Astoria Granger first. He raised his gaze toward the shattered silver plate at the staff table, remnants of a spell's aftermath. He was protecting someone important. In the depths of the Slytherin dormitory, the bronze serpent door isolated them from all commotion. Wolf's fingertips brushed against the heated surface of the pendant box at Astoria's neck, the moonstone now fissured like a spider's web. He was aiming for your spine. Wolf's voice was as cold as polar iron, the transformation spell laced with a shattering curse. Astoria's face paled, yet she grasped his retreating hand. Don't go. Dumbledore is already alert, Dumbledore? Wolf scoffed, his gray eyes igniting with a flicker of dark fire. Preoccupied with using the savior as bait for his schemes. I shall no longer partake in this game. He withdrew a scroll adorned with obsidian. His wand lightly tapping its surface, revealing Grindelwald's elegant script in fiery ink. The pact is sealed. The black sails of Numenor await your command. The quill danced between Wolf's fingers like a dagger. Time to reel it in, master. This puppet show makes me nauseous. Prepare to retrieve 3 trophies. The Gunter estate, Bella's Gringotts vault, and the Savior Boy. As the parchment transformed into silver flames and vanished, Wolf's figure melded into the green fire of the hearth. Hogwarts, Riddle Manor. The stench of dampness enveloped the gravestones. Wolf's dragonhide boots crunched over brittle bones, halting before a dilapidated house adorned with serpentine reliefs. With a flick of his wand, the vile curse shrouding Gunter Manor shrieked and melted away under the sun's heat. Who dares disturb the Dark Lord? Wormtail Peter crawled from the ashes of the fireplace, his fractured silver fingers glinting in the moonlight. Wolf scarcely acknowledged him, his gaze penetrating the decayed floorboards. Locking onto the remnants of a soul clinging to a ring in the depths of the cellar, pulsating with greedy tremors. A piercing agony ensued as a subtle incantation reduced Peter to a quivering mass. No, master, save me. Peter's silver hand erupted with green light. And Voldemort's phantom coalesced in the rancid air. Silence, you insolent fool. With a swift strike of his wand, the apparition shattered like glass. He pressed his foot upon Peter's back, the ring surfacing from the depths, curses flowing from the black gem within its skeletal setting. Take it. The ring was thrust into Peter's palm, and amidst his screams, his right arm swiftly carbonized as the black mist surrounding the ring dissipated. Azkaban's deepest cell, the Selwyn family crest cast a sanguine glow upon the iron bars. Coat Selwyn gazed down upon the woman curled in a haystack. Good evening, Bellatrix. The little spawn of the Selwyn line? Bella's withered hair resembled tangled grass, her sunken eyes ablaze with madness, yearning to bask in the Dark Lord's glory. Coat snapped his fingers, conjuring a photograph of Narcissa embracing Draco at a tea party in Malfoy Manor. Your sister and nephew's lives? He smiled. In exchange for the key to Gringotts. Bella howled, lunging at the bars, her gnarled claws tearing at the iron. Despicable. When my master returns, you shall all kneel before Voldemort. Coat chuckled lightly, the tip of his wand conjuring an illusion of Narcissa, suspended above blazing fire by iron chains. His own survival at stake. He reveled in the collapse reflected in Bella's eyes, counting down. 3, 2. This is the plight of your ignorance in the isolation of Azkaban. Give it to them. Bella screamed, tearing off the leather cord from her neck, flinging the blood-stained copper key. But you will regret this. The master will rend your souls asunder. Atop the astronomy tower of Hogwarts, Wolf unfurled the parchment sent by Coat via Patronus. The moonlight illuminated 2 lines of text. The Hufflepuff cup is secured. The elder goblins are enraged. The Gringotts dragon awakens. Bella cursed upon relinquishing the key. When the dark mark reemerges, the Selwyn bloodline shall forever descend into the abyss. The cold wind billowed Wolf's dark cloak. He gazed towards the forbidden forest, a flicker of derision passing through his eyes. Alas, you shall not witness that day. The door to Dumbledore's office was suddenly flung open. Fawkes took flight, his golden red tail feathers sweeping the framed photograph of the young Dumbledore and Grindelwald in Godric's Hollow, shattering it to pieces. A late-night visit, Albus. Grindelwald stepped over the shards of glass, the salty sea breeze from Nurmengard swirling around him. Behind him, Wolf tossed 3 Horcruxes beside the pensive, the gaunt ring, the Hufflepuff cup, and the unconscious Harry Potter. Dumbledore rose slowly, the elder wand slipping into his grasp. Gellert, let us dispense with pleasantries. Grindelwald's fingers traced the badger's engraving on the cup. This night was a moment of reckoning. He turned to Wolf. Shall we begin? Wolf pointed his wand at the ring. The diamond shattered, and the black gemstone screamed in the fierce flames, Riddle's spectre struggling and howling. You dare to be first. Grindelwald waved his wand, and the spectre disintegrated into ash. The cup melted into liquid gold in the furious fire, oozing thick black blood. No. Dumbledore suddenly shouted as Wolf's wand pointed at the scar on Harry's forehead. The old headmaster's hair stood on end. Harry is innocent. Innocent? Wolf scoffed, lifting Harry's sleeve with his wand, revealing the faint outline of the dark mark on his forearm. Look at the Horcrux you so carefully nurtured, Dumbledore. He seized Harry by the collar, the boy moaning in pain while unconscious. Voldemort is not dead. He is forever haunted by nightmares, just as your sister Ariana was tormented by those muggle boys, crying out in terror every night. Dumbledore staggered, as if struck by lightning. Clutching the table for support, Grindelwald suddenly pressed a hand on Wolf's shoulder. Enough. He turned to his former lover, his voice unusually somber. Albus, do you wish to repeat the past? To sacrifice more children for the sake of a Horcrux? Amid the Phoenix's mournful cry, Dumbledore closed his eyes. When he opened them again, a thread of milky light emerged from the tip of his wand, enveloping Harry. The soul was drawn forth. The light penetrated the scar, pulling out a writhing, shrieking black mist, the lightning-shaped fragment of soul dissipating into smoke within the net of light. In the Riddle family graveyard, Peter was bound by iron chains to Tom Riddle's tombstone. Wolf kicked aside a decaying coffin, wrenching out a half-bone. He cast the bone into the boiling cauldron of potion. Please, Peter wept, gazing at Wolf as he sliced open Harry's arm. I have given everything for my master, servant's flesh. Wolf severed Peter's entire left arm, throwing it into the cauldron. Green flames soared to great heights. Enemy's blood. A silver cup filled with Harry's blood poured forth. The cauldron exploded, enveloping a gaunt figure in slime as it rose in the green light. Voldemort opened his snake-like eyes. His pale fingers caressed the newly formed face, emitting a laugh akin to that of an owl in the night. I have returned. Where's Dumbledore? Let him witness it with his own eyes. Grindelwald's spell coiled around Voldemort like a golden serpent. Dumbledore's binding curse followed closely, the silver net unleashed by the Elder Wand tightening around the newborn flesh. You! Voldemort writhed in fury, only to find Wolf pressing his wand against his temple, gazing at Harry Potter. Harry was thrust before Voldemort by the ironclad curse. In the fleeting moment when their emerald eyes met, Voldemort's wand rose involuntarily, Avada Kedavra. At the instant the green light engulfed Harry's chest. A blinding golden radiance erupted from within him, shattering the final fragment of the Horcrux like fragile glass. Voldemort howled in agony, collapsing to his knees as black blood poured from his 7 orifices. Impossible, he hissed, staring at the unscathed Harry. I am eternal. Eternal? Wolf replied, stepping on his spine, his dragonhide boots crushing it. You are merely a coward with a fractured soul. On the eve of the Triwizard Tournament's first battle, the Hogwarts arena was ablaze with countless torches. Within an iron cage, Voldemort was ensnared by chains, the sealing curse of Grindelwald branding his skin with burning golden patterns. Students and faculty of Hogwarts. Grindelwald's voice resonated through the night sky, as blue flames erupted from the tip of his wand, forming the symbol of the Deathly Hallows. 50 years ago, I dreamed of creating a new order through power. But tonight, he pointed at the iron cage. We shall put an end to the nightmare of the old order. Voldemort roared from his cage. My followers will tear you apart. Your followers? Wolf scoffed, waving his hand dismissively. Kurtzlewin ascended the platform alongside Lucius Malfoy, who trembled as he hurled his wand at Voldemort, exclaiming, Cruciatus. The moment the curse struck the cage, Voldemort's maniacal laughter froze. He gazed in disbelief at his once most loyal Death Eater. Lucius, how dare you? Cruciatus. Draco Malfoy suddenly dashed from the crowd, his wand unleashing a crimson light. Then it was Narcissa, then Snape, and a multitude of wands from the Hogwarts students, the warriors of Durmstrang and Beau's batons. The torrent of the Cruciatus curse engulfed Voldemort. This is your eternity, Wolf whispered as he stepped into the cage. As the silver dagger sliced through Voldemort's throat, the Dark Lord's final sight was Grindelwald raising the Elder Wand and the gold-red phoenix totem exploding across the heavens. The Triwizard Tournament's award ceremony became a one-man show for Wolf Black. He rode the Swedish short snout over the labyrinthine dome, evaporating the waters of the Black Lake with fierce flames, melting the trophy before Dumbledore and distributing gold ingots to the other champions. The Star Society has granted you this. Professor. Wolf placed a bronze compass, inlaid with a star map, into Grindelwald's palm. The fairies were excavating the core of Helga Hufflepuff's ley line, beneath which lay the primordial crystal capable of rewriting the very essence of magic. Grindelwald caressed the compass, his gaze sharp. Did you know of this from the ancient texts that Albus and I discovered in the Austrian Valley? Long before you did, Wolf replied, glancing toward the east. As he turned, the hem of his robe brushed against the headline of the Daily Prophet. Black and Miss Granger mysteriously depart school. Beneath which was Rita Skeeter's exaggerated sketch. The cloaked boy leads the golden-haired girl into emerald flames. 3 months later, at Shanghai Hongqiao Airport, Astoria, wrapped in a cashmere shawl embroidered with a phoenix, watched as Wolf stood motionless before the newsstand. In his hands, the cultural section of the Shinmin Evening News features a full-page interview with the emerging Suzhou Pington talent, Wang Qi. The photograph captures a 16-year-old boy, radiant and cheerful, with a striking vermilion mole at the corner of his eye. Born in 1994, the paper beneath Wolf's fingers feels as if it should belong to an infant. He suddenly lifts his gaze towards the overcast sky, as if attempting to penetrate the clouds and discern the laws of the universe. Someone has altered the timeline, or perhaps. He clutches the newspaper tightly, his knuckles whitening, revealing that we are still confined to a chessboard of existence. The neon lights of Pudong reflect in his pupils, merging into a cold galaxy. That night, within a secluded chamber on the Bund, the walls were adorned with clues, the Yeti uprising in the Kunlun Mountains, the lingering magic of the Sankt Singdui bronze artifacts, and the jade pipa inscribed with ancient script on Wang Qi's performance poster. Voldemort is merely the prologue. Wolf drives a dagger into the center of Wang Qi's photograph, the blade piercing the corners of the boy's smiling lips. Now, it is time for the hunter and prey to exchange roles.